A very good morning. Welcome to Sandown International Motor Raceway. This is round 4 of the 2022 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and we have had a ripping day yesterday here at Sandown, albeit punctuated by some fairly heavy incidents around the track. And we started the day with these cars that we're looking at the marshalling area with XLs. We had a car into the wall pretty hard. Down at turn number 3, moved the wall, and there was a substantial delay there. We had a rollover in the 944s with Andy Jones, and we can report that Andy is okay. He has taken to social media and said, yep, it was a bit of a nasty incident, and thanked all the medical and recovery crews. So that was good, but then the hits kept coming, and our 10-lap races ended up being shortened down to 4 by the end of the day. So it was a pretty torrid affair for race control, our recovery crews, and all of the volunteers around the track. A heavy workload to keep the race meeting going all day yesterday. So we hope today that we get 2 lots of 10-lap races for all of our categories. As you can see, Circuit XLs are lining up in the marshalling area, and they will take to the track for their first of the 10-lappers here today. It'll be under all green conditions. I can't guarantee you that, but that's what we're aiming for. We are absolutely looking for that to occur. So next up after that, 9:35, Saloon Cars, 10 laps. They actually turned on a pretty good show yesterday, the Saloon Cars. Vic V8s came in for that gig. It was good to have the Vic V8s along here. Big field, and as you can imagine, thumps the ground through that entire session. Formula Ford, 10-lapper, then the Porsche 944s. Then we go into our nominated main races for the day, race 15 right through to 23. Improved production will start off at 11:15. Saloon Cars, BMW E30s, sports cars, Circuit XLs, Formula Vee, Vic V8s, Formula Ford, Porsche 944s, improved production, Formula Vee and BMW E30s will round out our day. The XLs getting their 1-minute board in the marshalling area. I'm Darren Smith. I've got Dan McCarthy right alongside me from Dan McCarthy Media. If you've got any requirements, any stories written, any proposals typed up, or anything like that, a bit of colour. Dan, welcome to round 4.
Oh, good to be here. Looking forward to today's action, as you say. Hopefully a lot more green flag action. Don't want so many safety cars and red flags and incidents. You want clear racing, lots of laps, lots of action for you viewers at home as well as here at Sandown. If you're here bright and early on this Sunday morning, as we see the XLs roll out for the first time, and I'm noticing that series leader, number 117, Simpson, is right at the back at this point in time. So not quite sure what that's about. Hopefully he can take his position, finish second in yesterday's race. There he is, just coming through the middle now, number 117, the green and white machine. So hopefully he can take his position of P2 on the front row.
I'm going to jump out, Dan. We'll welcome Steve DeVries to the microphone, and you guys have a great call. I'm watching that car there, number 137, Cadell Ambrose, on debut in the State Series here this weekend. Here is Steve.
Did a good job yesterday, just not too far outside the top 10 in a field of over 30 cars. That's quite a good effort on debut. Steve, welcome to the commentary box again this morning.
Yes, good morning, Dan. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to what is a very overcast and grey looking sky above the Sandown International Motor Raceway on a Sunday morning. The weather did hold off, fortunately for us yesterday, to complete what we could of the program. And well, I'm just looking out there at the moment, Dan, and I'm sort of wondering whether or not it's actually going to strike. It doesn't look like it's an immediate threat at the moment. We are sort of a bit surrounded as we're getting some good angles here from the camera down at turn number 4. And there is an 80% chance of the rain coming down, but it's not looking like it's overly threatening right now.
Not at this point in time, but when I looked yesterday, it said 100% chance of rain in the area. So let's see as the day progresses. Obviously, it started yesterday, bright sunny conditions, and by the end we were even having lightning strikes. No rain though on the circuit. It went both north and south of the circuit, so we were very lucky. So fingers crossed that similar thing occurs today, but who knows with weather in this part of Melbourne.
Well, if it does come down, I think we can safely call this round the 4 seasons of Sandown, not the 4 seasons of Melbourne in one day, because it's not one day, but we call it the 4 seasons of Sandown. Let's have a look at how the grid's going to line up for this one. So Ethan Gridgall, who dominated yesterday's 1 lap shortened affair, so it was down to 9 laps. We'll start off the pole with Hugo Simpson. I did see him making his way through the field, so he has been able to retake his position. And that's been something they've talked about in drivers' briefings over the course of the weekend. Make sure you're in position before you get to the last couple of corners, otherwise you start from pit lane. Bradley James in the number 61, the Carac machine. He had a good scrap with Harry Tompkins and Brad Vaughan, the 33 and the 50 respectively. So they were in that last battle for the podium spots. And you got James Lodge in the 39 behind them. Brad Vareca, who has been struggling a little bit with just the way he likes to drive the car in the 96. So he's going to start 7th in the order with Toby Waghorn in the number 84 machine. Lockie Bloxham in the 69, which is normally the car that we've seen this man in second spot, Hugo Simpson, pilot on a few occasions this year. And then the man in 10th place is going to be Will Longmore in the number 184.
Looking forward to this then as they line up on the grid. First race of the day, 10 laps for the XLs. We got 9 in the books yesterday before an incident for car number 8. Ryan Phillips made contact with Textile McCoy down at turn number 2 and ended up in the concrete wall. Did Ryan Phillips, but there's a tyre barrier there now, so that shouldn't be an issue if somebody does end up off the road at turn number 2. So we're hoping for 10 green laps here this morning.
A little bit of extra protection down at that part of the circuit. Actually not a bad idea to pop that in there. So for 888 Home Loans and for Trick Trailers, this is race number 2 for the weekend of the XLs. Just marshalling the last few cars around the corner. You can't see them just beyond the green grass that is the infield horse racing circuit here. There we go. The 5-second board goes out, and we're under starters' orders for race 2. And off we go. And a very tardy start. Just missed the jump slightly for Ethan Griggold. Better start going to Hugo Simpson in the 117. So that late arrival into the marshalling area this morning hasn't affected his concentration levels. He got the jump, and he's got the lead going into turn 1. Going to have to take the defensive line here, though, just to keep the 777 of Griggold at bay, but he runs wide at turn number 1 and surrenders the lead.
Well, we've got to kick over steering this contact going into turn number 2 with car number 61. That's James, and he's had to take to the grass, so our series leader, although he made the initial start, around goes James.
So he got some contact from somebody behind there as well, just couldn't quite see who it was that was tucked in behind him. He's going to drop all the way to the back, and one of the faster guys that was up the pointy end of the field yesterday now is going to have to traverse the field as quickly as he can. Fortunately for him, he's got the 10 laps to do it. How far can he get?
Indeed, but he had two of the top 3 finishes yesterday already having issues, although Simpson already looking to make progress. Not sure exactly where he's dropped to, but it looks around the back end of the 10.
Brad Vareca across the back of the turn 7, curbing there as he tries to keep Will Longmore alongside, but Simpson's got him covered. And some more contact a bit further down. That is Cadell Ambrose down at Dandenong Road, going a little bit slowly. Had to grab another gear and get going again. A little bit of a concertina effect, I guess, with a few cars checking up, maybe to avoid some others, and somebody was going to eventually find the back of somebody else by the looks of things.
Absolutely, when you got this many XLs going into Dandenong Road for the first time, contact is almost inevitable, and there's some damage. Can't quite see. Car number 50, that's Bradley Vaughan. So he's got damage. He finished in the top 5 yesterday. He's also, like Hugo Simpson and like James, dropped down in the opening lap of this affair.
Wondering if he's the one that possibly may have made contact with the number 61 of Bradley James down at turn 4 that sent James around, because it was a bit of a weird spin. Oh, there goes Chris Steelo. He was having a bit of a moment with Cadell Ambrose through turn number 1 there as well in the New Line Homes, number 122.
Cracking save.
Absolutely cracking save. And some more contact. And that is the 29 machine going around belonging to Jet Bloomerus. And going to have to traverse the grass, go the other way around. And there he goes, back onto the circuit.
As we head down the back straight once again, car number 39 and car number 84, the battles up and down the field, but this one now for third. Two people that weren't inside the top 5 yesterday, but they were right there now. So Lodge up to P3 and Waghorn just behind.
And Simpson pulls the trigger on Brad Vareka down at turn 9. So that looks to be his favoured passing spot for the moment. And another car around in the back, because struggling to see everyone coming to grips very early on. It was a very different affair compared to yesterday, where the sun was shining, track temperature was up, air temperature was up. It's all gone the opposite way this morning. The air temp definitely not there, and obviously the track temp going the wrong direction as well, going south, not going north in terms of going up.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, I think it's just cold tyres on such a cold track this morning. They haven't raced in conditions like this. They did qualify in cold conditions yesterday morning, but the sun was out, the UV was on the track, so very different conditions for these guys this morning.
Have a look at Simpson, very authoritative, very clean, very committed up the inside of the number 39, going there into turn number 2. And sets his sights on the back of Toby Waghorn. That'll be a little bit more of a challenge. Replay coming up here of what happened at turns 1, 2, 3 and 4. So it was Bradley James with a little bit of contact there, and who was the car behind that sent James? Well, actually, it looks like it might have been Toby Waghorn, actually, that was in there. And there's Bradley Vaughan a bit further back in the field, so he had a bit of contact all on his own. That bumper's coming off that car as well. It's starting to smoke a bit further back in the field.
Another position there for Simpson. That's, yeah, he's continuing to recover, so that's now right up the point here once again. So he's recovered nicely. I'm trying to look at where James is. 20 seconds, so he's also recovering really nicely.
Yeah, and as I was saying, that bumper coming off the number 50 of Bradley Vaughan is starting to come apart at a great rate, and they have shown the mechanical black flag, commonly known as the meatball flag. There it is. You can just see it on the tower there. The black flag with the orange disc in the middle means you are obliged to come into the pit lane and fix that issue.
So once again, like he did yesterday, Griegold has put his head down. He's setting fastest laps consecutively, trying to bolt and make his way clear away from the field. He's got a 2-second margin at the moment over Tompkins, with Simpson now up to third, but 4 seconds further back, as we see a bit of a battle on here between Lodge and Bloxham. And
Will Longmore tagging along for the thing as well. He's going to take advantage of the door that just got opened as well. That's very, very smart driving. The number 69 was very, very wide through turn 3, and the invitation was there. He just said thank you very much. Coming back to your point just about the race leader at the moment, remarkable lap times yesterday. I think all of his laps outside of the very first lap off the grid were within about 4/10 of each other, which is absolutely phenomenal consistency. Let's have a look down here at turn 4. So there's the spin for William Seal in the 995, all on his own. Ambrose actually did a fairly good job to avoid that car.
Ambrose's been in the thick of the action early in this one, hasn't he? He was nearly involved in an accident at turn 1, and he's certainly done well to avoid the drama thus far.
Here comes Bradley James in the 61, recovering through the field on the back of the car. We just saw the replay having the spin a couple of laps ago at this part of the circuit. So Seal in the global self-storage machine, being pursued by Bradley James. So he's got himself back up to 20th, make that 19th. He'll go the long way around at turns 11 and 12 here, gets that job done. That now exposes Seal to William Sala behind, and another car that was coming along for the ride as well. Now, the number 50 of Bradley Vaughan, I'd imagine, has seen that flag, but they've had it out again for him. He's gone through and has not been into the lane to rectify that damage.
Yeah, interesting. That's the second time through now, so he'll have to come in this lap, I'd have thought, or next lap at the very, very latest, as we see Seal wide. So had the moment at Dandenong Road. He's now run wide at turn number 1. He's lost at least 3 positions there.
He'll get monstered here, I think, by the number 157 of Jet Bloomerus up the inside. And then we're going to go 3 wide here into turn 4. And Steelo, very opportunistic, grabs the pair of them.
Yeah, that was an interesting encounter there, but good heads-up driving from all 3.
Oh, we've got a car into the wall at the back of shot there as well. Just that's up at turn 3, the number 25 Where's that one on our list there?
Christopher Steele.
No, he's actually a bit further up. I couldn't actually see it's actually not even on our list of what car it was. Maybe it might be 35 if that's the case. No, it's William Sala in the red machine. But there was a car in the back of shot just all on its own into the tyre barrier at turn 3, just completely messed up the opening chicane.
Yeah, so we're halfway through the race now. Once again, Griegold with the fastest lap. So that margin now at to 3.9 seconds. He's certainly got the margin quite extensive. As we see windscreen wipers on the pit straight, is it beginning to spit of rain?
I can't see anything at the moment. So if it is, it's very, very light, and maybe just clearing the windscreen just from a safety measure point of view, just from a driver confidence point of view, I think as well. Something that you don't want those sort of distractions going on. Very wide, almost out of control, almost scraped the fence for James Lodge on that curb on the outside at turn 3, as he's very much in pursuit.
I've just seen Vaughan's come into the lane to fix that his front panel. What are the mechanics doing? They might just rip that corner off and send him back out there. Oh no, they're getting the tape out, so he should be back out, and at least he'll get some points.
Yeah, he might be a lap down in the final classification, but at least he'll get out there and he'll have to do all his hard work from the back. He has sunk pretty much to the last spot on the road at the moment. So keep a look on Cadel Ambrose in the 137, and he's chasing the 99 of James Kay. You just spotted there was a little bit of something lying on the road out the back there around turn 6 and 7.
I'm not quite sure what it was.
There it is.
No, I can't.
That's a piece of the bumper, I think, possibly of the Brad Vaughan machine, maybe on the racing line too. That's not in a really ideal spot when you're coming round turn 6 looking for your apex for turn 7, then you've got that in the middle of the road. Great switcheroo here for Cadel Ambrose. Up and over and under, went the long way around and put himself in a good spot to take away what is position number, actually where is that?
12.
Position number 12, there he is. So he's moves himself up one spot. Progressed nicely through the field after a little bit of a lackluster first race. I'm still trying to rack my brains about where I've seen that car before, in whose hands. So I'll have to go down after the race is over and have a chat and see if they can give me a little bit of a history lesson about the origins of where that car came from.
You can't say that you can't come away from this weekend and go, oh, it was a bit of a boring weekend. As we see a few raindrops there on the camera lens. So there are drops of rain around the circuit.
We're getting some reports that it's turn 4, there's a couple of spits of rain, and on the main straight there's a couple of spits of rain. It's not heavy enough, I guess, to really worry anybody, but probably just enough to be a distraction at the minute and put a little bit of doubt into people's minds about how this race is going to finish.
I was going to say, it's clearly not, slowing the cars down too much. I mean, what is that? That's
number of
9 of the top 10 setting personal bests on the last lap, and once again Griegold with his fastest lap of the race, so that margin now at 5.8 seconds out front.
He's mastered the conditions very, very well this morning. I mean, yesterday, as we said, he had those really good banker laps that were all within about 4/10 of each other, and he's doing the same thing again here this morning. All the lap times, again, very, very close to what they were yesterday. Not the record-setting pace that he set yesterday, still about 2/10 or so away from that pace, but they've done their homework. They've worked out what they need to do tyre pressure wise or setup change wise this morning to get that car tuned, and he's gone. He's checked out. So all the battling behind is really of interest to us. Will Longmore was got a little bit too close for comfort there with Lockie Bloxham and rode up over the right rear of the car, and I think that car's got broken steering.
Yeah, clipped the left rear, and absolutely you can see trying to keep it in just a straight line down the back straight. Yeah, definite damage upon landing, upon contact. You could see in the air the one wheel was not quite in line with the other. We'll have a look at the replay. So he tried just to place his car on the outside, but just misjudged it. And that was an awkward bit of contact, but he is continuing, but definitely steering damage for sure. Yep. Oh, we see him slide around the top corner. He might just have to bring it back a peg or two and just bring it home now with just over 2 laps to go.
Yeah, you just got to play the safe game here. Just make sure you can bring the car home straight. There's no point trying to risk it. If you got some drivers behind you, just play the common sense argument. Let them through if they're not in your fight, and just live to fight another day. For him, it'll be for race 3 a bit later on this afternoon.
Griegel, you were saying about the lap record he broke yesterday, is now just 300ths of a second off that lap record he broke yesterday, so very much repeating.
Oh, have we got the, is that the 93?
It is the 93. As he heads into Dandenong, it's Bell.
Yeah, Ryan Bell off at Dandenong Road.
Lucky to keep that off the wall, but that's why the tarmac's been placed out there to avoid incidents like we've seen in particularly supercars, the likes of Todd Hazelwood, Lee Holdsworth and Will Davison, who had massive accidents there over the course of several years. So that area of track has been tarmacked, although the grass is still further down the road into Dandenong Road.
Yeah, it's amazing with the number of the incidents that used to take place at that sort of turn 6-7 complex. They've all sort of shifted a little bit further down towards turns 8 and 9 now. It's a bit of ironic just considering how they've actually taken one incident away, or one incident hotspot away, and then everyone's focus has sort of shifted, you know, okay, what can I do next? And that's where all the accidents have now started to happen, just a few hundred metres a bit further down the track.
I think it might be quite hard to tarmac down there, though. I think gravel trap's certainly still necessary down at Dandenong Road.
These two have been engaged in a good battle for the last couple of laps. I think that might be the end of that battle, with James Kay going over the back end of turn 7 through that tarmac area we were just talking about. But Ambrose and Kay have routinely engaged in several changes of position over the last few laps since we last saw them, and they're still at it again here when we're now on the last lap. So can Ambrose hold off Kay, or can Kay grab that spot back? They are still arguing, well actually they're arguing over 12th and 13th.
There are still battle packs up and down the field. Longmore is still holding on to 8th at this point in time, holding off Techstar McCoy. We saw him clip the rear end of Bloxham a couple of laps ago, so he's still keeping it on the road and keeping it in a nice top 10 position.
Here's your race leader coming up the hill into turn 6. He's actually buttoned it off a little bit. The last lap time around for him was a 34.9 relative to all the 32s that he's been doing over the earlier parts of the race. So I think he knows he's got a comfortable enough margin to get home here, and he doesn't need to risk the car. The real interest is what's going on behind. Here's your State Series points leader in Hugo Simpson. Now, is he passing a car for position? No, that's a lap down. So he's marched his way back up to 3rd place after that drama that he had earlier in the race. But here comes your race leader and the winner of race 2. 2 for 2 for Ethan Griggold. Is anybody going to have anything for him later this afternoon?
Oh, the way it's been so far, I find that unlikely. But you never know in Circuit XL racing, and that's why we enjoy it so much. As we see Tompkins come across the line in position number 2 from Simpson in 3rd, and timing is going a little bit weird. There we are. It's just come back now.
And actually, in fact, Griggold buttoned it off on the 9th lap, and on lap 10, he's actually gone and broken his track record from yesterday by a full 0.3 of a second. So he's really in fine form this weekend, really in tune with the car. And I'll be interested to see what he can do a bit later this afternoon if it stays dry. Good to see him into the 31s, but a 1 minute 32.13 is the fastest we've seen around here for quite some time. And I know they've done a lot of changes with the XLs this year, with the control suspension and a number of other things that were changed over the course from last year to this year, and they've really found out how to hit the sweet spot with that 777 AMR and ERT motorsport machine.
Certainly have, yeah, absolutely. He's 2nd in the championship at this point in time. Had a good first race here in the opening round, but there was an incident that he was involved in race number 2, so didn't score too many points. So he's been playing catch up since then. As you see, a replay of an incident on the final lap.
Oh, we've got Troy Jeffs and Carly Fleming there. A little bit of contact, something went flying. Might have been just a small piece of the bodywork. Actually, speaking of bodywork, there's the race tape you were talking about on the Brad Vaughan machine in car number 50, and he was right down the bottom end of the order, I think. Yeah, he was the last classified car home in 31st place. So he's going to have it all to do from the rear of the grid. He qualified well. He was up the pointy end of the field in race 1 on Saturday afternoon, and he'll be one to watch out for in race 3 a bit later on, see just how far he can get.
Speaking of recoveries, in the end, James, who we saw finish up the point gen yesterday, we saw him spin on lap number 1. He recovered to P14, so that's good. That to me, I think he can fight for at least a top 5 come that final race later this afternoon. So looking forward to the final 10-lap encounter for XLs. That's on at...
Keeping an eye on things here is make sure we're actually on schedule. 1:15 Melbourne time this afternoon. And while we take a very short break, we're going to throw, I believe, to Callum Brannigan, who's in the paddock and having a chat to somebody from down there in the sports cars. We'll be back soon.
Down here at the Saloon Cars Paddock, joined alongside by Blake and Nash Harris. This is Blake's first weekend racing a saloon car at the Victorian State Race Series. Blake, how you going?
Oh, yeah, pretty good. I haven't crashed it yet, so we're right.
So we've had a qualifying session so far. How was your performance?
Oh, it was best we could with 1 lap, rested on the reds, but no, the car felt good, wanted to take off, but yeah, it's just unfortunately we couldn't get a good lap in, but yeah.
Were there any cars behind you? Notably, I'm looking at someone that might be behind you on the grid sheet.
Oh, I'm trying to keep my head down and just trying to get out of his way, but no, we'll see how we go on the grid, but yes, the race is going to be a bit intimidating, but we'll see how we go.
And how does that sit with you, Dad?
Well, that's a tough pill to swallow, guys. Yeah, having my son, obviously, first race meeting with Saloon Cars, and yeah, he's out-qualified me. But anyway, my excuse is I'm in an early model car, and I'll take that, all right? But otherwise, yeah, good on him, And for anyone out there, you know, young kids that are looking to get in, that's proof that it can be done, and just do some laps and go and have some fun.
That's awesome. It's all about fun at the end of the day. We'll go back to the central commentary box.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Welcome back trackside here for round 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And there's a car smack bang right in the middle of the picture. You may remember from many years ago. It's Gary Finnemore's XA Coupe, but you might remember it from when Eddie Albanese raced it in TCM. Had a big shunt yesterday. In fact, climbed on top of the wall in the Vic V8s race just off the start line there. So much power it drove up. They had a bit of a clip. There was a coming together. But good to see that car there. We're sort of hoping that maybe that's going to get a bit of a discretionary lap to follow around there. There's a display of how cold it is. There's I think it's number 19, Adam Lowndes, coming out of the lane there and getting sideways, trying to get some heat desperately into the tyres, the Bridgestones on these saloon cars. This is the Victorian Saloon Cars Championship, and we've got a really, really strong field of cars. I'm Darren Smith. Dan McCarthy will stay right in the hot seat, and I reckon about 5 o'clock tonight, mate, you're going to be busting to go to the toilet because you're going to be there for a while today, aren't you? You've got lots of duties on, but certainly the saloon cars are on track. They always turn on a good show, and have been around for quite some time. It's real traditional Australian circuit racing fare, isn't it? Ford versus Holden. Unfortunately, we don't manufacture these cars anymore on the manufacturing, and that car there doesn't look like a saloon car either. That looks like Danny Timewell in his improved production car as well. So yes, here's this car, new tyres on it, sticker tyres, and yeah, as yesterday in the Vic V8s race, this car climbed up onto the wall quite violently, didn't it?
Yeah, I didn't think we'd see that again today. So off the line, he lost the rear end just a few metres off the line and slid into the Armco barrier on the pit wall. So he rode up onto 2 wheels and was lucky to come back down. So as we
I would suggest both Gary Finnemore driving the Mentone Premix XA there, and also Danny Timewell in the Commodore, just getting some discretionary laps because they had issues during the day yesterday. So the officials trying very, very hard to recover from what was a very tricky day at the racetrack yesterday, with some big incidences, some big delays, different bits and pieces. So trying to give back to the competitor base a little bit more flexibility, although I couldn't have thought they could have been any more flexible yesterday. It was just a tough old day where every race had an incident, almost every race. And that's what those two cars are there. Let's have a look at the grid as they come round. It'll be Sean Jamieson taking up the pole position. Scott Dornan right alongside that. Scott right there coming down in the 23. Then we've got Jacob Prespapino to Adam Lowndes. Adam Lowndes turned it on pretty hard yesterday, and I think he gave us a clear signal leaving the pits, lighting it up and getting sideways. He's on for a big one today. Daniel Johnson, the yellow and black Falcon, and really waving the flag for the FOMO furiously from the third row of the grid. Luca Callahan, then we've got Andrew McSwain. Nash Harris joining us down there as well. His father, Rod, famous owner of the Tickford Racing outfit, out there as well. Seen him in pit lane this morning. Glenn Campbell, back to James Jesh. This is a good return for James. He had a torrid time in Friday practice and in qualifying also. There's a couple of spots there. That's Andrew McSwain and Blake Harris missing off the grid. But James from SA has made his way up during the race to 12th. Back to Jeffy Thomas, Robert Knight, Ash Lee, Brett Tate, Matt Yeager, David Lyons, Sam Milton, and Mark Sutherland. In fact, I don't think Mark's on there. I saw the car on the trailer and didn't get out in the race yesterday. So the number 9, who was absolutely rapid here early on in the year, was not taking too much further part in it. In fact, the number 9 did a really good job. Got on the podium at the end of the round earlier on this year. In fact, there's the no, not just getting a bit of a look here. The Prestapino car not getting off the line. The 99 sitting still there and getting bottled up behind is Daniel Johnson there as well. Dornan getting the run down there, as is Jamieson side by side. And in fact, that's not Jamieson. That's the 19 of Lowndes. So he's come off the second row of the grid, got to the inside and leads them into turn 1. Dornan out over the ripple strip. There comes Jamo in the Sedan Hotels Red Commodore. Gets the spot back off Dornan, and he's got iterations to get onto the back of Lowndes. But if Lowndes' pace from yesterday is anything to go on, he is going to just drive away. There's the 46 that I'm getting confused with Mark Sutherland there as well. So the 46 is Sam Milton. Prestapino gone all the way to the back, and he's pulled over to the extreme left. He's not going to take too much further part. No,
I saw some smoke on pit straight as he's heading down towards turn number 1, so some sort of issue there, which is a real shame as we see yesterday's race winner Jamieson. He's quickly recovered from his poor start and he's on the back of Lowndes, who's locked it all up into Dandenong Road, but he's able to keep it on the road, so they remain as they were heading into that corner. But Jamieson piling on the pressure as they head into the final couple of corners.
Well, you'd have to say Jamo is the red-hot favourite. He took 3 from 3 at round 1 here earlier this year. He's had a great trip. He loves coming over the border from South Australia to race his saloon car. And the number 22 is being given a false start.
Jeff Thomas.
Jeffo, halfway down through the field. Well, the judges, in fact, have done well to see the white and red Falcon. Here we go, line side by side. Up into turn 1, under brakes, Sean Jamieson, a behemoth of saloon car racing in this country. Does a beautiful job. Wow. You're point of in a straight line here at Sandown, the 2 big drag strips with the wiggly bit, and up over the ripple strip he goes. That's going to harm his run onto the back straight. Has Lowndes been able to carry the speed, or did he have to go for the brakes? He's carried some speed. He himself even climbs up over the ripple strip, as does Dornan, as does Leoncini, as does Callahan, and Johnson as well. They're all climbing up over the turn 4 ripple strip.
Just turned into turn 2 and just got tons of understeer. It just would not turn, just understeered into the grass. So he's clearly struggling for a bit of tyre tempo. Maybe it's just a bit of a setup tweak, but I reckon it's cold tyres. Very different conditions to what these guys raced in yesterday under the hot sunlight. It really felt hot yesterday, didn't it, this time under the sun yesterday?
Someone's had some big lockups down at Dandenong Road. We didn't quite see that. What we are seeing is that Daniel Johnson has got the retina-burning LED driving lights on to let everyone know he's the first Falcon on the road. And at the moment, it's a Callahan that is coming under the heat from Daniel Johnson, bloke that works feverishly in the background for this category to make sure it continues on, does some great work, and backed up by a great group of people that keep this particular series going very, very well.
Just notice this car. It's Capillari. He wasn't in the race yesterday, I don't believe. He came off the back of the grid in this one, and he's already making up positions. So very impressive stuff on this Sunday morning to come from the back of the grid with no racing knowledge yesterday.
And really got, for international motorsport, the name on the side of the car. We'd probably call it Alpine Constructions, but in Europe at the moment it's called Alpine, and they're threatening all sorts of things to Oscar Piastri, aren't they?
Oh, certainly the big news story, both in Australia and globally as well, as you say. Is he going to drive for McLaren? Is he going to drive for Alpine?
Looks good here though. This car's doing one Capillari, Alpine building permits, or Alpine building permits. Let's not get them all mixed up. One's a Formula One car manufacturer, and one's a saloon car here at Sandown. So good to see the fight back. And in fact, Jeffy Thomas is still out there. He does have that jump start infringement hanging over his head. So that's Jeff there in the 22, doing well in the Pensioners Cup. And every time I say that, it's what they call it. I don't call it that. It's what the saloon cars have nominated. And Jeff's doing a ripping job in that aspect of it.
I'm just looking, there's a bit of reshuffling there on that first lap. So we've got Sean Jamieson. He's made his way back to the front. He won yesterday's race and leads now by 6 seconds already. That's quite remarkable. Scott Dornan started from P2. He's dropped down to 4th early on in this race, as we see Leoncini and Lowndes fighting for position. That's position number 2, and Leoncini takes the position around the outside at turn number 1. Lovely move.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder if Lowndes has got the incoming tyre set up for a charge towards the end of this race. He got off the line brilliantly, led down to turn 1, had to surrender that to Jamieson, and he's driven off. Can't even see the back of Jamo or out in front of this race at the moment. But Lowndes has now gone down a spot to Leoncini, and there's our race leader. Interestingly enough, his championship points, as we hear the Bridgestones protesting at the left-hander at the top of the hill. 268 points, his nearest contender is Angels Leoncini, and he is now in hot pursuit, so he's trying to claw that back. Mark Sutherland on 216. Then it's Daniel Johnson on 182. Nash Harris on 162. So that's your top 4 contenders at the moment. Nash Harris is down the field a little bit in 9th. Great to hear from Nash before we went to this race out there in the paddock. But Lowndes now, you just get the feeling this car's not quite right for the first couple of laps. 10 laps is the journey, so there is an opportunity to set up a set of tyres that are going to come on good in the last, say, 3 to 4 laps of this race. And I bet you that's what Adam's hoping at the moment, that that is the strategy, and he can start to answer the question that Leoncini and Jamo have asked him. But at the moment, 9.2 second lead with half the race completed. Unless Sean Jamieson has something come astray, then he's driven away with this already.
He was 3.6 seconds faster than anybody else on that lap alone. It's remarkable speed. He's just bolted. As you say, 9.2 seconds. And we've got to remember that he wasn't even leading at the end of the first lap.
This is a good one here. This is a really good battle with Daniel Johnson and O'Callaghan. And the Bridgestones again protesting underneath our race leader. Luke O'Callaghan is charging pretty hard and trying to get onto the back of Scotty Dornan, and we'll see what happens there. Scott Dornan, of course, started on the front row. He's gone back to P4 now. Lock up there, big lock up, and that will hurt.
He struggled there all weekend. We saw in yesterday's race, he ran over the back of that curb through the grass a couple of times. So that's been the trouble corner for him all weekend.
It's like Daniel's got the rest of the track all sorted out, but he loses any sort of flow coming off the speed off the top of the mountain once he gets to try and exit Dandenong Road or turn 9. There's our race contender. The 15, that is, and he's having a red hot go at it.
He's really throwing it over the curbs of turn 2 and 3. And
is he looking for a lap record? Maybe that's what we're looking for. A 1:23.25 is Sean's lap record. A 1:23.25. He's done a 23.4. In fact, there it is. There's your lap record. Oh no, it's not. Sorry,
2 tenths.
Yeah, 2 tenths off it. So he's trying hard. He's set purple sector on sector 1 for this lap. So he's leading the race by a country mile. Maybe he's doing a bit of a right time to put the head down, and let's try and get a new lap record. There it is. That is exactly what he is trying to do.
Yeah, he set the lap record here in the first race meeting early this year, so that was set in late February under lovely blue skies. A lot warmer conditions than today.
Well, in fact, we're 6 laps into this journey. The Bridgestones are probably at their peak now. They're probably right at that point in time. Let's keep an eye on the time sheets. It's a 1:23.25 that is the current lap record. It's 1:23.6, so no, he's actually gone slower on that lap than the previous lap there. Here we go. Jeffy Thomas, who's got a penalty hanging over his head. Right alongside is Glenn Campbell, and they go down into Dandenong Road. Great battles here. These guys are really turning it on for us in the championship this year. A couple of older Falcons there, and Jeff Thomas is actually coming into this round leading by only 9 points over, and at the moment Jeff's sitting behind Glenn Campbell.
Speaking of points, importantly, Dornan has come into the lane, so he was second in yesterday's race, so he's got some sort of mechanical drama or something, and he's come straight into pit lane, so that's not good for his round points. That's going to put him off the back of the grid for this afternoon's race, but yeah, that's certainly going to affect things. He was Jamison's closest round rival coming into this one. As we see them go around turn number 1, and there's another slow car. That's number 91. So that's another person dropping down the order who is comfortably inside the top 10. So a bit of drama late in this Saloon Cars race.
So we do know that these 2 cars out here are battling it out for a championship within the championship, the Pensioners Cup there. And the information I have out of race control is that Jeff Thomas is going to get a time penalty for a false start.
You see the battle going into the final sequence of turns. That's car number 63 and car number 46.
Callahan and Milton having a really good battle. Jamison now to Lowndes, who's got back through on Leoncini. And that is where the battle will be. There it is, just disappearing off the bottom of our screens in the live stream. Big welcome to everyone watching on BLTV. This is the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. There's the 46 again, and that's Milton and O'Callaghan. Good battle, and here's Lowndes reacquainting himself with second position. In fact, he looks like he's got himself quite a handy 1 second gap since getting that lead back. You'd have to say 18 seconds up to Sean Jamison. He's setting lap record or thereabout times. No one else has been down into the 23s. In fact, no one else has got into the 24s. It's only our race leader that's dipped into it. The number 19 looks pretty purposeful right now. I wonder if this tyre set is starting to come back to him, like I suggested at the start of this race. We're now 7 laps in. Oh, he absolutely torches the unloaded left-hand front tyre there. That will feel like he's driving on a 50-cent piece around the left-hand front of that car. That will be giving some fair old wheel wobble feedback, I would suggest.
Yeah, that'll be difficult to manage on the last couple of laps, but he'll have to make do now. But as you say, it's interesting because he was overtaken by Leoncini not too long ago. In fact, he's slow coming onto the straight, so Leoncini draws alongside him up the inside. He'll have the run into turn number 1, but I think he'll have the move done before we even get there, and he does.
I tell you what, that is a classic Sandown. If you do not flow the car onto the straight, you're in all sorts of strife. But Lowndes is not done. He wants to have a look up the inside under brakes. That really hurts his exit speed there. He had to go so tight into the corner, and what it's doing is it's bringing Daniel Johnson into it, because we no longer have Dornan in the game there. Johnson has arrived. Have a look at that. He is right there now with these two.
Lowndes used a lot of curb at turn number 2, and it, as you say, allowed Johnson to close up. These two had a great battle at the end of the race yesterday, separated by 0.02 of a second. Will we see the same thing today with 2 laps to go? I doubt it'll be 0.02 of a second, but it looks like it could be mighty close.
I tell you what, before the race this afternoon, we need to get a message to Adam Lowndes, and that is put the headlights on, mate. Everyone else around you's running them. Put them on. distract the boys in front as much as you can. Under brakes again, no lock up this time, a little bit more sensible into the corner.
Certainly looks like Lowndes has the speed on both of these two, but he just doesn't quite have the consistency. A couple of mistakes, or down at Dandenong Road last time, onto the pit straight and then at turn 2, but when he keeps it clean and on the road, he certainly has the pace to retake position number 2 as these guys, the fight for second begins their final lap of the race.
I tell you what, there's one good thing about saloon cars, and in the history of saloon cars is that every lap and every corner counts. They really don't. No one just sits behind each other and waits for something to happen. Lowndes looks out in the straight line, looks for the run to the inside. This could have been part of his race plan. Right, let Leoncini lead. I'll try and drive out of turn 1 on the last lap. I'll bring Daniel Johnson through with me. Maybe not including Daniel in the equation here, but they turn in on it. And Daniel's going to get the job done on Leoncini there as well. Nice work. Really good racing there between these three.
Leoncini still wants third, using all the road on the exit at turn number 3. As you see down the back straight. Now we're going to get a replay of an incident further down the field.
This is Lee and Knight. This is further down in some of the old cars. Knight goes through in the 28. That's a wild old ride. And the VN, they were good for locking up rears anyway. And wow, that was pretty much all on his own there. That could have been a whole lot more hairy. Here comes our race leader, the lap record holder from earlier on this year. He had to go at it in this race, didn't quite get there, but a 1:23.4 was a rapid lap. He gets the win. Now it's all about how many seconds back. Last time he had a lead of 23 seconds. This is a country mile in a saloon car race, let alone only a 10-lapper.
I don't think I've ever seen a margin quite like this, not in recent history anyways. You see the battle for second position come once again down to the wire, but it's Lowndes that holds on from Johnson and Leoncini. What a fantastic battle that was for position number 2. As you see the rest of the field come through, Milton, O'Callaghan, and they continue to come through. That was a great saloon car race, a great battle for P2. 3 cars. You didn't know who was going to prevail in the end.
Terrific race there as they all stream to the line now. Sean Jamieson has got this championship by the absolute throat. Another race win. He had a clean sweep here at Sandown. I think he dropped to second place in one of the races at Winton. Daniel Johnson home in third. That's going to help his title contention because he is currently sitting in 4th. Mark Sutherland hasn't taken any points, so Daniel will jump to 3rd in the championship hunt. Hendrils, Leoncini, Sam Milton, Liam O'Callaghan, Lines, then Nash, Harris, Capelli. Great drive there from the rear of the grid. Jeffy Thomas is going to get a 5-second penalty, so where's that going to drop him back to? It's going to drop him back 2 spots to 12th, but that's a good drive even getting into the 10 there. Knight, Tate, Jaeger, Jaschke were DNF'd in that, unfortunately, so his weekend continues to go from good to bad again. So interesting. Here's the Sedan Hotel Commodore, car number 15. He's doing a brilliant job in this season, this South Australian. And gee, it's great to have these South Australians coming over and joining in the Vic Series. They've brought a completely new level to the Vic rounds, and great to have them. We're not too far away from seeing the Vic V8s on track. We'll have them on our program coming up next. Back in just a few moments.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
And welcome back trackside. We give Darren Smith a well-earned rest as he continues to battle with some issues with his voice box. But big thank you to Darren for all his efforts so far in season 2022 for the Victorian State Race Series. My name is Callum Brannigan. I'm joined alongside by Dan McCarthy, the super sub, who continues to expand his horizons in the commentary tower up here. So it's always a huge pleasure having Dan McCarthy up here calling all of the action. Coming up shortly are the Vic V8s, and yesterday their race obviously didn't get underway in obviously the best of standards, the ex-Eddie Albanica Falcon into the fence in rather spectacular fashion. If you want to catch a replay of that, of course, you can tune into yesterday's broadcast. I'm sure there'll be highlights on the social media pages as well for the BLTV and the VSRS pages in the coming days as well, but that was rather a spectacular start line incident, but we sincerely hope that that car's been repaired and is back out there today. I haven't actually been down to the dummy grid to see if that car has in fact made its way back out there, but we sincerely hope that it has. So as you can see on our screen, we've got a smorgasbord of 10-lap races coming your way this afternoon, Dan.
Yeah, certainly do. So, yeah, as you say, Vic V8s, hopefully we can get the race in today, but followed by Formula Ford, Porsche 944s, improved production, Saloon Cars, BMW E30s, and then the 40-minute sports cars race with the Sin and several Porsches in that one. And then we head into the third race. It's also got a couple of V's in there as well. So a bit of a packed program today. Looking forward to it. It should be good action. So, yeah, the racing should finish around 4:30 if things run on schedule today. But the weather may play a factor in that later on, but hopefully, yes, lots of green flag running, unlike yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was unfortunate. A lot of the races, or most of the races, were punctured by either safety cars or significant delays, which gave the event organisers, the Australian Sports Sedans Association, we're used to seeing the Victorian Sports Sedans Championship on track, proudly supported by QP Lubes, but this weekend they've taken a step back, or if not a step up, to organising the meeting, and it's no small feat to organise and coordinate something like this. There's a lot of effort that goes in from the car club, as well as all of the organising bodies that form the coalition that is the Victorian State Race Series. You've also got the Mini Car Club of Victoria. They'll be organising and hosting the final round of the VSRS coming up later on this year at Phillip Island. You've also got the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club that pitch in and help. You've also got the MG Car Club of Victoria. So all of these car clubs are vital to organising these race meetings and ensure that it's a massive task to make sure that it runs to schedule, as we saw yesterday. So rumbling out onto the track out of the dummy grid are the Vic V8s for what is hopefully their first competitive laps of the weekend, or should I say a proper race, a proper 10-lap race with these homebred V8 cars.
We got two Commodores in the old 90s HRT liveries on the front row, and yesterday it was actually Finn that made the better start, and he would have led into turn number one had the red flag not been immediately called, as car number 48, Gary Fimore, hit the Armco on pit straight, the pit wall, in fact, in a road up there on two wheels. We saw him doing a lap just for... Oh, we've got an incident here. Car number 10, who is that? That's Argento. So he's hit the wall going to the grid. We saw a similar incident in S5000, I recall, last year in wet conditions. Caleb Natoa hit the wall heading to the grid. That was in 2020 actually. Sorry, 2021. So last year hit the wall heading to the grid in S5000, and looks like something similar has occurred here. So we may see a delayed start, and indeed we will.
Yeah, confirmation there on the graphic from Motorsport Australia. Of course, they've got a heavy involvement in this weekend officiating the meeting, but so it looks like we've got cold tyres and cold heads coming out of the dummy grid, unfortunately. So the AU Falcon has speared into the Armco on driver's left-hand side, and you can see the Team Medical Australia as well as the Victorian Fire and Rescue Team as well on the scene almost immediately to try and help him. So that, as we saw before, there will be a delayed start. They will probably take their time, just a little bit more to come around onto the main straight and just maximise the time and opportunity for the officials to clean up that AU Falcon in the fence at the driver's left-hand side. But he's not the first driver to do that. He'll probably be kicking himself for that mishap this morning, but he's certainly not the first driver that has suffered from a race-ending incident before the race has even started.
Oh, absolutely, yes. There's been some famous names do the same over the years. I recall Michael Schumacher on the way to the grid, even crashing into Christian Albers, I think it was, in China back in 2005. So, yes, certainly the very best can be caught out on cold tyres.
Dean Canto as well comes to mind. I think it was the 2003 Australian Grand Prix in a DJR Shell Falcon, spearing it into the fence on the warm-up lap, albeit it was a lot more slick and a lot wet that day. But yeah, certainly that AU Falcon will not be taking part in this race. We can't quite see from our vantage point just how they're going with the clean-up operation at the moment, but you can still see on screen a huge field of Vic V8s making their way out onto the grid. So the starting order is Greg Lynch, the dentist, starting from pole position in that VT Commodore. He is very proud of that car. He's owned it since 2000, so that's 22 years having that car parked in his garage, and he's parked it firmly on pole position. He's alongside Finn, who we are expecting to be one of the challengers this morning in this 10-lap race. Mark Kakauri starting at a third position. He's the club president, and Argento was meant to be starting out of fourth position before being forced out of the race. We've got Hender starting in fifth position, Radcliffe in sixth position, Chivers in seventh position, Eddie in eighth position, also in ninth position, and Michael Budge rounding out the top 10. Sorry, it's Argento in 11th position in the number 10 AU Falcon, who will not be taking this race. So apologies to the number 27 car for that one. Finemore is showing it starting in 12th position, but he was, of course, the start line mishap, and I'm just looking down the start-finish straight to see if he's taken to the start of this race, and it doesn't look like he has, unfortunately.
He did a lap just before the Saloon Cars just to see if the car was okay and whether or not he could take part in this race. He did complete the lap, but clearly he doesn't feel comfortable that the car is ready to take part in this one. It's interesting that both the cars that have had the mishaps this weekend are on the same row of the grid, so that's why there's a couple of empty slots there. Those are the two cars that have had incidents, shall we say, on the start line or start straight this weekend. As we can see at the far end of the shot, that car's still being recovered, so unfortunately racing is not going to commence straight away.
So on screen you can see the number 14 VL Walkinshaw Commodore. That's driven by Adam Cadio. That car is beautifully presented, and he's alongside Bell in his VE Commodore. But it's a prime example of what the Vic V8s offer in terms of variety and technical difference between all of these makes and models. You've got the cars on the front row. The VT Commodore of Greg Lynch, for example, that's a thoroughbred car that he's developed over a long time, and you can see on screen now the Argento panels. AU Falcon is on the flatbed truck, so we anticipate a start to this race very, very shortly. But the technical diversity that this series has to offer is certainly what makes it one of the crowd favourites, and especially we've got a smattering of Commodore Cups or ex-Commodore Cup cars thrown in the mix as well, alongside the thoroughbred cars built out of a shed. This really is an emerging series and is certainly a public favourite.
Yeah, as you say, you've got the likes of the XB Falcons, some XY Falcons, all the way up to AU as we see on the screen. So a huge diversity in Holdens and Fords. So we're just seeing that car being cleared down at the turn number 1 exit. So fingers crossed we will get this underway very shortly.
You would hazard a guess that most of the field switched off the engines on the grid, as these cars do not have fans, or they probably won't have fans, so they only are cooling themselves when they are in or when they're operating and circulating. So you certainly can't be sitting on the grid for too long. So you'd hazard a guess that they had switched off the cars, and you'd sincerely hope that they'd fired back up again, because hot race cars tend to be a little bit tricky at times. But we anticipate a start to this race within the next 10 seconds or so. It looks like the green flag has been shown. Oh, we've got a warm-up lap as well, so green flag. And we're going to get something that resembles a national starting procedure according to the Motorsport Australia manual. So they roll off the grid nice and easily, and they might be docked a lap or two from this race at the moment, but we haven't heard anything from race control to confirm that, but they are trying extremely hard to keep this meeting to a tight schedule.
I think it would have been too long to wait on the grid. Tyres would have cooled. It would have been very risky sending them into the 90-degree left-hander at turn number 1 at such high speed on almost stone-cold tyres again. So definitely the right decision there made by Motorsport Australia to send them back out for another warm lap, get the tyres back up to temperature, so we can hopefully get away cleanly as we see them come around turn number 1. So yeah, some drivers weaving quite vigorously, others deciding not to. We'll see how things go. Obviously with these cars, we saw yesterday the incident at turn number 1, but very different conditions to what they would have raced in yesterday. A lot more overcast, a lot colder at this time of the morning, so certainly different conditions. Friday practice, these guys were, majority of the field anyway, was out there practicing on Friday in very mixed conditions depending on the session. I know that the afternoon certainly ended in the wets. We're getting reports that this is only going to be a 7-lap encounter, but at least we're going to get hopefully some laps in the book. The first race for the Vic V8s here at Sandown this weekend, and indeed for the year, a new category on the program this weekend.
So it's a quick shout out to Heath McAlpine, who yesterday stepped behind the microphone to call this race, but was unfortunately called short. He was very much looking forward to the spectacle that is a VT Commodore and a VS Commodore starting on the front row in HRT liveries. It's the HRT golden days of the late 90s over again. He was very excited by that prospect. So big shout out to Heath. Big thank you to his efforts yesterday for calling all of the action. One of the once again another super sub in the VS RS commentary lineup. So big thank you to everyone's efforts for this weekend. And we, as you were saying before, the weather conditions are not too bad today. It is a little bit crisp out there, if not a little bit overcast, and everyone's looking to the skies and the Bureau of Meteorology weather applications just to see what the weather might be doing. But we have to say a massive thank you to the volunteer officials here this weekend. They're out there rain, hail and shine. Yesterday was absolutely screaming sunshine, and I actually got a little bit sunburned at some point. So we sincerely hope that all the officials out there were being sun smart, applying a liberal amount of sunscreen, and they are up to the task today, keeping warm, keeping fed, keeping hydrated, and doing an excellent job, because we can't have motorsport without the officials.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to get sunburned today, I reckon, but you never know.
You never know, Dan. Don't say it.
I am a POM. I'm prone to being sunburned. As we see those gorgeous HRT liveried machines line up on the grid. Lynch actually a little bit ahead of Finn today, so he's just crept that little bit further forwards. He'll have I reckon that's 40 centimetres, something like that, advantage off the line.
40 centimetres. Dan McCarthy will be running out with a ruler to verify that one later on. But we saw Greg Lynch. He took out a race victory earlier this year as part of the Victorian Sport Sedans Championship. 5-second board being shown to the field. Listen to those V8s rev, and they are underway. We've got Mark Kakari. He has stalled, but he's got the car fired back up again, and he is underway. But it's Greg Lynch who has the inside line in the number 22 VT Commodore. He'll lead the way. He leads from Finn coming into turn 1, and it looks like Ratcliffe, who's made his way up into P3 as well. So that's a great start from Ratcliffe. Tiptoeing into turn 1. Tyres still coming up to temperature. Brakes still coming up to temperature as well. All of the operational temps are crucial for these cars to ensure they maximise their pace. But you hazard a guess at the moment, Lynch has absolutely sprinted out of the gates, and as he comes through Pertec turn 4, past the lap brake signs, he's doing a great job. He's already got about 8 car lengths back to Finn in position 2.
It was actually Finn that made the better initial launch. He took off the line really nicely, but once that power came in for Lynch, he was able to overhaul him quite comfortably by the time they got down to turn number 1.
Now it looks like Kikari, we're still just waiting to see where he has fed back into the field after that start line mishap. It's always a bit of a scary prospect when drivers stall on the grid, as we saw at the Bend just a couple of weeks ago at the Repco Supercars Championship round. There's Mark Kikari in the number 39 Auto Cure car coming through turn 9 underneath the Penrite Bridge, and he's out there and circulating. So we'll keep a keen eye on him and his progress through this race. He's just behind Vella in the number 57 car. On screen right now is the number 44 car.
As you see, car number 27 overtake Ratcliffe down pit straight, so that's a move for third. As we see the gorgeous 70s Falcon ride in there as well. Such variety in these 3 cars alone.
Yeah, the XY, the GDHO Falcon, all over the back of Ratcliffe. That GDHO Falcon being steered by Hender. That is a beautiful car, looking absolutely resplendent. Look as he tips it out of turn 4. But that was Argento who's made his way up into P3. That was a smart move up the inside coming into turn 1. And you can see on screen there, Greg Lynch absolutely opening up the taps on that VT Commodore. Hender's made his way up into P4 now, so he takes away that position from David Ratcliffe, I should say. I'm sure he's a wizard behind the wheel, doing a fantastic job out there at the moment. I always get mixed up with that one, Dan.
Yes, Daniel Ratcliffe rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? That shows our age, doesn't it, growing up with Harry Potter, that's for sure. But anyway, as we complete lap number 2, it's Lynch who further extends his margin, another fastest lap, so that margin 2.4 seconds as he crosses the line. And now we see Argento up to third, Hender and Ratcliffe, but good to see these cars having some green laps after yesterday's incident, and don't they sound gorgeous on pit straight?
Oh, they sound magnificent, and that's the car of the number 44 car of Orso. He's coming under fire from Kikari as they come charging down towards turn 1. They've got Bell on the outside in the VE Commodore. Nice and easy as they come through, giving each other plenty of room. So obviously they're not racing for sheep stations at this stage, but Kikari certainly making ground after that start line mishap. He's up the inside as they come through turn 2, and Orso still just ahead of the number 57 of Vella. So this is a great race, and as you said before, Dan, nice clean racing so far for the Vic V8s. Greg Lynch is just making his way through turn 9 at the moment. He's got lights ablaze at the moment, but coming up the back straight, you've still got this gaggle of cars. It's Kikari on the recovery drive, and you can see going through the shot there, that's Adam Caddio in the number 14 VL Walkinshaw car. Always a big fan of a beautifully presented Walkinshaw Commodore whenever you do get the chance to walk through the pit paddock and have a nice close look at some of these cars. They are beautifully presented and they sound the part as well.
Vella there taking position number 11 across the top of the hill and down into Dandenong Road. So Kikari has made good progress. He's made his way up to 10th on this lap, so a nice recovery. You can see he's already made several positions after that tardy start off the line from the second row. Where can he make his way up to? Obviously, he's not got the amount of laps that he expected to have to make his way up through the field. It was scheduled to be 10 laps, cut short to 7 after that outlap incident. So there we are, another position gain. So that's P9 as we see. Car number 8, is that?
Yeah, that looks like car number 8 indeed.
It's Michael Budge, so he's come to a stop. I think that's down towards Dandenong Road. Not quite sure, hard to tell, but I believe that was down at Dandenong Road, so that's a shame. Yeah, he was running quite nicely, but his race come to an abrupt end. It's been quite an attritional start already in this one, but it's good to see that they're still... Oh, and
is that Kikari going slowly? So, and it looks like...
Dropping like flies here as an engine expires on the back straight. So Kikari's now got covered in smoke as well. So
that's Orso. So Orso's had a massive issue. That engine has absolutely detonated going up the back straight. So 2 cars in less than a kilometre out of race 2 of the Vic V8. So that's an unfortunate end to what has been a promising start to their Sunday program so far. But on screen now,
I was just going to say, that was great heads-up driving. He moved his car over to the sort of where the horse race, the old track used to come in the 80s, the longer version of the Sandown track. So he's got his car out of harm's way, and that means that we can continue to race under green flag.
Great battle between Craig Eddy and the car of Caddio as well. Eddy just locking a brake there coming into turn 2. Craig Eddy, of course, is a plumber, or as he says, a doctor of Scientology. 6-litre V8 under the hood of that V8 Commodore, former Commodore Cup car. Massive brakes, and obviously has been campaigned by Phil Brock in the past as well, so that car's got plenty of legacy racing in Australia. But have a go at Adam Caddio all over the back of him. As you can say, that's another example of the technical diversity that this series has to offer. Yes, they are Victoria. Yes, they have a V8, so technically they qualify. I hazard a guess for this series, but great racing between these two this morning. But we're down to 12 cars at the moment, and unfortunately Budge in that number 8 car expiring down at turn 9 there, as you saw just underneath the Penrite Bridge. That's certainly not the way he wanted to get his Sunday up and running.
Kikowri, although we saw him slow in the back straight, he is still running, so he wants to try and finish and collect some points at least in this second race. So he's slipped down to P11. It's probably P12 off camera by now. I'd have thought he was a good 8 seconds slower or more than everybody around him. So he's just going to bring it home. There's only a couple of laps to go, and he'll get some points on the board and a slightly better group position for this afternoon's final 10 lap, hopefully, encounter.
So Lynch is just carefully negotiating his way through turn 9 at the moment, and I think he was just getting past the slow-moving car of Kikowri. I think it might be his car from a distance, but this battle unfolding coming out of turn 4 at the moment, and Lynch making his way through turn 12 as well in that number 22 VT Commodore. Absolutely beautifully presented, and no, that car didn't actually compete. He's homebrewed that car completely from scratch, and it looks absolutely the part. And look, he's got almost a Sandown main straight length between himself and Finn in P2. Finn himself driving a very smartly liveried VS Commodore, the Force Accessories car.
I think Finn's slowing. That looked a little weird there. I know he's under brakes, but he was a whopping 4 seconds slower on that last lap or 3 seconds slower than his personal best. So I don't know if he's nursing a problem or nursing tyres, I'm not sure, but he's certainly not got the speed he had earlier on in the race. He dropped, over 3 seconds to the race leader on that last lap, and 3 seconds slower than his personal best. So hopefully he can bring the car home. He's got a 10-second margin to the car behind, so he should be all right. But a little bit of a concern on the final couple of laps.
So here comes the dentist. It is Greg Lynch. He took out a race win in the Victorian Sports Sedans Championship presented by QP Lubes, and it looks like he's very much on track to take out race 2 of the Vic V8s this morning here at the historic Sandown International Raceway. Checkered flag waving. Greg Lynch comes across the line, punches the air. He's very happy with those efforts, so he takes out the race victory in that VT Commodore, and it's absolute daylight between himself and Finn in P2. About 10 seconds was the gap. Here he comes across the line to take out P2 in the number 82, and on screen as well, that number 53 GTHO Falcon. He's going to come home in 4th position. He's just behind Argento in that Falcon as well. So it's the Blue Oval, the P3 and P4, Dan.
Yes, as you say, Holden, Ford, and then another Holden to round out the top 5 as Ratcliffe comes across the line. And you really can see the diversity in this field. I know we've said already, but as they cross the line, it's just great to see us. Car number 14, very slow across the line. That's Caddio, so hopefully no dramas there, but at least he got to the finish in, as we say, a very attritional first real hit out for the Vic V8s here at Sandown this weekend.
So that's Bell across the line to take out position 9 in that number 36 VE Commodore. And here comes, it looks like Bonner in the number 90 car. He rounds out the top 10 in his VS Commodore. I do love a bonnet hump whenever I see one on a VS Commodore. And it looks like Lehman, who's going to come across the line in 11th position as well. This is his debut race weekend, actually, in that car. And the series as well. So it's great to have him on board.
I'm looking behind for Kikowri, and I cannot see him. I don't think he has crossed the line, and he hasn't. He's not around, so he has recorded a DNF. The man who looked very quick in that one. Unfortunately, no points on the board. He'll start from position number 12 this afternoon.
So they're making their way back into the pit paddock. So we've got Formula Ford, supported by Speco VHT, coming up next for their 10-lap or second 10-lap race of the meeting. And we're being told that there's going to be a bit of a clean-up operation for the officials, just to pick up some of these Vic V8s that have sadly been unable to finish the race. So that was race 2. Vic V8s coming up next, the Formula Fords for their 10-lap race. We'll take a quick break up here in the central commentary box while the clean-up operation gets underway.
Just below the shadows of the central control tower here in pit lane, and I'm joined alongside by Stephen Craig. He's the president of the Australian Sports Sedans Association, and they are the organisers of this meeting. Every round of the VSRS is organised by a different body, and Stephen's very happily decided to join us and explain a little bit the role when you're stepping out of a racing seat and putting on your race organiser's hat.
Yeah, so we put a fair bit of effort into this event once a year. Most of our guys are members of a competing association and drive race cars, and that's what they enjoy doing. But we encourage them as much as we can once a year to work on the other side of the fence and help competitors enjoy this weekend. So we've got quite a number of our members here. They're not full-time officials. They're sometimes inexperienced in what happens on the other side of the fence, but we believe they gain an enormous amount just by this weekend. So fortunately, after a couple of years of stop-starting with COVID, etc., we've managed to kick it off this year. We normally have this event during July, but this year it's in August in the hope that we get some better weather. So at the moment, we're standing here in the stinking hot sun. Hopefully it doesn't change during the day, but a good weekend so far.
Obviously, we'll be putting on the sunscreen, but it is predicted to be raining later on this afternoon, and we sincerely hope that stays off. And if you ever do want to find out more about volunteering or the official side of things, because we desperately need more volunteers and officials to help out and ensure motorsport keeps running, go to the vsrs.com.au website and follow the links to the volunteers page.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport. Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Welcome back to round 4 of the Victorian State Race Series here at the historic Sandown International Raceway. Coming your way very shortly is the Speco VHT Victorian Formula 4 Championship for their second race of the weekend. 10 laps in total. My name's Callum Brannigan, joined alongside by Paul Ziddy once again. Paul, welcome.
Thank you very much, Callum. Always a delight to be back here in the warmth of the central commentary box here and basking in your sunny disposition.
Oh, thank you, Paul. It's always a lot warmer in here when you, I suspect, after a plate of baked beans, it's a little bit warmer in here.
Warm and somewhat fruity.
Yeah, it's a lot nicer up here than it is out there, that's for sure. A big race coming your way. Matthew Hillier starting on pole position in the Sonic McGale. The number 4 car, you can see at the top of the timing tower. He's had an outstanding season 2022 so far. And he's alongside Kobe Williams in the number 94 Spectrum, that car being prepared by Altatech Racing. They're having something of a bit of a glow-up in season 2022 as well.
Indeed, doing a great job. And young Kobe is obviously taking to Formula Ford racing like a duck to water. About 3'6" and about 32 kilograms of him. You see Kobe out of the car. You can't believe he's strapping himself into a 200-plus kilometre an hour full-fledged racing car. He looks about 6 years old, but I assure you he is more than old enough to hold his Motorsport Australia racing licence and doing a fantastic job.
You're not going to carbon date him, eh?
I think we should be checking the birth certificate personally, but the way he drives, there's no denying the talent and the ability, so he's doing an outstanding job this year.
We've got Beswick starting out of third position in the number 32 Spectrum. Had a great start to his race yesterday. And Jake Santalucia starting out of fourth position in the Focus On Furniture and Bedding. McGale, also prepared by the Sonic Motor Racing Services. It was a Sonic 1-2 in qualifying yesterday. Joe Fawcett, a young up-and-comer in Formula Ford Racing, starting out of fifth position alongside Matthew Holmes in sixth position. He is the paediatrician up from Tasmania. We've got Kyle Evans out of behind him alongside Jack Clifford. He's got a new engine in the back of his McGale this weekend. Harrison Sellers, Xavier Kokai. He's had a bit of an up and down weekend in the high zero spectrum, supported by Napa Auto Parts. He's part of that Young Driver Academy. This weekend's been a bit of a challenging prospect for Xavier Kokai.
Look, I think so. He started out on the wrong foot. He clashed with another competitor on track in Friday practice. That sort of dented his progress in getting the most out of Friday, and also led to a couple little dramas for him through yesterday. But look, again, another young man with a lot of talent. Good, relatively mature head on his shoulders for a young guy as well. So he'll make the most of today and just keep learning and moving forward.
Doing an excellent job behind the microphone, I hear as well. If you check out the Formula Ford socials, you can see him doing a doorstop interview with most of the grid. Behind Xavier Kokai's Nick Mendez. He turned 16 this year, doing an excellent job in the number 55 car. He's got Harry Blanchard for company as well. Carly Fleming starting out behind Harry Blanchard as well, so it's great to have Carly back this weekend. And we should touch on the fact we have two effective grids in Formula Ford racing in Australia. You've got the Duratec cars at the front, and you've got the 1600 Cortina Kent-powered cars at the back. And in that grid, you've got Richard Davison, Australian motor racing royalty, starting on pole position in the car that's been stickered to look exactly like his son, Alex Davison, when he drove that very chassis in the 1998 Formula Ford Australian Championship.
Absolutely, and starting alongside him, we have Brendan Jones sporting the VHT sponsorship on his Spectrum Formula Ford. And thank you to Brendan and to Brian Sampson and the Speco VHT family for their ongoing and stalwart support of our category.
James Meaden also in that RF86. That's the yellow car. Darren Smith behind me is nodding furiously as that's possibly his favourite Formula Ford, and it's always the car that he talks about whenever we're talking about these hot little open-wheeler tubular frame chassis cars. They are a wonderful technical package, and it really is the best starting place for young karters coming out of go-karting and wanting to get their circuit racing careers underway. Formula Ford is literally one of the best starting points for that, and you can see the stars of tomorrow today as this race is coming even yet closer to a start very shortly.
We've got the 5-second board, so the grid is all locked up. We're going to be racing very soon. Red lights on. Lights out, and we are racing, and the field gets away quite well. Good start by Kobe Williams, has taken the lead.
Oh, we've got a car stalled as well. That looks like it might be, Carly Fleming in the number 42. McGale, she has stalled it off the line, so we'll wait and see if she can get that car fired back up.
And that's a stonker of a start by Kobe, and a good start from Joey Fawcett as well has brought up. We've got a spin by, I think that's Santa Lucia in the Focus on Furniture number 19 car there. And he'll have to wait for the whole field to go through. Be ruining that. A small mistake. Again, these guys, lots of talent. Starting their careers, not always a lot of experience. So there's another young man with some talent there, and he will learn from that. And this is where they're going to be making their mistakes. So don't ever see them do that and wonder how it happened. It's these things are on the edge.
Look at that racing. You can see the oil soak being thrown up in the air as well as they come up the back straight for the first time. And it looks like Hillier might have spun. looking out from the window. And that's
and that looks, someone has...
That's Matthew Holmes.
Looks like Matthew Holmes has made contact at the bottom of the hill with the tyre barrier. I'm sure that he'll be okay. There's a tyre barrier there. You do carry a bit of speed down that hill, but I'm sure we will see him get out of that car and be fine. As they come around, they'll have obviously yellow flags at the start with Carly still in her car, stricken there. And we have another car rolling to a stop at the last turn. I didn't catch which one of them it was. It was a white car, but unfortunately I can't tell you much more than that. We'll hopefully pick that up in a replay.
So something's happened to both Matthew Hillier and that's Kobe Williams. Yep. So Kobe Williams has pulled into pit lane.
Has come into the pits.
And we've got a replay
so that
coming
would
our way
be
shortly. So
unfortunately, it's really bad for Kobe. And here we see Matt Holmes
tagged.
Has had to take evasive action. That's so unfortunate for him. Matthew Hillier has had the spin, out of control, fired back onto the track. Not a dangerous re-entry. He was still spinning, and Matt's had to take evasive action, and unfortunately resulted. We have a safety car that has been called. Obviously, that'll be to pick up Carly and retrieve Matt's car as well. So the field should be brought under control by the safety car.
So it was a bit of a frantic start there, and drivers acknowledging the full course yellow at the moment. And yeah, look, there is just a bit of a messy opening lap for the Formula Fords. On screen now, the Dirty Digger Spectrum driven by Jordan Sinney.
Up to number 6. That's a ripper start for Jordan. Yep. Desperately unlucky in yesterday's race to very early on in the piece had an engine issue, which is very uncommon with the Duratex. They've been a really good addition to the category since 2006. But through no fault of the team, there just seems to have been an engine issue with that car. So worked late into the night to do that engine change. Got that done last night. So it's fantastic for Jordan to see him making the most of that opportunity and coming back up through the field very well.
And it's great to see Jordan Sinney in so much Formula Ford competition this year as well. He's a very active competitor. He's competing the full Australian National Series as well alongside the Victorian Championship. So the Sinney family certainly pressing ahead and letting everybody know about their intentions to take as much success in Australian Formula Ford racing as possible. Now, Jack Clifford made his way up into P3. He's in that orange and white Miguel going through the screen right now, the number 61 car. He's got a refreshed engine behind him, and he's having an outstanding weekend so far, steadily making his way through the field. So
we're just getting some vision now of what happened at lap 1, turn 1, which is the spin of Santa Lucia. Apologise. And yeah, it just brings that back around and now has the work ahead of him to come back up through the field.
And just to unpack that opening lap a little bit more, we haven't seen the car of Matthew Holmes being brought out from that tyre wall just yet, and we've still got Carly Fleming. She's on the infield to driver's left-hand side as well. So now there might have been a coming together between Kobe Williams and Hillier as they're coming through turn 6, but obviously Matthew Holmes having to take evasive action, very quick reflexes, but unfortunately on the grass. And as this is winter and as this is Victoria, the grass is hideously boggy and there is no grip whatsoever, and it turned that car into an effective canoe. So we sincerely hope that the paediatrician Matthew Holmes up from Tasmania is okay, and all the officials are quickly on the scene and trying to get that car recovered as quickly as possible. This race is at the moment scheduled to be 10 laps, but obviously with these big events where we're trying to cram in as much motor racing action as possible across the 9 different categories we've got entered in the VSRS Round 4 this weekend, laps tend to get docked by race control to ensure that schedule stays on track.
Indeed, we can see the BYM there doing the recovery. Now, for our listeners at home, sorry to use technical terms for it, that's Big Yellow Machine.
My knees are going to hurt from being slapped with all your zany zingers through this one, Paul. So the Paddock team in the background there, they're making their way through.
We've got a replay coming through of the incident at turn 9, I believe, through the magic of television. And here we see, yeah, it looks like Kobe has a little bit of a slide, touches Matt Hillier, and then Matt Holmes has to, as we say, good reflexes, did the right thing, didn't make additional contact, which would have led to more damage to both cars. But unfortunately, that has seen him find the barrier.
Massive pedigree, or a huge legacy and history at the Sandown International Raceway for Australian Formula Ford. The very first race, in fact, took place here in 1969. It was a non-championship event. It was a showcase event to talk about this new formula out from Europe that was enthusiastically embraced in Australia, and that event took right here. Took place right here in at Sandown International Raceway all those years ago.
And do you know who won that?
Was that Richard Knight, was it?
I think you could be right.
I think
there.
it was Richard Knight.
Well done.
But obviously it is a development breeding ground for so many names in Australian motorsport today. I think some young bloke in 1971 by the name of Larry Perkins took out the championship, and I think that car was in competition at the Winton Festival of Speed last weekend.
Yep. So we're seeing some of the earlier cars. There's over 400 Formula Fords logbooked in Australia, so it's over the 50+ years. It's been an incredible cornerstone, not only a development pathway, which is obviously what its prime objective is, but the strength of Formula Ford lies in the fact that it provides guys like me, the enthusiast, who we don't have a career ahead of us, but this is real racing cars. There is, once you've driven one of these, that bang for your buck and that ability to experience, or that opportunity to experience driving a proper racing car on these circuits is fantastic, and that's what's been the strength of it. And what's been really pleasing in the past few years is to see the historic cars and the older cars. Richard Davison's 95 there is a classic case in point, just beautifully restored, and recognising and respecting the significance of these cars in our motorsport history in Australia.
Well, that car of Richard Davison had his sons Alex and Will. They both got their circuit racing debuts in Australian Formula Ford racing that very car. That was purchased from Garth Tander after he took out the 1997 Australian Championship as well. So that car's got a huge amount of history, and it's great to see it back out there. And Richard Davison and the Ellery team as well, massively busy. They were in competition last weekend at the Winton Festival of Speed in his black RF89 Van Diemen. Beautifully presented car. So we'll just take stock now. Joe Fawcett is in the lead of this race ahead of Beswick in second position. So it's a Spectrum 1-2 at the moment. Matthew Hillier recovering to P3 after that a bit of an issue coming through turns 6, 7, 8. And we hear from the Blendline van as well that they actually had to get a tow vehicle to tow out the big yellow machine down at turn 9, so obviously that was bogged in the grass. So if that's not an indication of just how boggy and sodden it is out there, I don't know what is, Paul.
Yeah, no, look, very wet conditions offline. We've had a more, what we might have considered a more traditional Melbourne winter, with it being quite cold and wet this year. The last few, fortunately for us who live in Melbourne and have been through all the lockdowns of COVID, we enjoyed actually quite lovely winter weather. So when you were allowed out, you could get out and enjoy that sunshine. But this year, cold and wet, so when we go racing, if you don't stay on the hard black stuff, the green stuff is very soft underfoot, and that creates challenges not only for the drivers and the competitors, but also when they find themselves out there, it adds complexity for the recovery crews. So the field going through, Joe Fawcett, fantastic for him. I may be incorrect in this, but I believe this would be his first time leading a Victorian State Championship Formula Ford race meeting. Proud history in karting, proud history in motorsport for the family. His father, Mark, is a past Victorian rally champion and Australian Rally Championship competitor as well. So a lot of motorsport talent and commitment in the family. Obviously, putting his own career aside now to give Joe this opportunity. Joe's going with the tarmac rather than the gravel, and doing an outstanding job. We have lights out on the safety car, so this will be an interesting opportunity for Joe. It'll be the nerves, it'll be a young man in a hurry, wanting to do well, got the lead for the first time, first safety car restart from the lead. Here's hoping he can do a good job and hold on, but it'll be an exciting whatever we've got left. I don't know if we're still showing that we've got full race distance to go. Hopefully time will permit for that for these Formula Ford competitors.
So keep an eye out for Hillier. He'll be on the recovery track. He's currently sitting in third position, but he's got Beswick and Fawcett ahead of him. Meanwhile, further down in the 1600 race, we've got Richard Davison coming under fire from Brendan Jones. Brendan Jones himself is a 6-time Victorian Formula Ford 1600 champion.
Yep.
Lots of pedigree, plenty of success racing in this series. And Joe Fawcett, look at that. It's his first ever safety car restart at the lead of the race in Formula Ford, and he looks incredibly comfortable at the head of the field. So he will take as long as he wants. In fact, he's actually pulled the trigger, and he is fired.
They are away on the run down to 1. Obviously a long, long way. No overlapping until they pass the control line.
So have a go at this. It looks like Beswick's pulling out
And
on the
they're
inside,
going 3
and Hillier
wide.
as well.
3 wide into 1, and who will... Joe will try to sweep around the long way.
They both run wide, and that's Beswick through to the lead. And we've got Jack Clifford coming under fire from Jordan Sinney in the background as well as they come into turn 2. Kyle Evans up the inside as well. So great, clean restart. Xavier Kokai, handful of oversteer there. He's just ahead of Bailey Collins, and Connor Summers just ahead of him. Connor Summers almost bottoming out there on corner exit, coming out of turn 4 as well. So great driving, very smart driving from the young guys and girls this morning.
And that Pertec sign would have been very, very large in his sights as he stepped out towards it. And we got them coming over the top for the first time, and that's a really good, clean first lap on the safety car restart.
Hillier had a locked up brake on the inside left there, the unloaded tyre. And there's a bit of dirt and grass also as well, which doesn't help things, certainly when you're tipping it into turn 9. It's one of the most daunting corners around this Sandown International Raceway. So
just made the dive under Joe into the last corner.
And you've still got the car of Carly Fleming parked up.
Hold in that toe now. And meanwhile at the front, Beswick is doing a good job out there, taking his line for turn 1. They snake their way down the main straight. Throw a handkerchief over the top 6. And a good, great drive by Harrison Sellers from Tasmania in his first visit to Sandown, up into 7th place in his new Spectrum. And a stunning livery on that, wrapped by Robbie Jones of Car Trek.
Yep.
Car looks a treat.
Robbie Jones has probably wrapped more race cars in Victoria than anyone else. He's certainly a very busy person. Coming up the back straight once again, Matthew Hillier having a good look around the outside. He has the number 32 of Beswick relegated back into position 2. Have a look at Jack Clifford as well, though. He's coming under fire from the current championship leader. That's Jordan Sinney in the Dirty Diggers Spectrum all over the back of Jack Clifford. So he's enjoying a very mature drive this morning in the second race of the Victorian Formula Ford Championship here at the Sandown International Raceway. And this is Harry Blanchard on screen as well in the number 3 J-Lec. McGale, that car is stickered to look exactly as it did when his older brother Tim Blanchard steered that car to championship success back in 2006. It was 2007. I stand to be corrected. So that was it's a great nod to a car that has plenty of legacy in Australia.
Jordan Sinney has got that move done on Jack Clifford just as they made the run from Dandy Road down to start through turn 1 into the NGK onto the back straight.
So this is McGrath coming under fire from Lamrock. So Lamrock in the race fuels the number 30 Spectrum 010. That car looks absolutely fantastic, and he's all over the back of the number 39 of McGrath. So this is a great little battle. They're currently battling for P5 in class. Side by side coming into turn 9, deep under brakes. That's Beswick up into P2. So that's a great exchange between those two. And Jordan Sinney's been led into this battle as well in the number 5 Dirty Diggers car. He's got the inside line as they come up to turn 11, but there's not enough space.
Yeah, correct. Those two young men battling for position 2 have just brought the field back onto them with Sinney, Clifford and Kyle Evans and Xavier Kokai looking to capitalise as well and join to make this a 5 or 6 car battle for second place, which is what we love about Formula Ford, is these close dices and tussles through the field.
Fawcett absolutely sends it up the inside there. A handful of opposite lock.
And there we go. Look at that. That's exactly what I was talking about. That one move. Jordan Sinney, a bit more experience than the others and all the skill to go with it, and is able to capitalise and just swoop through to make up 3 positions and go from 4th into 2nd.
And you've also got Xavier Kokai vying into the back of this battle group as well. So he's currently showing in P7 on the timing screen, but he is looming in the background there, and you can see a perfect example of the slipstreaming battles that go on here at Sandown. So that is Fawcett holding the outside line, takes a little bit of a shortcut as they go deep under brakes into turn 9. Jordan Sinney takes that position away, but also having a bit of a peek up the inside there is the Beswick Spectrum, with Jack Clifford just behind, holding down 5th position at the moment. So this is wonderful, clean racing as well. Kyle Evans in that bright green Spectrum, you can't miss it on screen, coming onto the main straight now as well. He's under fire from the number 10 High Zero Spectrum, driven by Xavier Kokai, as we alluded to earlier.
Yeah, and that was a good lap for Jordan. I think they'll still get the draft on him here, but I think he's got... Oh, and no, but Joe is last of the late breakers. But the over-under there, he's just run himself out of room there, a bit too ambitious.
Oh, that's James Meaden.
And that is not never a good look when your tyre without a wheel is parked off to the side of your car. So, don't know where that has happened. I hope that we can maybe pick up a replay of that.
So replay on the
coming
screen.
Now.
So this is turn 9, and he's lost it.
Oh, and he's at 9, and there we go. That's, yep, some heavy impact there. Hopefully James will be okay, but that beautiful little car is going to be a little bit worse for wear.
You never like to see that historic Formula Ford hard into the Armco. That was quite an impact as well. So we're happy to see James Meaden out of the car, and he's nice and safe. But on screen right now, Matthew Hillier negotiating the last corner, coming onto the main straight in the Sonic Motor Racing Services.
Flag.
Prepared McGale, he takes the checkered flag, Paul. Great race there.
Great race, super drive by Jordan Sinney in the Dirty Diggers Spectrum to come from the rear of the field up to take second, just showing his class and his experience through that. And here we see the Formula Ford 1600, the Kent cars, with Richard Davison leading, Brendan Jones on their last lap.
Look at that Wins Van Diemen RF95. It is a beautiful car. Richard Davison guiding it onto the main straight, so he'll take out the 1600 class just ahead of the 6-time Victorian champion Brendan Jones. So we sincerely look forward to that race between those two unfolding later on today.
Yeah, absolutely. And the rest of the field come through now, and we have
so it looks like
Jordan Michaels leading Peter Fitzgerald and Andy Lamrock. Craig Arnold, McGrath, Phil Marinon in the beautiful old Galloway, which is not quite as old as Phil, but it's in far better shape.
So it's a little bit of a clean-up operation. You can actually see on the track, you've still got the car of Carly Fleming stranded after she was unable to get her race underway, and there's also the car.
We have a replay coming of the overtake at turn 1, which is that classic Formula Ford over-under. These two young men are going to done, and here you see Jordan Sinney open the door straight through, says thank you very much, you two younger guys. Not that he's an old guy at all, but a little more experienced, but he says, you two young bucks, you do get out, and I'll just I'll take second place away from you. Thank you very much.
Perfect place to steal the chockies, but that's what experience does for you. And Jordan Sinney is in his third year. I guess you call it a third year through the previous 2 seasons being slightly punctured and fractured by global pandemics and of that sort, but still one of the more mature drivers on grid, and that's coming to show right now. And he's banked a good, solid haul of points as well as he continues his championship battle alongside Matthew Hillier. So great racing between these two throughout the whole season.
Definitely, and that's how championships are built, right? Championships aren't won on the weekends when everything goes well. It's won when you make the most of the weekends that challenge you, and that's what he is doing. So full credit to Jordan and to the Cine and the Spectrum team.
So a bit of a clean-up operation now. So a big thank you to Paul. Thank you, Paul.
My pleasure. Always good. I will be back later in the day. Look forward to calling the last Formula Ford race with you this afternoon.
Cool. So coming up next are the Porsche 944s. Darren Smith will be back behind the microphone to call all the action after a brief break.
Your actual grid position is 16, yeah. I wasn't sure you were there. goes westerly, so across the top, 6.
Blowing outward.
Pushing it outward. It may lift the car a little bit. It'll help you slow down, not the light into down on the road.
Yeah.
And other than that, it shouldn't bother you at all. Like it'll be tailwind down into 4 and 2, but that's not likely to affect you too much at all. It's all low speed shit and not long runs. But yeah, across the top there might be a little bit of
Noticeable.
yeah. And right as the car gets light, when you go over, just not even any movement in the judge's box.
Welcome back trackside here for Sandown International Motor Raceway. Round 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships in full flight. And by full flight, I mean Formula Ford's going through the air and making connection with solid objects. Everyone's okay, but, well, the fraught racing we had yesterday with recoveries and things like that seems to have continued on into today. So we are in a little bit of a delay holding pattern. We are seeing service vehicles using heavy right foots getting back to the paddock area. Here's the schedule for the rest of the day. I've been joined by Ken Rowland. The next cars up on track will be the Porsche 944s, scheduled for 10 laps. Improved production scheduled for an 11:15 start. They're race 2 for 10 laps. Saloon Cars. Next after that, BMW E30s, the sports cars, which will have a 40-minute race. They actually sacrificed the 2 races today to combine for one 40-minute time certain race. The Hyundai Excels, we'll roll them out for race number 3 and see if we can't keep them all on track and bring them all back into the paddock in one piece for their race at 1:15. Formula Vee at 1:40. The Victorian V8s for their final race for the weekend. Formula Fords, Porsche 944s, where Ken will join me again here in the commentary booth. Improved production, and we are starting to see cars roll out. We've got Carter Fox in this field, who did a fantastic job in round 1. Had a little bit of bits and pieces here and there, but on debut in circuit racing. So he's got an onboard camera, so we'll get a shot of that at some stage during this particular race. Of course, the 944 Challenge is brought to us this round. The naming rights sponsor, Pull Master Bayside. But they have a great range of sponsors throughout the year. Porsche Cars Australia, of course, throwing their weight behind acknowledging that this brand is important, and motorsport is even more important to that particular brand. Advanced Fitness Centres, 888 Home Loans, new sponsor for 2022. Seat Time Race Solutions, Simulator Hire, AVI Technology, Smith's TMP, and it was great to have the guy from Pit Lane Clothing yesterday with us, with Jack Atley. I've got Ken Rowland right alongside me right now. Ken, this is a good shot, isn't it? Great to have Carter Fox with the number 7 with the race cam, let's call it.
Sorry, absolutely brilliant. He was happy as well. Had a bit of overheating at a recent meeting at Phillip Island, but he believes he's solved that now. So apart from a little bit of minor damage in the pits today, he's underway.
Great to see a good field too. Out over 20 cars here for one-make racing. Can often be a challenge with one-make racing to get these over 20 fields. And in fact, you sort of think it's a pretty full field at 16, but when we've got plus 20 of them fronting up for a race meeting is always good. Here is our grid. It'll be Jamie Westerway out in front. Cameron Bella, so last year's championship winner, leading the previous champion of the category. Adam Brewer, who is coming on absolute gangbusters. In fact, had a round win last time out in the number 31. Fantastic to see car number 37. Welcome back to the Motorsport Australia Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships to Chris Lewis-Williams, and we wish him all the best with his new venture up there at Benalla, the new Benalla Tyre Power. Get up and see Chris Lewis-Williams and get yourself the right set of tyres, and I'm pretty sure he'll reward you. If you want to come from near and far and quote you're from the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, he will certainly look after you. So it's good to see Chris back at the wheel where he should be in the 944s. Richard Howe in the number 8. Great to see Dickie Howe at any race meeting. He gives us all a great feeling that we're going to keep doing this till we're absolute veterans of the game. Mark Verdino coming on strong in the series. Tony Westerway out of 7. Then it's Tony Andrzejewski. Great to see Tony there as well in the number 27. That number carries a lot of weight, doesn't it? Alan Jones and a championship-winning number there for the number 27. Andrew Jackman, Keith Mariner, Manny Metazolma after spending some time in a cup car. Joey Kellock, James Mitchell, who had issues yesterday. Andy Jones. Actually, I don't think we've got Andy Jones. He had a rollover yesterday, so on the timesheets there, he did get into it. Mark Torbert's down there in 15. That's a long way back for Mark. Didn't have a great time yesterday. Andy Tudor, Josh Brisbane, Vlad Kennedy, Pete Doherty, Michael Westerway, and Tim Wolfe ranging from the back of this field.
And you would think we'd have a few guys like Mark Torbert's coming through the field.
Well, you'd like to hope so. I mean, Mark puts a weight of hours behind the category away from the track and works very, very hard. So you like to think at some point that quid pro quo comes back to you.
He's a far better driver than his grid position may be suggesting today.
And away we go. A very, very clean start off the front. There's someone jagged out. That looks like the 35 there of Joey Kellock driving down the outside. I'll get that. That's actually 64. It's Keith Mariner. He's made up a couple of spots right off the start there. But have a look at this run down to turn 1 from Jamie Westerway, doing a ripping job. And the 31 of Brewer gets up the inside of Cambella. Not many can say that they've done that in the last few years in Porsche 944
That's
racing.
A brilliant result from a very good driver. And unfortunately, Manny didn't manage to get away from the grid.
Yeah, that's a real shame there. So clutch take-up not doing what he actually wanted it to do, but have a look out in front. Jamie Westerway up the inside goes the Poolmaster entry. That's Andrew Jackman. Gets a job done very, very nicely there. And here comes Mark Torberts. Manny Metazolma has just pulled over to the left-hand side. Let's hope that race control can leave that there. Here's Carter Fox on board. Very busy at the wheel. You can actually see in the mirror someone just moving off to the side there. And he's checking the mirrors out as well, left and right, in the middle. Good to see a young driver so aware of his surroundings. And that's terrific on board there to see. Not only are we seeing out the front of the car, we're actually seeing straight into his visor as well. There's Torberts, the number 74, beautifully turned out car. It's had a couple of dings in it in recent times. There's the Lasagna Sport car too as well. Not sure about that. We'll get to the bottom of Lasagna Sport, but I tell you what, if you've got any in the oven, deliver it up to the commentary booth. There it is, 1-800 Lasagna. Wow, I bet you the guys in the Blendline TV OB van are deliberately focusing in on that, wanting some lunch brought to them.
Yep, one of the few blokes, I think, who's got a Mazda Bongo van as his tow car.
Yeah, well, you don't want to get stuck behind that coming back from Phillip Island, do you? That'll be a slow old trip. As we look at lap number 2, on lap number 2, lap 1 done and dusted. Yokohama's protesting down at turn number 1, the 23 going through there. That is Vlad Kennedy starting to push back up the field. In fact, Vlad's found his way up into 15th. He was a big mover yesterday until got caught up in an incident. Here's Carter Fox. and he is down in 14th at the moment. In front, we're looking at Tim Wolf, the Western Australian, who's got a ripping start. Bit of understeer from Wolf there, ran very wide up to the ripple strip. Hearing the inline four-cylinder Porsche working very hard. Really important to flow these cars, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's all about corner speed, mid-corner speed, corner exit speed. Not an enormous amount of horsepower, and you cannot afford to lose distance because you will not make it back up again.
So here we go. There is the car we're just watching out of. Number 7 there, Carter Fox, started out of 16th. Carter Fox currently in 14th. Tim Wolf's gone up some spots, as has Carter. In behind now is the 15, trying also to get up spots. That's Andy Tudor, starting off from the rear of the grid. Mark Torbitz, we'll have a bit of a watch on Mark. He's made his way already up to 11th place, so that's some good positioning for Mark in the black and gold car. And looking very nicely. Cameron Bella not being able to answer the question placed by Jamie Westerway. In fact, Jamie Westerway's left the question on the side of the track somewhere, and Bella's missed it. 2.2 seconds, that's 1.1 seconds a lap faster over the first 2 circuits of Sandown International Motor Raceway.
I tell you what, there's a few blokes there who are being a little bit more circumspect after yesterday's disasters.
Yeah, certainly. When we saw Andy go over yesterday, everyone was very much hold their breath. We don't like to see that. It was quite a, I guess it wasn't a gentle rollover, it was quite a violent rollover, and he did take his time to gather his thoughts before he exited the car as well. So that reverberates right throughout the field, particularly with Andy Jones, who's returning to the game, and now he's got a car with scratches on all 4 sides of it. So we wish him all the very best, all of our best wishes for an absolute 100% brilliant recovery for Andy. He's okay, and he will hopefully, we'll see him back in a 944 at the track in the not too distant future. There's certainly some work to do.
I certainly hope so. They've the feeling is that the shell's not going to be recoverable, so it'll be a new shell to get that car going.
Yeah, gee, these cars, as they start to get a bit older, they had sort of a lull in value, didn't they? And they're all starting to climb back up again. So I guess finding one out of the UK or somewhere in Europe or North America is probably the best way to go, because you can run the left hooker, and in fact the left-hand driver seem to be, particularly at Sandown, it's a distinct advantage to have a left-hand drive.
And the idea of this class is that it should be affordable, and to make it so they're allowing you to run a 924 shell and make it into a 944.
Tim Wolf going up the side of Keith Mariner. Mariner in the seat time. Number 64 64 had a ripping start to this race, made up some spots, but he seems to be just relinquishing some now, because we've just seen Tim Wolf go through, and it looks as though the number 35 1-800 Lasagna entry of Kellick is also going to go through there. Coming out of the Bella Motorsport stable, and well, there's quite a few now. That's quite the burgeoning motorsport stable, isn't it? The Bella operations.
And they've done a lot of work overnight to get some of these cars back on the grid after yesterday.
Testament to, I guess, the commitment to the category, and not only to the category, to the state series and motorsport in general, the way they go about it. It's all about, we'll turn every stone until the start of the race and try and get cars back on track. And look, that's at this level, at the grassroots level of motorsport. And, you know, some might say it's pretty tall grass as well, so it may be just lifting off the grassroots level, but certainly that's the attitude, isn't it? We're here to race, we've paid our entry fees, we may as well do everything we can. We've got 24 hours until the end of the actual race meeting, let's try and get the job done.
Yeah, absolutely, and there's guys there that just go above and beyond, of which certainly the Bellas are some, the Mark Torbitts of the world are another, there's plenty of others.
Vlad Kennedy just on screen there. Of course, he's trying to piece together a championship. Currently 15th in the title hunt. Here comes the 1-300 Lasagna attack on Keith Mariner as well. Gee, that's 1-800 Lasagna. That's almost a distraction, isn't it? Someone driving past you saying lasagna, lasagna, lasagna. Oh, you could go lasagna. It's like the old 4 and 20 pies bridge at Phillip Island. It was like always a distraction. Yeah, I could go a pie. It's a bit chilly down here in Siberia. As we come up the back straight, we have got a 10-lap journey. This has been a very, very clean race. In fact, so far, we're enjoying probably the cleanest race. Here's Carter Fox, young man on a charge. The Porsche Centre Brighton in the Poolmaster 944s here this weekend. Looking great in his pit lane clothing. So got it covered right off for the 944s. Down into Dandenong Road we go. Carter Fox is just trying to weigh in on the back of this particular battle at the moment. You get the feeling that Keith Mariner is starting to bank them up behind him at the moment.
Yep, they are, and if they don't do that, it's very, very hard to get past.
So down the inside goes the 35, and that's Kellick getting through. So the 64 of Mariner just relinquishing that one spot, and he's driving away with it actually. So he's like pulled the cork out of the bottle and has shot through, and it looks as though Andy Tudor is going to go with him as well, and he's looking to do so. He's got the inside running into turn 4. Don't forget, this is the battle. We're talking for 14th, 15th on the road here. Mariner gets in, as does Tudor, but just held up just off the back of that, the yellow car. That's our onboard car with Carter Fox, learning his way in 2022 in the 944 Challenge and keeping himself out of trouble, keeping the car as straight as he possibly can, and he's got the right stickers across the back, hasn't he? Blendline TB, they'll always focus in on that.
A couple of these boys, including Tudor, all the way from Perth.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it? That's a hefty journey to get your way over from Perth, that's for sure.
Lovely blokes, fully committed to motorsport and just having a good time.
So the Raglan drilling outfit from WA is the one that we're referring to, and that is the number 15 just disappearing out of camera. There's Carter Fox, and he's driving very nicely, just trying to keep it clean, keep it home, bring it, put it on the trailer with everything heading in the right direction, running wide, setting himself up the S's, the Dunlop S's. There's the sign off to the left, off to the right, jag to the left, flow the car up on the ripple strip. Just let the car run out nice and easy. Don't hang on to it. Let the Yokohamas sort of ease onto the straight there and ease your way up into top gear.
Well, I know he's expecting a personal best this weekend, and I'm absolutely certain he's getting it too. Oh, Dickie Howe hits the fence.
Wow, that's
just touches it.
We've seen a few get very close there, and let me tell you, Dickie Howe, you're in not on your own there. People have had a good look at that Pertec wall.
With the amount of negative camber on these, the bottom of the wheel actually extends outside of the guard, and it's just possible he's damaged with suspension there too.
And I reckon they could probably turn on a little bit more negative if they could, couldn't they? Because it gives you that
true.
nice turn in at the top of the hill there.
Absolutely.
The problem with too much negative here at Sandown is the straights are so long and you end up heating up that right on the inside patch of the tyre.
But that is why you find the cars, as they go past one another, if they touch each other, they will actually start picking up a wheel and flicking a car. So
here's Dickie Howe. Give the wall a clout. Yeah, hit it with the bottom of the wheel on the rear
right.
there.
Yep.
It's not ideal, is it? Not ideal. Lucky it's got the independent rear end in here, because I reckon that would have punched the diff out the other side on a beam axle. Here's our race leaders now. This is where Cam Bella has started to turn up the pressure. He's got the incoming tyre set, and this is probably should have touched on this early on it as well. And we're just seeing those trees bluster around there, so that's going to bring the inclement weather in it. It's been pretty still up until the last 15 minutes, so we're having spotters around the track saying, yeah, the wind has absolutely accelerated.
I was going to say, if you reckon these guys aren't trying, coming out of that back straight there, that you're not going to get any closer to the wall than that.
Absolutely. Cam Bella has got a set of tyres that he did not think were going to be good early on in the race. He just let the early part of the race go around it. He's now got the tyres coming on absolutely strong, and he's ranging magnificently up onto the back of Jamie Westaway, which is great. But I tell you what, one of the great challenges in Victorian motorsport at the moment is taking it right up to Jamie Westaway. He has got, and he's driving brilliantly. He has had a couple of lean seasons going back a few years ago, but really committed to it. And the Ausfield Oils organisation certainly throwing some weight at it for him as well. So a Melbourne-based operation. And in fact, one of our paddock marshals here, Barry Parker, is one of the sales reps for Ausfield, so he'll be leaning on the fence cheering him along as well to get the result.
Either of these two boys would do well in any category, and in fact both of them have raced in multiple categories and won.
They certainly like the 944s, don't they? And I think one of the things I've learned about a 944 was the balance is brilliant. So if you can actually flow the car, and that's what these two guys do, they're absolutely so good at keeping the revs up, making the car. There's none of this jerking at corners and things like that. They flow the car through, unless they're defending, and then you have to start doing some interesting things, but that's a different thing. But the balance of these cars, and it's been since the factory, is that 50-50 weight split. They respond to inputs. They also respond to adjustments as well. And there's not a huge amount of adjustments that you can do on these. They've certainly got things that you can play with, and one of the main ones, and that's what Jamie and Cameron do so well, is incoming tyre sets.
Yep.
They are so vigilant on tyre pressures.
Mark Torbett's looking very, very racy on Andrew Jackman here.
So he's made his way up to 10th,
Yep.
Mark. He had as we said, started off from down the field in 15th, so he's made up 5 spots in this journey. He looks to make up another one on the 20, as that's Jackman. You want to look after your naming rights sponsor there, Mark. Just race with him. Poolmaster, of course, stumping up for this weekend. They're the round sponsor.
It actually looks like Torbett's has got a bit of speed on him, doesn't it?
It does, and I'm not sure what he was doing on the
won't
brakes.
get past
there,
here, though.
Yeah, that's going the wide way around. You might be able to flow it to get a better entry speed. You really only need 1 or 2 or 3 kilometres an hour faster coming onto the straight, and that's what Mark's done. He's trying to flow it, put it up the inside. This will be interesting to watch as we are closing in on a result here on the final lap. Mark just looking to the inside.
You can see just how similar they are in horsepower, can't you? There's nothing in it.
You certainly know when you've got down on horse. Well, Torbett's has to grab a bit of brake there and slide it through there. So that's decreased his exit speed here. So he'll be looking to try and carry as much as he can out of 3 and 4, as this is our leaders coming on to the last set of S's to make their way up to the checkered flag. Bella looks to the inside. Here's the run. Is it the lunge? Too far back. You've really got to be right on the rear wheel to do that. And here it is. There's not going to be a lot in this to run to the checkered flag. It's 200 metres up to the flag. It's waving, and there it is. Jamie Westaway takes number 2 for this weekend, and he is doing brilliantly. Torbett's down the inside of there, number 20. And Jackman goes it back 1 spot. Mark Torbett's finds his way into the 10 after a 15th grid position start. Great driving. I'd say he's probably got a brake switch issue going on there, because the brakes certainly aren't on when you're accelerating out of Dandenong Road. And we've got Chris Lewis-Williams taking the 3rd spot on the podium. Welcome back. Adam Brewer not being able to get on the podium after taking out the last round. Richard Howe home in 5th. Great drive there. Tony Westaway, Mark Verdino, the number 27 of Tony Andrzejewski did a good drive there, kept himself out of trouble, carries the way to the number 27.
And they're racing all the way to the back of the grid.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. They come to the line. Mark Torbett's 9th, Adam Jackman 10th, Tim Wolfe, then it's Callock in the number 35, Keith Mariner, Vlad Kennedy, Andy Tudor, Carter Fox brings the camera across the line. He's ruining that result. Bit of a tap on the steering wheel, not quite enjoying the run to the line there. Then it's the number 56 of Josh Brisbane rounding out our field. Good run there for the Poolmaster Bayside 944s. Jamie Westaway over Cam Bella and Chris Lewis-Williams. Welcome back in the Tyre Power Vanilla 944 number 37. Ken, thank you very much for your company right throughout the Porsches, and we will you'll be joining us again this afternoon for the 255 race.
Yep, thank you very much for having me.
And we will go down to Callum Brannigan, who is keeping us up to date with everything in the pit and paddock.
Down here in Improved Production Land, I'm joined alongside by Kim Maseki, or Kimmy as she's known by, or affectionately by everyone in the paddock. Kim, could you tell us a little bit about your VW Golf behind us?
Well, I know it's a 2-litre. I'm only new to the sport, so I bought it off a friend of mine. It was originally built to do Targas. We've now turned it into a circuit car. It's all new to me, so we've done a lot of work to it because we've had a few issues. So it's almost like driving a new car at the moment. And yeah, I'm having fun doing it.
What are some of the issues? I think they're transmission related so far in season 2022.
Yeah, we had a transmission fail on the first round, and on the second round we had overheating. We've replaced all that now, so I've got an intercooler and bigger brakes. So yeah, she's a lot lighter as well because we've put a lot of stuff out of the car that shouldn't have been in there.
And at the moment, the weather is absolutely beautiful, but they're predicting rain. Do you prefer the rain or dry, considering your car's probably got a little bit of an advantage with all-wheel drive?
I love the rain. That's one of my favourites to ever race in. But we'll see how we go with this one because, like I said, it's a lot different car to what I'm used to driving. So normally I do Targas and I use a Boxster, so it's a mid-mounted engine and it's a lot more forgiving. So, but yeah, we'll see how we go.
We will see, indeed. We say a big thank you to Kimmy for joining us down here at the pit paddock.
So that is the scene. The 944s just making their way into the pit and paddock area. A couple of cars, as it has been all weekend, being recovered there. Unfortunately, Manny Menezalma in the number 10 being rescued after a start line incident. We're going to go to a quick break, and of course we have got all of the excitement of improved production coming your way in just a few moments.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Improved production cars making their way out onto track. Get your face and glue it up to the nearest fence because these guys will turn it on. Stevie Zorkas just coming out of pit exit. Had rare comings together yesterday and, well, I'm pretty sure everyone knows that we want to get through 10 laps of racing and we'll absolutely have door handle racing in improved production. I'm going to hand it over to Steve DeVries and Dave Cox for improved production.
Thanks, Darren. Welcome to everybody for the improved production race. 10 laps today is going to be a really, really tough battle for some of the blokes out the front. See how their tyres go. What do you reckon, Steve?
Well, I've seen some tyres in some worse condition at the upcoming Harrop State Race of 4 hour last year when it was the Vic, what they call it, the Freedom 4 hour. And I saw some tyres in some worse state after 120 laps than after 10. So the old Yokohama AO50s are going to get a pounding here. For 10 laps. It's actually really good to see that we're getting some good lap counts. Normally 10 laps is the duration we get in a main race, and we've got, well, the main race is now for these guys, a little bit of a different flavour with the schedule, with how the points are going to go, and then we're hopefully going to get 10 laps this afternoon.
Yeah, we've got some new guys out in the track today as well. We've got Rick Hogan in a VS Commodore. It's his first race meeting, and also Kimmy is out in the Volkswagen, and she actually got through her first race yesterday, which was awesome to see. Great to have another lady in the field. It's been a few years since we've had any women running in improved production. Lauren Gray back in the day, and Leanne Tander, as needs no introduction. Obviously, she ran in this category for a long time, very successfully, I might add. One of the best IP races you'll ever see was here at Sandown with another old IP car, which was Tony Floriani and Leanne Tander. For a 20-lap race. It was amazing to watch.
Absolutely. You just saw the VS Commodore of Ricky Hogan go to shot. There's the little VW Golf GTI, affectionately known as Gina, with Kimi Masiki at the wheel, and that was the lady that you just saw Callum Brannigan a few moments ago having a chat to in the paddock yesterday. Very, very high profile, I guess, and energetic character. Kimi Masiki. She's been trying to get going a couple of rounds this year. They've had a few gremlins here at Sandown, up at Winton as well. They finally seem to have nutted them out. She's got through qualifying, got through the first race, and it's great to have her on the grid for race
yesterday was really quite close with Poole and Tonks at the front, and Luke was only a little bit back, and then followed by a great run by Cade Lehman in the Bendigo Door Centre VE Commodore. And then we've got Matt Harris, who's come all the way down from Sydney in the under 2 litre Honda. He's sitting there in, fifth place?
Yeah, fifth place for him. And then Shane Williams, good to see him back out in the number 24, the RX-7. He'll be alongside Matt Harris. Then you've got Steve Zorkas, David Bone, and then Paul Javots and Ricky Hogan in the 10th spot on the grid.
Okay, looks like everyone's just about lined up down the back now. Paul Gilman's just lobbed into spot, so we just wait for the green flag to go. There's the green flag, so get ready for a start, everybody. Thanks to Prestige Hino and ProCut Tree Services and 888 Home Loans, we are set to go. And off we go. And boppling the start a little bit, Jared Tonks from the P2 spot. And it's going to be 3 wide further back. Here
and
they come.
Look at Danny Timewell stream through the field up the main straight. He started off in last position. He's already made up at least 7 or 8 positions.
He was in the middle of in the sucker hole a bit further back between Wayne Twist and Callum Jensen. There he is, the silver Prestige Hino Commodore. He's already up to about, as you said, about 10th or 11th place right now, alongside Wayne Twist, next door to Paul Vorman.
Up beside Luke there into turn 3.
Yep, a bit further on in the shot. It's on for 3rd place, as well as Timewell still picking his way through the mid-pack here. He did say he was hoping for a dry second race this morning, and he couldn't care if it rained a bit later on this afternoon. He said when it gets too greasy, making up positions in the wet is going to be a bit too hard for some of these big V8s.
And up the back there, Tonks is hanging right onto the back of Adam Poole going up over Dandenong, and also with Cade hanging right on the back of Luke there in 4th place, followed by the first under 2 litre car in 5th place of Matt Harris.
And here's the next under 2 litre car in the queue, Steve Zorkas, tucked in behind Shane Williams in the RX-7. And David Bone got the Datsun going. I think actually he got might have been a very small penalty yesterday for a jump start.
Along with Wayne Twist, who had a jump start yesterday as well.
Yeah, they both had a jump start penalty applied.
And across the line first is Adam Poole with Tonks right up his hammer.
That's going to go on for quite some time, I think. We'll be keeping an eye on that while we're keeping an eye on the screen that we're watching at the moment, because they were joined at the hip throughout the race. Actually, here we go. It's happening already. Tonks is having a big lunge into turn 1.
But he's managed to stay up the outside. But Adam Poole has managed to hold him out into turn 2 and 3 complex, and he's still in front and then going into turn 4.
This is like they were yesterday, but trying to pull the trigger a little bit early, Jared Tonks there. So a little bit surprised. I wouldn't say he's impatient, but didn't want to waste too much time there. For the moment, Luke Gretschkambo looks like he's broken the shackles on the charge from Cade Lehman on lap 1, but still a long way to go. Thankfully for him yesterday, it was just a radiator hose that split on the last couple of corners, and he managed to get it across the line for a 3rd place finish and the points that went along with it.
And here comes Danny Timewell up a group of cars up the back straight, so he should make his way through. He's right behind, it looks like the Verica car.
It is. He's got
it certainly is.
Shane Williams and then Dan Verica, the next man in the queue. Dan actually went off at this part of the circuit late yesterday as well, right into the turn 8 tyre fence there. Thankfully only did a little bit of bumper damage on the rear of the car, just sort of came to rest on the tyre barrier, so no real action needed to get that car back into service for today's races. Actually, here goes Dan Verica down the inside of David Bone, so very in tune to what was going on there. Pulls the trigger, moves up a spot, just keeps himself at bay from Danny Timewell for a couple more seconds. Timewell now making the move out of the last couple of corners to go through on the Datsun as well.
Okay. So it looks like Adam Poole's first flying lap was a 15.3. He just seems to have snuck away from Jared Tonks just a little at the moment, so we'll see what happens up the back straight. And there goes Danny Timewell. He's made his way up into into 6th position now.
Into 6th place now. So the next car in the queue for him is going to be the under 2 litre Honda Civic of Matt Harris. And there's the second of the Honda Civics in Steve Zorkas, and then the third of the Honda Civics coming through there is behind Callum Jensen in the under 2s is Paul Javots. These two have actually staged quite an interesting duel over the first couple of rounds as well. They've had a very, very good and clean run in terms of the club championship points for under 2s. Still a little bit in the balance, that point standing as well.
Having a very clean run today. It's been really good to watch. It's how we like to see it. Now, Adam Poole has definitely broken the back of Jared Tonks now. He's out to over a second lead now. So he's making it away rather nicely.
He certainly is. Paul Javots had a little bit of a half-hearted look at the run to turn 6, thought better of it, wasn't quite close enough to have a bit of a move this early in the race. So he'll just stay in tune and in touch here with the number 31, the Peugeot.
It's great to see a couple of the XLs also making the journey over and cross-entering into improved production as well, and they're running around and having a good old battle down there.
Scott Appledore and Michael Sinclair as well down the back of the field. They've got two probably of the most well-presented cars, I think, in not just the XLs but the IP field as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Paul Javots is now making an outside run and thinks a little bit better of it and just backs in behind Oh,
it's
I
going
think
to be
he's gone
wide
a bit
here.
too deep there, and Williams has got right up beside him.
Thankfully gathers it up. I think Shane probably realised there wasn't a point fighting. Actually, Wayne Twist and Paul Vullman look like they're about to go through on the RX-7, and they have. So just with Shane Williams just trying to be a little bit, I guess, tentative about,
and
pulling
looks
up
like
alongside.
Brad Ross is coming to a slow down the front straight. Looks like he must have a problem. He's started to pull over against the Armco.
Yeah.
He's just gone out of sight, so I can't quite see if he's pulled up or managed to keep going.
Yeah, so he's a bit further down toward turn 1. We'll probably get a bit of a shot down the main straight in the next couple of moments as the leaders are all starting to come through that. Well, here we go. The two combatants that came together yesterday. The front right door on the all-form number 71 looked like it resembled a suicide door on a Cadillac yesterday.
Would have been interesting conversations last night, seeing how they're sharing the same house.
Oh, yeah, that's a bit of a concern, isn't it? Actually, no, you know what would have happened? They probably would have had a beer or a wine each and then just buried the hatchet and moved on.
That's exactly right. No, it's good to see Hogan's broken into the top 10 in his first race meeting. I can see his smile from here. He'll absolutely have a grin from ear to ear.
What on earth is that thing on the front of Paul Vullman 71? Is that like a fake mustache or something just above where the badge would be for the Ford logo?
Yeah, can't quite tell from here. Might be a logo, can't quite tell, but Twisty's definitely got the better brake package and manages to hold him out in the brakes into turn 1.
He does. He holds off quite well. Here come the leaders, actually.
So here we go. Tonks has made a big comeback.
Yeah, I think Paulie maybe might have backed off a little bit, or he started to encounter some traffic. I think it's likely to be the latter, given you've got Kimi Misiki in the background there, and they're going past Wayne Decker in the Audi. So traffic in this 10-lap affair going to probably start to be a little bit of a factor. For the leaders, the next ones that they're going to start to encounter are going to be that battle pack we were just looking at with Wayne Twist, Paul Vullman, and a couple of the under 2-litre cars in Paul Javots and Callum Jensen. They'll come across them in the next lap or two. Actually, there is the back of, I think that's the Stuart Dearden EA Falcon that they're about to come up to up the back straight.
Yeah, it must be a little bit frightening having both of these cars pass you at 265 kilometres an hour, and it would be very frightening, I would think.
Will pull a little bit offline for turn 6 as well. It was a bit wide, and he had to cut turn 7 as a result. So just missed the turn-in point. Was ran wide, and thankfully no harm done, but has put Tonks right back on the rear boot lid of the number 1 Minari.
Nope.
And there's Brad Ross. He's tried to limp that back around to the pits. Now it looks like he's actually on the grass.
And he's out of the car, so he's over the fence. So hopefully they'll have a yellow flag, which they certainly do, and that should be quite good. So here we come onto the straight, and we've got Adam Poole, and he's only just in front of Tonks at this stage, and it's going to be a battle into turn 1 under brakes.
Well, Paul, we know, is very good under brakes. We've seen this time and time again at places like Winton, especially taking things like the different line out of the top section of the circuit, getting a much better exit, and then stabbing down into turn 10 under brakes.
It does look like he's having a little bit of rear tyre trouble. It's rather rear end slide here. Maybe there's a little bit of rain. That's what it may be. A bit of rain has now started to come down. So this could really throw a cat amongst the pigeons.
It looks like turn 4 is the primary location at the moment from what we've seen on the pictures there. The front straight still looks relatively dry, so too in the pit lane. We've got nothing on our commentary box window at the moment, but we did get word that if it was going to come from anywhere, it was going to come from 4.
Oh, and there we go. Tonks has gone underneath, going down Dandenong Corner, and it's got Adam Poole down into Dandenong Corner, and he's managed to get at least a car length in front of him coming under the bridge. And it looks like it might be a little bit greasy down there as well.
And he got that done before the yellow flag being shown as well, so that's very important for him. But that's twice in 2 laps now for the TRP Ductwork number 1, that he's gone wide at turn 6, and he's sliding. You can see this rear's just starting to, as he squeezes the lemon on the accelerator pedal, just starts to jump a bit out of line. A little bit of a replay coming here from, I believe, what has happened over the top of the hill. There it is. So, second time, wide.
Just missed his turn in again, and then had to back out of it and let Jared through.
And he gave him plenty of space there as well, Tonks, as well, just on the rejoin.
Well driven, guys. Well done.
Very well done through there.
Jared looks like he's just having a little bit more grip at this stage, and just able to get a couple of car lengths on Adam Poole as they head up the back straight. So let's see the horsepower go now.
Just noticing as well that they didn't take as much curb on the exit of turn 4 as well, so they do realise that the weather is starting to have some troubling conditions for them. And now they're going to come across this battle for position in under twos as well, with Paul Javots and Callum Jensen as they come down the hill. This will be a little bit tricky. Tonks probably, is he going to lunge
Probably
here?
won't quite see him in time. So well done, Jared. Nice bit of driving there.
And they've actually withdrawn the yellow flag as well now. So actually, no, they haven't. It's
still there.
Still there. The officials have actually been pretty good with cars on the main straight so far this weekend. They've given the field a lap or two to see where the car is under yellows, and then they've withdrawn them. So they haven't done it this time, I think, possibly because it's actually at the corner, and they want to make sure the car's slow up enough to get through
Definitely
that
looks
corner.
like Adam's having some rear tyre troubles.
Not sure if he's got a different set on that car compared to what he started the weekend with or not. He hasn't had it easy, though. He's had some diff trouble in Friday practice, lost a bit of running, probably lost a crucial wet session, I think, as well as a result. And wipers going furiously there on Callum Jensen's number 31 Asgard.
And looks like one of the XLs has just decided to move over, and Stuart Appledore just move out of the way and let all the faster guys go through. So that was a nice bit of driving.
Done a fairly good job there. So 2 laps, or better part of 2 laps to go. Not over by any stretch of the imagination. Ricky Hogan now being passed by the race leaders. Paul getting a second wind here, maybe a little. Oh, he's a bit wide again at turn number 6. Just finally gathers it up, though, for turn 7. He's having a little bit of trouble there in the last 2 or 3 laps.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to want to be playing. Okay. We're going to stay with the leaders for the next lap just to see what happens here. It's very, very close and quite exciting to watch.
Well, in terms of the State Series points as well, it is Jared Tonks who does lead the VSCRC standings overall for improved production. Adam Poole second and Luke Gretsch-Cumbo third. That's how they came into the weekend. Second and third only separated
there
by
we go. There's a big
point.
lunge under brakes by Adam Poole and turn 1, and he's going to make. Oh, he's all locked up and big side, and they've both left the track. But Tonks gets back on just in front. It's right on side by side as they go into turn 2.
I actually think Tonks may be open to steering, a little bit more thinking he might have actually been hit as a result of Poole making the mistake there. So situational awareness, and I don't think Poole was going to re-challenge after making that mistake and seeing Jared run off the circuit to avoid him.
No, absolutely. Fair's fair racing.
All right, here's the last opportunity probably for Adam Poole. Looking left, looking right again.
They're going to come down onto the under 2 litre battle, is it, of Zorkis and David Bone. So this is going to make a very interesting last couple of turns here.
And don't forget there's the yellow flag still out at the next chicane as well for the Brad Ross machine from what we're seeing. Yep, it is. So that's taking away a passing opportunity. So now I think Tonks has probably got this one in the back pocket. Just got to negotiate the last couple of proper corners.
Unless Adam can get a really good run onto the straight, but no, that's it. Jared Tonks takes his very first win, I believe, here at Sandown, and that's probably the first time that Adam Poole has been beaten in quite a few months.
Yeah, absolutely. For the rounds that he's actually been able to make it, that's the first time in quite some time.
Congratulations to Rick Hogan and to Kimmy. They've both finished their races. Callum Jensen's also come across the line just in front of Paul Javots.
And here comes a distant third for Luke Gretsch-Cumbo. So bounces back after the dramas from yesterday. At this point in time, saw him off to the left-hand side of the screen there.
Kate Lehman comes home in 4th place in the Bendigo Doors VE Commodore. Great to see Kate having another great run today. And is that Dan Verica?
That's Dan Verica. He's currently in 6th place.
He'll be over the moon with that after his little off yesterday, and up into the points after probably about 2-year layoff, and then previous to that I think was the Nationals in 2016.
I think we've found out he's had the car out twice in the last 5 years.
There you go.
It was this round and Phillip Island last year, so we haven't seen him for quite some time. But yeah, he'll take 6th place after being tail end into the turn 8 fence yesterday. That's a really good solid drive for the man aboard the Verica Smash
Stuart
Repairs.
Dearden comes across the line in 15th. Wayne Twist 13th, so they're having a good run. And comes Williams in 16th and Decker in 17th.
So Shane Williams faded a bit late in that one because he was up the pointy end of the field in the beginning of things and has dropped down, as you said there. Where did he actually end up finishing? He finished down in 16th place.
Wayne Decker 17th. Kimmy turned into 18th, so she'll be wrapped with that. Stuart Appledore in 19th. Mike Sinclair in 20th. And Brad Ross didn't quite get round for the final.
No, the only non-finisher, Brad Ross, for that one. So, with thanks to Prestige Hino,
888 Home Loans, Pro Cut Tree Services, DLL Photography and Design, and of course a Yokohama and Traction Tyre Centre. We see the improved production cars heading back into the lane. We'll take a short break here, and
just
we'll
before we go, Steve, I'd like to take a big shout out to Hino for being our major sponsor for the year, and I believe the guys from Hino might actually be here today. So that's great to see them come along and see what a great show we've been able to put on today. Cameron McKinnon, the 888 Home Loans. If you're looking for any finance, please call Cameron. I'm sure he can get a really good deal happening for you. Same with your tree cutting services. If you need Ian McClellan, make sure you give him a call. Let's support some of our guys that support our state race series. DLL Photography and Design. If you're looking for a wedding or a website, make sure you give Dave a call. And obviously our Yokohama tyres, can't get anything better.
Absolutely not. Short break here in Central Commentary. Saloon Cars coming up next. You're watching the 4th round of the 2022 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships.
Thanks, Steve.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Welcome back trackside here as we start to get the program rolling along really nicely here indeed. Plenty of work going on around the pit and paddock. You can see right up in the back garages up there an E30 being worked on. The Cadell Ambrose XL has had the bonnet up pretty much all week since they blew an engine at Phillip Island all weekend. So real tough challenges for that little family team there. But Saloon Cars making their way out onto track. And boy, it feels like it was only about an hour ago that we had the Saloon Cars out on track. It was probably 2 hours ago, wasn't it? 9:30. Had a good race with the Saloon Cars early this morning. And, well, I guess the interesting thing for the Saloon Cars is that they're pretty much done by lunchtime on a Sunday. How good's that? All these South Aussies, they'll be home for dinner tonight.
Indeed, they can, kick back and watch whatever they want on the TV this evening, whatever's on, as we see the cars roll out. One of the cars to look out for is Dornan, who starts towards the back after finishing race 1 yesterday in second. He's starting towards the back after retiring from the earlier race. As we look at the grid on the left-hand side of the screen, it's Jamieson. He's dominated the first 2 races of the weekend, winning by over 20 seconds in the race this morning. He's certainly the man to beat. Can they beat him? Lowndes and Johnson, they've been fighting all weekend long so far, separated by 0.02 of a second yesterday, and again they were very rarely apart in the race this morning. It's Lowndes that prevailed this morning. He starts out at P2 ahead of Johnson. Leoncini was involved in that battle earlier today as well. He finished 4th in the end, and that's where he'll start this one. Milton comes out of position number 5 ahead of O'Callaghan, Lyons, Harris, Capilleri. He didn't race yesterday, started out the back of the grid this morning and made great progress. He finished comfortably inside the top 10, and he is ahead of Campbell on the grid. So, yeah, looking forward to this one. 10 laps, as you say, their final encounter. A few extra points on the line in this one.
So looking forward to seeing here, just having a look at the timesheets from the race earlier this morning. Sean Jamieson really did have the game on a string. He won the race by over 20 seconds to his nearest competitor, which was Lowndes, as Dan has just alluded to. So I guess the interesting thing that the lap record is currently held by Sean Jamieson, 27th of the 2nd, 2022, so February this year. Took the lap record and he got very close, a 1:23.4 in the race earlier today. So being there's only a couple of hours, there'll be certainly some residual temperature in the drive line. The tyres will certainly lost all their temperature out of them. There's the guy leading the Pensioners Cup, and sporting a little bit of damage on the front there for Jeff Thomas. So obviously been a bit of a physical round for everyone across all the categories, but certainly going to be interesting to see if Lowndes can at least go with Sean Jamieson or Leoncini or Daniel Johnson, or one of them can just go with him and make a race of it. If not, I would suggest he's going to put the visor down and we're going to see if we can get that lap record. Ideal conditions in a 10-lap race to around about lap 7 or 8. Make sure everything's nice and warm, tyres up to temp, because it will take a couple more laps for the Bridgestones to get into their operating window, and then see if Jamieson can stroke out a new lap record. And I guess he's going to be all sorted out in the first 600 metres if they can get into turn 1 close to him, because last race he drove away from them right from the outset.
He certainly did. Didn't lead the first lap, but once he overtook on lap 2, he was gone. Will he go in this one? As the lights go out, it's Lowndes that makes the better jump. He will certainly lead into turn number 1. Jamieson just burst into a bit of wheel spin, and we see 3 wide further behind with Johnson on the inside.
Gee, I tell you what, second row of the grid there, car number 3, Angels Lancini, may get himself pinged there. Daniel Johnson's got the inside run, and have a look at Jamieson. He's managed to drive right up the inside and take the lead. Who would have thought after the start he had that he would have been able to even get in front of Adam Lowndes? But that car is rapid, the 46. Massive rear lockups there in the 46. Gets through, turns it in, makes the corner, but really torched a set of rears on that car.
Yeah, he just touched the grass a bit as we see Capilleri continuing to move forward, see with the P-plate on the back, the nice liveried machine.
Prestipino and Dornan also working from the rear of the grid here. Keep an eye on those two as they start to work their way through. We can see Dornan. There's Dornan's VY, just having Prestipino pull in front in the black with the green trim, and Capillero in front of them. So maybe these three work as a trio and bring the Alpine building permits. And, car 3 getting confirmation from race control. Car 3 false start, so that'll get a 5-second penalty. So that was Leoncini. He was certainly, I wouldn't say he was off, but I would say the clutch was slipping and he was moving. So it's a cruel twist of fate. There was absolutely no advantage to it, but you've got to be stationary before the red light goes out.
Absolutely, yeah. Good pickup by you there at the start of the race. As you said, those 3...
But I'm not a judge of fact, so I can't be blamed. But judge of fact, 1 floor higher up in the building to us.
You report, you see, you don't hand out the penalties.
Yes, that's right. That's right. The 46 now coming on. Gangbusters, another rear lockup like he did down there. Prestipino, have a look at this. This is a massive charge.
Oh, we've lost a wheel. We've lost a wheel and it's bouncing across the grass towards turn number 2.
That's not ideal at all. Has that got a hub on the inside of it, or no, it's just a wheel?
24
no, it's only a wheel. Oh no, there's a brake disc and everything in there, so this will be absolutely safety car down there, and that is the Evolution outfit, centre denture Evolution outfit there, but we'll wait and see and what race control will do. But that is a spot where we do see cars go off on a regular basis, so they will be assessing that. The sector marshals and our officials in the corner at turn 1, the busiest corner of any circuit anywhere is turn 1 here at Sandown. The officials down there hugely experienced at recoveries and helping race control make those all important decisions. Lancini now in car 3 with a 5-second penalty hanging over his head. Daniel Johnson won't know about that. And the 35 tucks in behind. The 16 also trying to stay there, but it's Jamieson driving away. Sorry, the 19 there of Adam Lowndes in the Pro Plum outfit. Daniel Johnson to the inside, lights ablaze again. The retina burners, the left-hand front is absolutely torching. He manages to unlock it, gathers it all up. Great driving there by the Falcon racer. Well done. He was hot into it, locked it up. The biggest problem is he's still got 8 laps to make that left front last. It's not the loaded tyre here at Sandown. That's why they always lock up on the left. They come up and they unweight and then they lock up a lot easier. Here we go. This is the wheel coming off. There it is. And yep, it's dropped off there and exits. Sparks underneath the car. Mandatory when you rub steel on bitumen.
Indeed.
And there goes the errant wheel down to find the barriers down at turn 3. And here's the other angle of that. And yeah, that would be scary, going off the back of the ripple strip, and that would have gone absolute thud to the ground. And there goes the wheel. And we go back to live pictures. Safety car now out. There's Scotty Dornan, who is trying to make way back up the field. Got up to 8th position with the fellow rear of grid starter in Prestipino. They're now 7th and 8th on the road. Clearly fast because they've carved their way in 2 laps well and truly into that top 10 segment of this field.
Well, they were Jamison's closest rivals in the opening race of the weekend, but unfortunately both hit strife earlier today, so they are clearly making their way up. Who this isn't good for is Leoncini, of course. He has the 5-second penalty. Safety car bunches the field back together, so it's not what he wants when he's got 5 seconds added to his race time at the end.
Well, the big winner here is going to be Lowndes and Daniel Johnson to be able to range up onto the back of Jamo again. So the South Australian has absolutely got Saloon Cars on a string at the moment. He can reel them in, he can push them out. Let's see how he handles this safety car period. I'm going to suggest this is going to be a tough old recovery. Got the Jeep down there to try and haul it backwards, but you can see how wet it is. The car's sunk up to its axles, and the number 24 is absolutely not going anywhere. David Lyons, the Evolution Crash Action line marking team out of South Australia. That's a horrible journey home tonight, isn't it? Look at that, spinning wheels on the four-wheel drive. It's going to be a long old recovery.
Yeah, very muddy. You could see as soon as the car went off, it dug into the mud and yeah, got itself stuck down there at turn number 2. Lots of rain around Melbourne. We've been very lucky on the racetrack. Very little rain during racing. Well, yesterday and today. It was very wet on Friday, and that water's remained in the grass. Lots of rain down south here in Melbourne.
It's absolutely a southwesterly buster that's coming through too. It's absolutely blowing up out of the cold depths of Bass Strait and beyond as well. So if it does make it to the track, you can see right off in the background down towards Keysborough, there is rain down there as well, and we're certainly starting to see wipers on the safety car as well. So these cars, it won't affect too much. They've got 2 choices with tyres, and it happens to be just one choice.
Yes.
Wet and dry, they're all the same thing. The next category coming up, the same with the BMW E30s. The sports cars will have a quandary. They running on their Pirelli slicks or Michelin slicks, whichever they are, they'll have to make a choice between wets, Circuit XLs, all-weather tyres, and certainly the Vic V8s will be on slicks as well. So if we get rain, we can certainly see the trees across the top of the hill, across the back of Highways venue there. The trees are blowing and blustering all over the place, and that's what it all looks like. There's our journey through 2022, February 25, 26, 27. Fresh out of lockdown, we went racing here in Melbourne, and wasn't it a ripper? It was like a festival. It was like Moomba here at the racetrack. Everybody so rapt to be back racing and looking down the barrel of a full season. Round 2, Winton Motor Raceway. It was absolutely picture perfect at Benalla, Central Victoria. Always very, very welcoming. And the sign at the front of the gate at Winton says Australia's action track, and isn't it always? Great track. You can see all of the track from just about any vantage point around the place. And great to go to. Phillip Island, the absolute leading venue for motorsport in Australasia, and a great weekend down there, which leads us to here. And I'm going to have to say, Dan, the toughest weekend of the season so far, with incidents all over the track. We're currently experiencing that again right now. We sort of hope that the rest of the day comes off a lot better than this. But the saloon cars have been exceptionally well behaved, and it's a shame that they're punctuated with this, with essentially a mechanical failure, a wheel falling off the David Lyons car, the South Australian, which is scary at the very best of times. But we'll go on to the next round at Phillip Island on 23rd, 24th, 25th of September. Great weekend to go racing at Phillip Island. You can get rid of all the aerial ping pong that goes around in suburban Melbourne or right throughout the country with the AFL, and go racing at Phillip Island.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the championship coming into this round. You know, Jamieson had quite a substantial lead in the standings as it was, and his title rivals, Leoncini's got the 5-second penalty for this race. He sat second coming into the round. Mark Sutherland's gone home early. He hasn't raced at all today. Daniel Johnson's had a reasonable round, but he's going to look really good going into that final round at Phillip Island with a nice healthy points margin. And to be honest, he won't be too far from sealing it today. So that's the margin that he's managed to gain throughout the season so far, the first 3 rounds and this weekend. I mean, he had a perfect points haul here, first round of the season. He looks at this stage on to do the same. I don't want to give him the commentator's curse, but yeah, 4 points here earlier on in the year, and then 98 points of a possible 100 at the last round as well at Phillip Island. So
yes, certainly he set it off well in the Morpeth Vale Garage VY Commodore here. 3 from 3 at the start of the year, and he's really built the confidence. And I'm going to say what else he's also built is preparation of a race car that is second to none in the field. It's all about preparation, and that's what we're seeing here. You know, we've seen Simon Taberner, who took it up to him, or tried to take it up to him earlier on in the year. Simon came away with a 4th place. A very, very fast driver given any day. But Daniel Johnson also acquitted himself well at round 1 here. The Angels Leoncini R&J Batteries entry also did a tremendous job. There goes Daniel Johnson just streaming through turn 9. You'd have to say, looking down at turn 1, we've got 2 4-wheel drives to extract 1 race car. Now we're trying to put a bellied out Commodore without a wheel on the front onto the back of a flatbed. It's going to be a little while before we see this race get back underway. There is still 6 laps remaining for this, and we've got BMW E30s staged, poised, ready to head out on the track. But certainly an opportunity to get the saloon cars, which have been very well behaved so far here this weekend. Our volunteer officials, look at that wind just whipping around that yellow flag, makes it pretty hard to get that signal out there. Safety car board. And, boy, we don't like seeing them, do we, the safety car boards out there. But certainly all of our volunteer officials doing a massive job around the track, and it hasn't even started raining yet.
No, you're just saying about the wind, and that's where that rain is coming from. There it is. So the rain is certainly coming. I think it will be here this afternoon, but will it be here before the end of race finishing? We've seen the windscreen wipers on the safety car, but none of the actual race cars have the windscreen wipers going at this point in time. And here we are, the weather condition graphic brought to us by the great team at Blendline TV, showing the current weather conditions. So 11.4 degrees outside. It certainly doesn't feel that warm.
No, it's there's a bit of a wind chill factor in there. 78% chance of rain. The wind is coming from the west-northwest. I would have thought it was west-southwest, but my spidey senses may be letting me down, being that I'm inside and out of these potential weather conditions. The field's still continuing on. The David Lyons car is on the truck. The 2 4-wheel drives challenged to get that bottomed out saloon car onto the hard top so that the flat tray can get it off. And really, we're only taking it about 80 metres backwards and tucking it in behind the fence there. The real challenge will come getting that onto the trailer to head back to South Australia.
Lights are out on the Ford territory. He's pulling away from the field at a fast rate of knots, so we will be going green at the end of this lap, which is fantastic news. Not sure we'll quite get all 10 laps in due to several laps behind the safety car, but let's see how many we can get in. I'm sure it'll be a cracker. Can the likes of Lowndes, Johnson and Leoncini keep up with Jamieson? He's been the star man so far this weekend and so far this season. Can they keep up with him? If they can't, I'm sure it'll be a good battle for position number 2 as they come out of Dandenong Road, and we are awaiting Jamieson. He's Once the green flags wave, it's then up to him when he decides to go. So currently, still safety car boards are out, but once the green flags wave, he can go when he pleases.
This is when Jamieson can play to his strengths. It looks like he's gone now. He can play to wherever he wants to go, and he's slowly building. There's the green flag, and away he goes immediately straight back into it and gets a little gap on Lowndes. It's enough to make the hole in the air ineffective, as we've got Milton in the number 46 drawing alongside there. That may get the officialdom getting him some notice there, because they do have to remain a line astern with each other until they hit that strike line. Interesting thing, though, is that Scotty Dornan is pushing back up through the field. Capilleri coming with him. Prestipino into 6th. There's a bit of a lock-up for the number 46 I just mentioned, but he's gone through on Prestipino. Milton, Prestipino. Good drive by these two. They come from rear of the grid. They're now actually in race contention.
Yeah, Leoncini, as we say, is one of the title protagonists, really, and on the restart, 5-second penalty already, and on the restart, losing out to both Milton and Prestipino. So he's back down to position number 6 now, and the 5-second penalty. So at the moment, a 5-second penalty will put him well back outside the top 10.
Scott Dornan up the inside now of Leoncini. Nice action into the top of the hill there. All cars, 2 wheels over the ripple strips. You can do it in these cars. A little bit softer sprung compared to some of the thoroughbred race cars. A little bit more compliant, and sometimes can reward a little bit of curb launching. Daniel Jamieson, who is a very strong racer, a more of a classic lines kind of guy, and just as I say that, kicks it out over the back of the ripple strip. A real sensible racer. He's got a good racer's head on him, as we've got the 2 behind him going side by side. This is going to be Milton and Prestipino. Prestipino is absolutely charging at this.
It's a shame for Prestipino. He'd be right in title contention. He actually missed the first 2 rounds of the year, but came out at Phillip Island flying, and he's flying around the outside here. Or a bit of contact. He had to rejoin because the grass was looming, so he had to rejoin at some point. There's a little bit of Robbins racing, but they play on. Fortunately, no major damage, but more and more raindrops as the laps go on. As they head down the back straight, there's 2.5 laps scheduled to go. Hopefully we can get those in, but as we thought, Jamieson is trying to break away as quickly as he can, but at this stage Lowndes is just there. If Jamieson does make a mistake with these raindrops, he'll be there to pounce. He's just 1.3 seconds behind, and we see car number 46 Milton and Dornan's trying to recover. So this is the battle now for position number 5.
This is a good battle. This safety car has brought, if nothing else, for the rest of us, some entertainment to this field, because Jamieson's only managed to ease out 1.3 seconds at this point in time. Daniel Johnson's now got his hands full with the charging number 99 of Prestipino, but one thing that Daniel will have in this advantage is that he hasn't had to drive from the tail of the field. He hasn't had to use the Bridgestone and lean on them really hard as what Prestipino goes. So as we start to come into the closing couple of laps of this race, you'd expect that maybe the Falcon might have a better set of Bridgestones to endure the last 2 circuits of Sandown International. The Cave Hill Engines car under brakes, number 35. Great control there. Prestipino is going to push himself out wide. Johnson follows him, followed right in his tracks, and he's thrown it away there. Prestipino, a forceful drive, aggressive, controlled. You can be aggressive and controlled. We're watching it now in number 99.
2 laps in a row outside around turn 1. You don't see that very often, and to do it 2 laps in a row, as we see Jeff Thomas and Knight fighting it out. They had a good battle in the last race, and it's Thomas that takes the position, but he has a moment, a tank slapper, and he can't save it on the wet grass. Around he goes. Oh, it's a shame. That is a real shame. They were having a weekend-long battle, and Jeff Thomas, just losing the rear.
Oh, have a look at this. It's going to be the 46 around the outside of Daniel Johnson, and he gets him. Wow, some aggressive moves from these two, charging through the field. Daniel Johnson is not a guy that gives up places easily. He's certainly a very fair racer. Like if it's on and they're through, he'll let them through, but he'll certainly not say die. He'll take it up to them, stays with them. It's certainly Commodore ground. Sandown has been Commodore proof really for quite some time, and it's really good that Daniel's able to stay with them and take it up, because here comes Scott Dornan now. So they're all arriving on the number 35's doorstep and give him a bit of a knock anyone home.
As you say, it has been a Commodore-dominated track for quite some time in saloon cars, but he's flying the blue oval flag quite proudly at the moment, although he's locked up there, manages to get it stopped. As you say, never say die attitude. He's shown that this weekend, that when he loses a position, he fights and he will get it back.
How's that? The 46 of Milton locks up the left front. The corner before, the 35 of Daniel Johnson locks up the right front. So we're swapping. It's like a game of cards, isn't it? What you get, you get taken away.
As we are on the final lap of this exciting saloon car encounter. I think the rain spots. Oh, that's really tight. Oh, they're both going to have to take to the escape road. That's for P2. Prestopino trying to get it under control, and Dandenong Road, he hasn't done
Trying
so.
to roll away.
He's going to go through the gravel. Can he keep the momentum up? No is the answer. What a shame. It was such a good drive from so far back down the field, but P2. Oh, Johnson's off
in
as
too.
well. Must be wet down there. It must be wet down at Dandenong Road, because that's two of the contenders off and in the gravel.
Here comes our race winner, and by design, Sean Jamieson dominates. Round number 4, just like he did here at round number 2, brings home the victory for the Sedan Hotel outfit, and it'll be Adam Lowndes for Pro Build in behind him there. A great drive by Sam Milton, forceful, aggressive, controlled drive. Also, Scott Dornan, you could use the same adjectives to describe his drive. Angels Leoncini in there, Liam McCallum, Nash Harris in the last 2 laps, obviously because of Johnson and Prestopino. And I guess down at Dandenong Road, Prestopino is wondering what could have been. From rear of grid to second in the race, got it all crossed up, and could have been a lot worse actually. We could have seen another car into the wall. He's buried a saloon car up to its gunnels down there at turn 9. There it is.
Well, it was an incident that just kept going. He tried around the outside at the top of the hill, and then it went on all the way down, trying to get it back in slowly but surely. The tank slapper just got worse and worse.
I think testament actually to Adam Lowndes to let him have that all by himself. He sort of went, whoa, you're hot, man. I'm just going to get out of this. And he went over off the escape road and gathered it all up and just let the Prestopino car just, I guess, take its course. Luckily, it took its course all the way to the gravel trap and to, I guess, eventual safety, because it could have been a whole lot worse for Jacob Prestopino in the number 99. Here it is. Scotty Jamieson, Sean Jamieson brings home Adam Lowndes, Milton, Dornan, Leoncino, Callahan, Nash Harris. Great result there in the 85 inside the 10. Capilleri, Daniel Johnson ultimately home in 9th place. Then Glenn Campbell, Harris, Jeske after a torrid weekend of up and down the timesheets. There, the South Australian. Lee, Knight, Tate, Yaga, and Jeffrey Thomas got it all back up and going again for 17th.
I've just seen, since you said that, Leoncini, the 5-second penalty for the jump start drops him to position 6. So he loses only the 1 spot in all that. So a 6th position for him, one of the title contenders. That was a great final encounter for saloon cars. Lots of drama and action. Up after this break, we have BMW E30s for their second 10-lap encounter.
Thank you very much, Dan. Looking forward to the E30s taking to the track. As we say, hooroo to the next round for the saloon cars. Some great entertainment from the saloon cars out of this weekend. And there goes Daniel Johnson wondering what could have been after an off down at Dandenong Road. We'll be back with E30s.
Still sunny down here at the pit paddock, and we've made our way down to the BMW E30, the Garagistic E30 BMW Drivers Club Melbourne. Joined alongside by Alex Jory, who's currently the series leader, and he's enjoyed an enormous amount of success in the last few seasons, and he's very recognisable, bright orange number 22 E30. Alex, thank you for joining us.
Yeah, it's great to be here. It's Sandown's put on an awesome day weather-wise, so it's really good to connect with everyone and be here for the Garagistic Cup, and yeah, really excited about having a good weekend.
So for viewers watching at home new to E30 racing, what are some of the technical aspects of the series, and what do you find, how do you unlock your performance and find the pace in your car?
Yeah, well, I mean, the good thing about our series is that we really sort of aim for parity, and there's strict standards technically for the cars to try and make them as close as possible. So it really does come down to your getting your setup right and working for you, but also down to the driver's skill. So it's really just trying to nail all those fundamentals, bring it all together.
And obviously a lot of newcomers coming to the series as it continues to grow. How do you find having a literal target on your back with all these guys and girls coming to the series trying to hunt you down?
Yeah, I mean, I love the challenge. So that's why I race. I'm competitive, like being challenged, and yeah, I think it's great to see new people here all the time. Yeah.
Well, there you have it. That's Alex Jory. Keep an eye out for him in the E30s coming up later on today.
Thanks very much there, Callum Brannigan down there with Alex Jory, and we come out to pictures of the bright orange number 22 as they head out on their warm-up lap. And I'm Darren Smith. We've got Donovan Mollenhagen right alongside me here, and we've got the grid coming up for this race. Donovan, just before we come on air, you had a couple of updates for some of the drivers overnight.
Yeah, so as we watch the cars go down around there with a little bit of rain on the camera, that's a bit foreboding. But yesterday we had a couple of cars off. We had someone popped a fuse. That was Paul Schiff. We saw him coming slowly out of turn 4. And we had a sticking throttle, which wouldn't have been fun for Matt Thulis there. We've also got one guy who's pulled up not very well this morning, so we've got a substitute in the car. Welcome on board Graham Bell. He'll be charging.
Graham's having a drive.
He'll be charging through from position 13, I think. So that should be fun to watch.
Should be too. A guy that looks after, well, I think about half the field here.
Many cars here, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
And one of the strengths behind the scene of the V30 racing.
Absolutely. Graham's one of our life members, owner of Bell Motorsport, and a great supporter of the category. We thank him very much for all that he does.
So Alex Jory in the number 22 will start out of pole position. Jeff Bowles right alongside, which I guess is fairly complements the rest of the season, really, doesn't it? The faster cars Absolutely. Out in front there. Simon Schiff to Ashley Rogers. Jesse Bryan back in the number 38. Jess Bell in number 6 on the third row of the grid. Great to have Jess still in the game after a pretty, I guess, an innocuous rollover 18 months or so ago, but every rollover is fraught with danger.
Absolutely.
And good to see her back in the back in the field, and well, she hasn't really missed a beat. She's been here all season. Rory Plant in the Upflow Brewing car number 7. Mark Rogorski in the 87 out of position 8. Ryan Carter in the 19. Roderick Martin back to Tristan Bloenfelder. Now there was
that'll be Graham Bell.
Graham Bell. That's the car Graham is in. So keep an eye on number 23. In fact, I might make the appropriate adjustment right now and put G Bell on the sheet there. So we know what's going on there. There's the number 54, Paul Schiff, at the rear of the field. So there'll be Alwyn Lim, Adam Sleep, Matty Thulis, and it will be Paul Schiff coming down there. There's the number 21 of Alwyn Lim, just making their way up to the spot there. Matt Thulis in the 90, Shannon Cooper entry, the blue and white car. Vastly experienced race car driver, won Australian championships in production cars. And all of his experience might start to come to the fore with those wipers going like they are. It's certainly starting to look like we've got some precipitation occurring, but it's Bowles and Jory going gear for gear, but it's Jesse Bryan rapidly up the inside there, getting a great start. In fact, he has jumped a spot on the grid. Matt Thulis goes high and right there, comes from left and goes to right. That's the headlights right in the back of shop there, the white and blue car. But look at this, it's going to be Bowles. Oh, no, it's not.
Alex gets him there under braking into one. Nice move there. Jeff giving him enough room. around the inside.
I'm going to say keep off that painted ripple strip, everyone, because if it's at all damp down there, and the camera leads us to believe so, doesn't it? That there's water on it. You do not want to be on those painted surfaces. There is on the 24 up on the ripple strip, just hanging on to it for Bowles there. Good driving by Jeff Bowles.
Oh.
Jesse Bryan gets forceful around with it and finds his way up into P2.
He's done well there through 2 and 3 and out around the outside of 4. So we've got Simon Schiff there now coming up on the back of Jeff Bowles, who got a little bit sideways out of 4 with that light amount of precipitation. It's a tad moist out there, but hopefully everybody will stay on the track and stay straight.
At the moment, our race leader, and that's always a good testament for it, he's only got the intermittent wipers on. And car 2 on the road, Jesse Bryan has got the frantic snow ones on. Oh, here we go, 50. This is not what we wanted to see. Everyone else taking evasive action.
Looks like he's going to be safe there, and hopefully he should just be able to pull out of the grass and keep going.
Oh, it is wet there. Look at that wheel spin. Keep it going, keep it going.
He's got it well done.
Away we go.
If anybody can get out of a spot like that, it's Goose. He runs West Vic Excavations, so he'll be used to getting in the mud.
Knows how to get out of the bog.
Absolutely. So.
Yellow flags being waved, and it must be getting damp out there because the cars are sort of swapping ends at the moment. We've got Jory.
Jory in the dirt, in the kitty litter there, so that is not going to do his championship any good. He's currently leading the championship. He's had a whitewash of all of the rounds so far this year, so he's got a little bit of a buffer, but Alex won't like being there. I know he's very competitive and he does like to win his races, so I don't know that we saw what happened.
There's Jeff Bowles now with Simon Schiff bottled up behind. The number 7 in there, Rory Plant. He's made himself up 5 spots. Our race leader, Jesse Bryan, has made up 4 spots. Here's the 54 cruising back to the pits. This is Paul Schiff. Same issue again.
Possibly. And now we've got Adam Sleep also pulling over.
And a safety car on track 2. So that's down at turn 3, so I'd suggest the safety car is to get Alex Jory out. That's a very precarious position straight on as you're turning into the S's. And there is the field coming under control. Car number 22 in at turn, what is that, 8, 9, 10?
9, 10.
Here comes the number 50, which we just saw understeering off and looping it around, and another one going slowly as well there. So that's, yep, there it is. That's at turn 3.
Potentially some contact there between Darryl and Adam Sleep. Darryl O'Neill and Adam Sleep there. There's Jesse coming to the safety car. So
very aggressively weaving there, and he hasn't even got onto the safety car. Where's the rest of the field? More to the point.
Yeah.
Our race leader picks up the safety car. The rest of the field are obliged to get onto the back of the car behind the safety car in a safe yet speedy fashion.
Yep. Probably just waiting for the front straight, given there's a car down there in the kitty litter at 9. So hopefully we can get that car extricated as quickly as possible and get back onto some racing laps. We unfortunately lost a few laps yesterday, and here we go. Let's see what exactly happened.
24 cutting it short there. Oversteer on the oversteer turned into understeer, turned into loop.
So did indeed, yeah.
And I tell you what, they all did a terrific job to not join in on that incident as well. Everyone very hyper aware of their surroundings, as you are generally on lap 1 of a race. You're exceptionally aware of everything that's going on around you. Gets it going again.
Yep. He did a good job there of leaving the car broadside for the camera to get the sponsor on the back of the car, though, West Vic Excavations.
Talk about sponsors. Liqui Moly jumping on board with this round with the E30s. Great to have such a, I guess, an iconic oil company jumping on board, growing their presence in Australian motorsport, and also helping get a lot more awareness of the BMW E30 racing out there as well.
Indeed, it puts us E30s up there with V8 supercars with common sponsors, so we must be a parallel category to the V8s.
Well, certainly the Bathurst 12 Hour is, that's the leading, has been for a decade, the Liqui Moly Bathurst 12 Hour. It's what it's known as. It's almost like the Clipsal 500 that hasn't been run for 10 years. Everyone still calls it the Clipsal 500.
That's exactly right.
We're about to have the Clipsal 500 at the other end of the year, at the end of this year too, and they still call it Clipsal 500.
Well, there's a reason they moved it from sunny August in Victoria,
That's
isn't
right,
there?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So here is our field coming under complete control. Just some minor weaving going on there. So let's hope that we're not held under safety car for too long. There's still 8 laps remaining in this race. Really only got 20% of it. The lights are out and the safety car is coming in. So good recovery. Gee, the officials have had some challenges this weekend.
They have. They've done a fantastic job of getting cars out. Yesterday with the rollover, the medical staff, getting that guy in and getting sorted. The flag marshals, the safety car drivers, all of the officials are doing a great job to help put us on the racetrack and enjoy what we love doing. We couldn't do it without them. So.
It certainly is, and there's not a lot the officials can do when cars end up in awkward positions, and safety is a question. Certainly yesterday we came under unusual conditions where the Chief Medical Officer basically took over the program and said, hey, we've got 2 drivers down here we're attending to. Please don't start any more races, because if we have another incident, I can't look after the patients. And let me tell you, mums and dads and friends of drivers out there, that's what they want to hear, that the medical response is rapid and not being compromised. As we get back underway now, Jesse Bryan holds on to a slender lead over Jeffrey Bowles, and you get the feeling that Jeff's not going to let him skate away here. He's going to try and go with him, and in fact, I reckon Simon Schiff is going to do the same thing. Rory Plant up into P4. I reckon he wants to take the 4-door up to a podium today.
He does. It's great to see that 4-door up towards the front of the grid. He's progressed that vehicle over a number of years now, and it's really starting to come on song. And if he can tack onto the end of those front 3, which was front 4 with Alex there yesterday, then we can have some more close racing up at the front and through the middle of the pack, which is what we love to see. We're a control category. Everybody's got basically the same machinery. Comes down to the box between the steering wheel and the seat that determines how well the car goes. And it looks like Jesse's starting to pull away there, but Simon wants to have a little bit of a play with Jeff through the S's down into Dandenong Road. This will be interesting to see whether Simon wants to put it up the inside of Jeff. No, he's playing it safe at this moment, but we've got a good pack of cars there, and we could have some great racing today.
The Red Rocket Racing outfit absolutely stands out, and he really wants to take it up to Jeff Bowles. I'm going to suggest that you want to get on with it now, because the cars behind you are starting to range up, Simon. So Rory Plant, then it's Carter, Jess Bell in the number 6, the 30 white car just off the back of shot there, Menno Photography entry. There's the gap. You really don't need to look at the timesheets. That's what it is. And there it is from first to second as well. So Jesse Bryan, fastest car on track by quite a margin at the moment. A 1:33.1 is where Jesse is running at. So he is going on. Simon Schiff looks at the inside. Bowles under maximum attack. It is greasy down there, and that is the greasiest corner in Australian motorsport. When it gets wet, it's horrible.
It is
under brakes when it's wet.
And we've got, we could have a look at back down the grid a little bit further. We've got Graham Bell coming through. He's in 8th position, starting at a 13th. So he's made up 5 positions already in the first 4 odd laps of the race. So Graham getting a hurry on from further back there in his cameo today in race 2 for the E30s.
So a 1:30.101 there for Jesse Bryan. It's a tidy lap, that's for sure. And doing a good job of it. Still got the snow wipers on, aggressively keeping that screen clear. Cars behind on selecting each different position on the stalk, aren't they? A bit of intermittent, a bit of normal, and away we go.
And then there's the Rain-X runners as well. So.
Yeah, then there's those that's all just beating off the screen like it's not even happening.
So if you go faster, you won't be able to see the water.
Down the inside, Jess Bell has a good look into Rory Plant. Carter also having a good look at it as well.
Yep, being followed there by Mark Gorgovsky and is that Graham behind him? I think no, that's Matt. No, that's Graham Bell. Yes, so Graham Bell there in the number 23 car behind Mark Gorgovsky. A little bit of locking there into to turn 9 for Mark. He's starting to give Ryan a bit of a hurry up, who's in there behind Jess Bell, as you mentioned. So we've got some really good racing there up and down the field, except obviously we can see that Jesse has taken the bolt and left everybody in his wake.
Oh, gee, these are tricky conditions. It's really going to light up down at turn 1. It's like a skating rink with that bit of tarmac they put down. I think it was about 1998, 99. There it is there, the change of colour.
Yep.
It gets very slippery and everyone's responding to it, aren't they? Look at, they're gingerly getting in there, starting to see that fog come down. So that's really quite heavy down at turn 1 as far as showers are concerned.
Yeah, it's tiptoes all around now for that
Oh,
one. Oh, Mark's gone around.
87 goes round, keeps
Hold
it.
it. Oh, keeps it off the
barriers.
wall. Well done there by Mark. I'm not sure if that was by plan or by luck, but
Heart
it doesn't matter.
in mouth.
Exactly.
Right there. Big, deep breaths. Pull down on the seatbelt. Let's get back into it. Loses a number of spots.
Just as I was saying, that 1, 2, 3, 4 combination there is one of the most slipperiest areas on this track, and as you mentioned, in all of Australian motorsport. So,
particularly in these sort of conditions, it really is. It's a different hot mix, if you like. Okay, so time penalty for our leader in this race. It will be a 5-second penalty, and I'm actually just receiving some information from race control.
It'll be interesting to find out what that is, because he got a time penalty for that, for something, for I believe it was a creeping at the start yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see what that's for. He's already 4 seconds ahead of Simon Schiff, so if it's only a 4-second penalty, he's got another 4 laps to try and eke out another second.
Okay, the official word is 5-second penalty for car number 38, which is Jesse Bryant. Safety car procedure breach, didn't maintain last set speed, so that's fairly clearly written in the safety car regulations, and let me tell you, the judges of fact keep a big eye on that when they're going around. That and overlapping.
Yes.
When you're not line of stern with each other. 23 looks for a place makeup. Coming through, Graham Bell. And,
that
big
is
one.
a big spin there, but he can keep that going. Not quite made the kitty litter there.
O'Neill.
There will be definite heart in mouth there for Darryl O'Neill, but back on the track again. Thankfully, we haven't had another Jess Bell incident there, because that could quite possibly have ended up like that, with him spinning across that quite a large hump down there at one as the outside curb.
Jess Bell lets Graham go through. I wouldn't say let's. Graham got the position and got through. Now Matt Thulis is ranging all over the back of Jess Bell as well. And starting to see this coming on. In fact, no, it's not Jess Bell I'm looking at. It's the 19, which is
That would
Carter.
be Ryan Carter. Yep.
Sorry, Jess is 2 spots further up the road. There's Matty Thulis. And great to see Matt back behind the wheel.
He does like jumping in and having a bit of fun in these cars. They are great fun to drive, even in the wet. Even these challenging, slippery conditions, they're a very well balanced car. So wet or dry, they are lots of fun.
Next race on the program is the 40-minute sports car race, the multi-million-dollar field made up of predominantly Porsches and a Bulgarian supercar. The number 23 now drawing alongside. That's Graham Bell.
Looks like Jesse Bryant has had an issue at some stage. He's lost a couple of seconds there to Simon Schiff. So if he wants to get outside the range of this 5-second penalty.
Yeah, his last lap round was down into the 41s, and Schiff and Bowles were in the 40s. So yes, he's lost some time there, and he does need to make up that 5-second penalty he's been given. So at the moment, it'll find him back in 5th place. But very, very tricky conditions. You just get the feel that everyone is now, it's fingertips and toes, isn't it? It's not,
Indeed,
it's not handfuls of lock here. It's gently as Matt Thulis looks to the inside.
Yeah, they're almost 10 seconds a lap
takes the
slower.
spot.
Almost 10 seconds a lap slower than Jesse's best was a 33, and his last, as you said, was a 41. So 8 seconds slower than earlier in the race.
There's the gap physically to our race leader back to Simon Schiff. So Simon Schiff back in contention here. We've got 7 laps completed. Best part of 2.25 laps left to go.
And I actually think that gap's getting smaller and smaller. I'm wondering whether or not Jesse has an issue in that car, because that doesn't look like 2.6 seconds to me.
Well, he's got the lights ablaze anyway, so he's pretty happy to be leading this race at this particular time. The number 38, with its plethora of different liveries.
Oh, and Simon Schiff's gone around there out of turn 10. Looped it. Jesse almost did the same thing, so Jesse might be thanking Simon for that, because that might well get him his 5 seconds. It does just get him his 5 seconds with 2 laps to go.
So he will have a penalty applied, and at this point in time it doesn't change the outcome of the race. So it's up to Grant Bowles now to really start to push on and try and, well, he could drag himself a race win here if he can get within under 5 seconds of the race leader.
Could, yeah, he just needs 2/10. So any little slip now from Jesse, and it'll be a number 1 step of the podium for Jeff. He'll love that.
Yeah, absolutely would.
Look at that rain on the camera there. It's clearly getting very slippery out there.
And Simon Schiff has just dropped back some spots, so he could have had himself a step on the podium there as well.
It's days like this, I'm happy to be sitting next to you, Darren.
Yeah, it gets a bit tricky, doesn't it, out there? It's that horrible in-between greasy racetrack.
Yep.
At this stage now, you just want it to rain.
Yep, absolutely.
Or go away completely.
Exactly, yeah.
Car number 24 cresting the top of the hill, second on the road. Can he grab back 0.2 of a second to race leader Jesse Bryan and get himself on the top step of the podium? We did notice that Jesse was slowing, but he's now gone back into a 137. So found his mumbo again,
and off he
pulled
goes.
on the fitness, and said, "Let's go. Let's try a little bit harder here, Jesse. We need to win it by at least 5 seconds." There's Jess Bell with Simon Schiff now.
Recovering now, Simon Schiff recovering to 6th position after that spin out of position 2. So at the rate that Graham's going, he may well end up on the podium after starting at a 13th. So how far does he have? He's got a couple of seconds to catch up on Rory, I think. Rory Plant.
Here's a replay down in turn 1. Got a bit hairy, and there it is.
Whoa.
Got real hairy for O'Neill, number 57. Wow, that would have given the old brain a rattle around in the helmet there. A quick loop around.
My brain's still spinning, and I was only watching it.
Jess Bell now coming back. Schiff trying to make up the spot. Positioning himself well now, Simon. That's the spot you want to be for the right-hander. And controls the narrative out of turn 3 and up to 4. But Jess Bell just chipping away at it. There's no real aggression about what she's doing, just bringing the game on.
Yep, I was talking to her earlier. She's still driving her brother Sean's car there, but they're fairly positive about getting that rollover car back on the grid for next year. So that is great to see that they've been able to get that and resurrect that car.
So much work has to go into it when something like that happens. There is just so much. It's basically go back to the drawing board and start all over again, because every little piece of componentry you touch has been wrecked in some way.
Yep. Yeah, but if anyone can do it, Dad, Graham Bell, is certainly the one to do it. If there's something that's not known about E30's race cars, then it's not worth knowing if Graham doesn't know it.
Okay, coming up for the checkered flag now for Bryant. The big question mark is that he's got a 5-second time penalty right next to his name, and we look to the checkered flag. And here comes Jesse Bryant. Pretty happy to get to the line there. Who is second? It is going to be Jeff Bowles, and it's 3 seconds.
Yeah, he's lost 2 seconds there.
So Jesse Bryan will go down to P5. They've dragged all 3 cars back up into that position. So we'll keep an eye on the timesheets. We'll keep an eye looking back from Jess Bell. So she gets home in 6th. Maddie Thulis from rear of the grid gets home in 7th. Carter in 8th. Martin, Rogers, Grigorski after a big loop early on in the race. And O'Neill gets to the line as well. 2 big loopers, line and stern with each other. The hits just keep coming, don't we? And there comes Alex Jory after parking it up in the sandpit on the entry to turn 10 there as well. So we'll watch the official timekeeper's timesheet at this point in time for the adjustment on that result, and it'll be Grant Bowles that wins the race. Rory Plant on to the second step on the podium.
And Graham Bell makes it to 3rd after starting at a 13.
Hard charges awarded for Graham Bell there.
Indeed.
Although it wasn't hard charging, it's a sensible drive,
It was,
wasn't it?
yep. No, he just kept it straight and everybody else did the work for him.
Experience came to the fore. Simon Schiff, who was up the front there, eventually home in 4th. Jesse Bryan, after his 5-second penalty, will go to 5th place. Jess Bell, Matty Thulis, Carter, Martin and Rogers rounds out our top 10. There it is, the garagistic BMW E30s race for race 2.
Some great racing in there, some high excitement with some spin, some changing conditions, lots of fun for everybody out there, I'm sure. I'm still glad that I was sitting here next to you, and we look forward to what race 3 brings for the E30 Garagistic BMW Cup.
Certainly race 26 for the weekend. Our final race for the day scheduled for a 4:10 start for 10 laps. Thank you very much, Donovan, and the Liqua Moly BMW E30 field.
Thank you, Darren.
We'll be back with plenty more racing. We've still got a great program coming your way. A 40-minute sports car race is on the schedule for the next race on the track, and we will be back with sports cars after a couple of quick recoveries around the track. A bit of a clean-up. See you in a few moments.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Welcome back to Blendline TV's coverage of grassroots motorsports. If you love grassroots motorsports, then you're going to love what we've got in store for you this afternoon. It's the second half of Sunday of round 4 of the Victorian State Race Series here at Sandown International Motor Raceway. As you can see on our grid, we're looking at the feature race for the Victorian sports cars, a 40-minute mini enduro. And of course, it's Ben Schutz off pole with a bevy, a plethora of Porsches behind. And of course, the teams are all having the decision and the argument. Do they go out on dries? Do they go out on wets? They don't know what the weather's going to do. So we could see some pit stops for the entire field if the weather tends to get worse. I'm joined once again in commentary, myself, David Sewell, by the inimitable Callum Bradenligan. How are we doing?
I've been described as many things, but never that before, Dave. Very well. It's very nice to be here alongside you once again to call all the action for the Victorian sports cars. And always a big fan of these 40-minute mini endurance races. And I think, did they have compulsory pit stops fairly recently, and that was no longer the case for this category?
So you may be confusing this version of sports cars with the 1-hour endurance races we run at Island Magic, put on by Philippine Auto Racing Club at the end of the year. Schoolies for race car drivers. Of course, those races, 2 60-minute races with a compulsory pit stop for a driver change, somewhere between the 20th and 40th minute. It's a format that works in the New South Wales production sports car series as well. So we've kind of gone a halfway step there. It's still a single driver, but it is 40 minutes. So it gives some of those drivers a bit of practice for what it's going to be like. We can see the number 57 of Daryl O'Neill sneaking through the back of dummy grid there. And our grid on the screen, thanks to Panta Racing Fuel from the Mole Group in Italy. Fantastic to have Panta Racing Fuels on board, supporting the Production Sports Car Racing Association of Victoria. So it was Ben Schutz in the Sin R1 GT who took out the abbreviated sprint race yesterday afternoon, Callum. He, of course, was chased home by once again, that plethora of Porsches. It was Christian Fitzgerald in the number 74 who got ahead of Andy Hall and Graham Williams. Good to see Graham fighting up the front of the field. He's recently made an upgrade to a 991 Series 2 Cup car. That's the one that recently got ejected from the Carrera Cup and is now the leading Class A car in the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. Travis Knipe in the number 18, the Favourite Racing, the Green Machine, will not be taking part today. His social event coordinator has informed him that he has other obligations to attend to today. One of the other sports car competitors who we would love to be seeing back out here today, but he has other social commitments, admittedly in the country of Greece, in the east part of Europe, is of course one M. Kokkinus Esquire of Launch Racing. His Audi R8 was out at Queensland Raceway for the most recent round of the Fanatec GT World Challenge Australia, presented by AWS. I think I've covered all the sponsors there, so I think the ARG will be happy with me. Hello to you, Michael, if you're streaming live from Greece. Hope you get some sun and some tan, and we see you back for round 5 at Phillip Island. Looking further afield, Matt Slavin in the number 12. Rowan Little in the number 7. He's in a GT3 Cup S. One of the GT3 Cup S's, of course, also being driven by Sven Burkhart's, the number 90. Now, unfortunately, he won't be taking part in this race, Callum. Unfortunately, he got black flagged for noise yesterday, pinged the noise meter over 100 decibels, and unfortunately not having the time or the parts available to effect a solution to try to quiet that car down. Of course, we do have to be very considerate of the noise considerations here at Sandown. A little bit further down the field, Jamie Lovett, of course, got stung 30 seconds for a start line infringement yesterday, so he'll have a little bit of fun coming through from the rear of the grid. Car 97, Rodney Gordon, he also received a 5-second penalty for jumping the start. Had a chat with him in pit lane. Fortunately, just put a new clutch in that car. The adjustment's not quite right, so the bite point's about 0.5 mil off the bottom of the travel. So with a whole bunch of RPM on, the thing just started to bite and creep forward. Of course, these cars, predominantly sports cars, do rolling start races. This is something unique for a lot of these guys, where they put a lot of torque and power through the rear drive shafts.
As David alluded to earlier, there are changeable weather conditions out there at the moment. Now, it's looking just a little bit drier than it was perhaps 10 minutes ago when the Garagistic E30s were out. But on pole position is that very unique Bulgarian Sin R1 driven by Ben Schutz. And Schutz, he's certainly been at the head of the field so far in season 2022. And we do expect him to have an outstanding race with the long straights here at Sandown International Raceway, certainly suiting the massive 7-litre power plant.
There's nothing quite like a big V8. The revs rise as the 5-second board from the ASSA officials is shown. Lights are on and they're out. And a great jump by Christian Fitzgerald. The rear engine of the Porsche rocketing it away from the line. But Ben Schutz does have the inside run. Does Christian cover? He is moving across slightly. But Ben with the LS-powered machine grunt. But of course, Christian able to sweep round the outside. Ben knows this is a 40-minute race. He's got plenty of time to get him. Up and over the curbs goes the number 16 machine.
Jamie Lovett already.
That is Jamie Lovett,
so
I believe.
He's had an absolutely spectacular start from towards the back of the field there to be up to 3rd position by the time they're at turn 4. That's an outstanding start from Lovett.
Now, if you were a lone Porsche amongst a field of front-engine machines, I'd understand that. But amongst a field of other Porsches, that's incredible. Great work there by Jamie. Rocket himself back up into 3rd position there. And we get to see the resumption of that ding-dong battle we've seen at every round this year between Andy Hall and Jamie Lovett. But it looks like they can have some other people for company because Graham Williams isn't too far behind, and the number 12 of Matt Slavin as well. Great to see these competitors making the upgrade to the latest Porsche machinery. Some great support from Porsche Cars Australia for grassroots motorsport, keeping these cars on the road after they've moved out of top-level sport. We've got the lights ablaze on the Sin. It's looking a little bit droopy. Perhaps a loose wiring connection there on one of the headlights. Nope, just our camera angles there.
Gee, that was a little bit close for comfort there going into turn 12 as they're coming onto the main straight. So a little bit of a touch-up there. A brief rub from Lovett on the back of Schutz there. So, yeah, that was a little bit too close for comfort, given that these are the most expensive and exotic cars here this weekend.
He didn't hit you. He didn't nudge you. He rubbed you, son, and rubbing is racing. Although we do try to promote a non-contact atmosphere.
Motorsport predominantly is a non-contact sport.
So we're seeing the drivers use a bit of the curb there, and I said that's a very brave thing to be doing in these conditions. It might have stopped raining, but the painted surfaces here at Sandown incredibly slippery, and you only need to catch it with a little bit too much throttle on, and your Porsche will be rotating it towards the fence, and the Sandown people will be sending you a bill for a couple lengths of Armco. Couple of lengths of Armco is what it took for Ben Schutz to get past Christian Fitzgerald. Those long straights uphill, plenty of torque from the big 7-litre V8 in the Sin R1 GT. And Jamie Lovett harassing the back of Christian Fitzgerald. Now, not only do we have a brand war here in sports cars, we've also got a tyre war. There's some competitors on Yokohamas, some competitors on Michelins, and some competitors on Pirellis. So there's a bit of a competition, friendly competition going on in the Porsche ranks and out front. So Ben Schutz is on the Yokohamas, and what we've tended to see is that he'll work away to a gap of 5 to 10 seconds from the car behind, and then he'll work on driving the thing like a metronome. You know, he'll drive it at 8.5 to 9 tenths the whole way, look after the tyres, make them last the stint. What we have seen with some of the Porsches is if they're a little bit too aggressive on setup or a little bit too eager to take the performance out of the tyre, by the time they get to the end of the race, they start falling into the clutches of people in 3rd, 4th and 5th place behind.
So obviously at the moment the wet conditions starting to creep in there. You can actually see on the lens there and visibility there as well, a little bit low coming out of the camera, but the wind has picked up quite a bit as well. It's quite chilly out there outside at the moment as well, so lots of coats going on at the moment, but it's certainly not. It's certainly living up to the season that is winter, and it's traditionally this round has always been held around this time, and there's always usually been inclement weather as a result. And you can see on screen here, 11 degrees at the moment. It feels a lot less at the moment, and it is about.
There's a 77% chance that it might be raining. Sorry, that of course that's a Mean Girls reference. Of course, we're working in an audio medium, not a visual medium, for our meme references. Just throw one out to you there on the camera. But so that's what we like to see in sports cars, is that regardless of where you're racing in the field, there's always someone to race with. So Fitzgerald, Love and Hall tied together within a second and a half. We've got Williams and Slavin tied together by just over a second. Sluger and, of course, small issue, I think, going on the timing screen. We may have a car being timed manually. So I think that's Rowan Little in the number 7 might have been inserted there. So Little and Gordon. And, of course, Billy Morelli. I checked in with him yesterday. We saw him pit on the last lap. He got a little confused. He'd seen the black flag and the board shown for Jamie Lovett for that start line infringement, but he thought the black flag was being pointed at him. And, of course, his background with club sprints and sprint racing, where they don't tend to have a numbers board, if you've been a bad boy, you get the black flag poked in your general direction. So he saw that, boxed on the last lap, and he was distraught. He wanted his lap, he wanted his points, but great to see him back out there in the GT4 CS MR Cup. I believe I've satisfied all of the acronyms as far as that car's concerned. But, of course, so Burkhardt's, Knipe and Kepper in the 58 didn't make it through qualifying, packed it up, put it on the trailer and went home a little earlier. So we're down to a 10-car field for the 40 minutes. Of course, it'll be all to play for. With 9 minutes in, 31 minutes remaining. It'll be interesting to see what happens right at the end of that race as the tyres are a little bit worn out and the drivers are a little bit worn out too. It is kind of conditions, of course, Callum. We were here in February. It was high 20s, early 30s. 40 minutes in those conditions can be quite a run for some of these amateur drivers.
And it's only really sort of about half an hour in that the tyres really start coming into their own, because they're not designed for the sprint style races that the VSRS tends to offer more than anything else. So when the sports car guys do elect to give up effectively one of their races and combine it into 2 40-minute races, this is when these cars come into their own. We had Heath McAlpine up here in the commentary box yesterday, and he was pointing out that car of Sven Burkhardt's, and you were having a good yarn about the fact it was a GT3 Cup S. Is that right?
That's correct. So if we cast our minds back, let me get my Wayback Machine and I'll play the harp and take you all the way back to 2006, before GT3 as an FIA category even existed. So there were a bunch of sort of one-make racer cars. There was the Aston DBR S9, the Porsche Cup car, the Ferrari Challenge car, the Lamborghini Super Trofeo car, and so Stefan Rattel brought them all together. Recently celebrated 30 years of the SRO organisation and their impact on GT racing. They came up with this concept of GT3 where they use balance of performance. So you could have a 3.6 litre flat 6 engined Porsche running up against a 6 litre V12 front engine Aston, or a 4 litre, 4.5 litre mid-engined V8 Ferrari, and worked out a way of doing all the testing and establishing the baseline. As we see Ben Schutz go to move up on Billy Morelli to put him a lap down, and so that first batch of GT3 cars were basically all factory race cars, but they were very basic. They were road cars with a roll cage, a fire extinguisher. Some of the Astons still had leather trim in them, had a six-speed H-pattern gearbox in the initial Aston DBR S9. But of course, the performance baseline for FIA GT3 in 2006 was the 997 Cup car. That was Porsche's first FIA GT3 car. Now, GT3's become something of an arms race, as we can see over the last 16 years. And so, of course, every model the manufacturer improves. They get less like their one-make series compatriots. They become more like a full-fledged factory Le Mans car. And so the next generation car Porsche came out with, still on the 997, still based off the earlier type, the pre-facelift, which we see Rodney Gordon getting around in one of those 997 Series 1 Cup cars. They took that car, they took the bigger 3.8 litre engine out of the RSR, put some flares on it, put the same larger wheels and tyres than were on the Cup car at the time, much larger rear wing, much larger front splitter, much larger brakes, of course adding the endurance spec brakes, because although GT3 started out as a sprint race format, 1 hour races, it fairly rapidly became the default formula for amateur and pro-am endurance racing, as we've seen stuff like the Bathurst 12 hour, the Spa 24, Nürburgring 24, etc. So we had the GT3 Cup S, which still had a big stick shift in the middle, still looked like a Cup car on steroids, and it wasn't until they facelifted the 997 that they brought out the GT3R, the first of the 4-litre FIA GT3 cars, and that's been a lineage which has continued right up until just recently when Porsche announced their 992 generation GT3R. So, you know, we've been through multiple successions of Porsches. They are one of the go-to choices for endurance racing, Callum, and we see that with the Porsche Pyramid in Australia, don't we?
Well, absolutely, and you actually see in a 944 Challenge, for example, you see a lot of gentleman drivers getting their first taste of circuit racing in a Porsche category, and it's only natural progression that a lot of them end up in the Victorian Sports Cars Championship as well, and then they then go on to bigger and better things. I'm thinking of people like Stephen McLaughlin years and years ago, who obviously took out this championship and then went on to some success in the Australian GT Championship. I was just going to touch on the point before. At what point would you call it if the weather conditions do turn? When would you suggest the drivers are going to call it and pull into pit lane and throw a set of wets at it?
It would have to be seriously wet. The thing about a lot of these cars is some of them have been upgraded with ABS. Yep. They've had that sort of retrofitted back into them. Some of them will have traction control. Some of them won't. That's probably the advantage of having the full FIA GT3 car, is that car rolled out of the Porsche factory at Weissach with ABS and with traction control. And that's probably where someone like Billy Morelli in his GT4 car, again, not quite the same performance as a Cup car or a FIA GT3 car, but has got the proper Porsche Motorsport ABS system. It's got the proper Porsche stability control, traction control system. So if it was all to go to hell, I reckon Billy could stay out an awful lot longer. The good thing is that they've got tyres that are quite warm. They're working them quite well. You'd probably see the lap times drop off probably at least 10 to 12 seconds, providing there was something of a dry line on circuit, or a pair of tram tracks, as they say, that you could stick to. You could pretty much stay out there on slicks, but if you were to pit and change to wets, we're not going to see the 10, 12 second pit stops like we're used to seeing in supercars. It'd be a very lucky person to have a pit lane crew with the air gun, more than one air gun or more than one air spike, that they could change all 4 tyres in under 60 seconds.
And it's probably something they didn't sign up for at the start of the weekend, thinking about a pit stop mid-race.
They're always set up for it because you have to be ready to change it, but certainly before the cars got called to dummy grid, there were an awful lot sitting in their pit garages and their pit bays, just making sure that they kept them up on jack stands right until the last minute. They'll be frantically watching the radar images from the Bureau of Meteorology. Everyone, lick the finger, stick it outside the window, try to figure out which way the wind's blowing. But certainly for the moment, I think sticking out on slicks is a good call. I've actually been in one of these races down at Phillip Island in the Mustang a few years ago when it started off dry, and then a light shower came through on our way out to the grid, and we thought, okay, that's not much. And then second lap between basically the southern half of Phillip Island, turn 2 to turn 6, basically bucketed down for about 2 laps. So every man and his dog is firing off sideways. And of course I'm there in the Mustang, which weighs at least 300 to 400 kilos in race trim more than most of the other cars in the field. So it really works its tyres and gets them hot very quickly. But also, I had ABS, and I was able to work my way up from 10th or 12th on the grid up to 3rd in the rain conditions, because I had a car that would look after its tyres, get them hot and stay hot. But then it dried out and it was all for nothing. So
Ben Schutt's time at 1:10.3 that last time around. That looks pretty handy. Is that a lap record beater there, Dave?
That has just taken over the lap record set in 2015 by Tony De Felice. That was in the 458 GT3, or possibly 488 GT3. I think it might have been the 458, the naturally aspirated car. Of course, beautiful sounding car. Tony, please bring it back. We love you. Please bring back the Ferraris.
I've been keeping an eye on that. So Schutz' pace this race has been unbelievable. So he's been in the 10s the entire time. He was doing, I think he was in a 10.9, a 10.8. He did a 10.6, and then he's obviously lowered it down to a 10.3 now. So to be 3/10 underneath the lap record time, that is a very handy Sin R1 is dialed in beautifully here at the Sandown International Raceway. But obviously Schutz has found a lot more pace now than in comparison to back in February.
But definitely, you know, Christian Fitzgerald at 12.1, Jamie Lovett at 12.0, Andy Hall at 12.7. You know, so I think Jamie's left Andy behind to the tune of 4.5 seconds. He's got Christian Fitzgerald. So number 7, Rowan Little in the GT3 Cup S. You know, he's clocking along. His fastest time so far, a 1:15.9. As we can see, those turn down tips facing sideways, just desperately trying to keep the noise away from the noise meter.
Is there a bit of smoke coming out the back of that Porsche, the number 7 car? There looked a bit some mist or something like that, just sort of coming out the back of that car as exiting turn 4, and he slowed down quite dramatically as he's coming into turn 9. So I dare say it might be a visit to the pit lane. Something spitting out of the exhaust too. So that car's definitely unwell, and you can see the witness marks.
Yeah, it doesn't exactly look healthy when the back end of the car gets substantially dirty fairly early on. So I'd say that might be a little bit of a disappointing end to the 40-minute sprint race for Mr. R. Little. But he certainly got a chance to have a crack in his Red Rock wines. Hopefully when he brings the car back, he can have more than just white on it. Of course, white is the ubiquitous colour for Porsche sports cars when they roll out of the factory. I think they must get a really great deal on white paint.
I'm a big advocate for a white race car with black wheels. I think it just looks absolutely correct in most trims. Fantastic.
White cars with black gloss rims, I will give you that. It is one of the better colour choices. Although we've got white, black and red for Graham Williams there in the 131. We have made this joke before, you know, when even when we had the top levels of prototype racing, when Porsche, Audi and Toyota were all running an LMP1 hybrid, it was as if they were all getting their liveries designed by the same person, because they were all just black, white and red. You know, would it hurt you? Would it kill you to use a bit of colour, folks?
Bit of blue, a bit of white. Everyone likes the hoops. Draped on a car.
Nothing like a bit of blue.
So this is a good little battle. So this is Slavin on the back of Williams. They've been locked in this battle for quite some time now, dare say for the last 10 minutes or so. Williams, this is the battle for P5 at the moment, and they're locked for times as well anyway. A 1 minute 12.9 for both of them, so they're absolutely locked together on pace. Oh, we got a spinner there as well, so that's Steven Sluger in the number 68 Porsche 991. That's the first generation of that car. Having a spin, it looked like down at turn 1, but Williams still doing a great job defending from Slavin, and this battle for P5 rages on.
No, definitely. So Graham Williams' car still got a lot of the stickers on it from of course, Carrera Cup from last year, where that car recently came from. Of course, that's what we like to see with the Porsches. You know, the new generation car comes into Carrera Cup, the next generation car moves down to Michelin Sprint Challenge, and of course, the cars that would have been front-running cars before in Michelin Sprint Challenge moved to the Class B. So the 997 cars now out of the Sprint Challenge. So Jamie Lovett all over the back of Christian Fitzgerald. So this is a 3.8 litre car chasing a 4 litre car. But definitely no difference in pace between the two of them. Jamie looking for a move, left side, right side. Might have a little bit more horsepower in the 4 litre, but a little bit more drag too from the slightly bigger wings and slightly more aero. But definitely same size tyres, same big Michelin slicks. And we'll be looking to see where Jamie... Okay, so Christian goes defensive on the run through Dandenong Road. Jamie goes for the crisscross, see if he can get better traction. Now, on the run down into turn 11, this is always a tricky section. The way that the track's worn, it's very difficult, particularly when the surface has been worn away and it's wet. And Jamie Lovett elevates himself into position 2 ahead of Christian Fitzgerald. Now he's got another... He's 21 minutes down, 19 minutes remaining in the 40-minute feature race for Victorian sports cars. As we do a pit stop of our own, Callum Brannigan steps out and his latest acquisition steps in.
Yes, I'm joining just as the action's beginning to ramp up, which is good. And here we are for position number 5. The battle between Slavin and Williams.
Slavin going round the outside. Williams having to break through the middle of the corner there. Slavin with a good run round the outside at turn 1. It's been nice and gentlemanly, hasn't it?
It has so far, which is good to see. We wanted some clean action today, and the sports cars so far have provided that for us. Only the one real issue for Little a couple of laps ago coming into the lane with oil over the back of the car. But that's a mistake there for Lovett in car number 16, taken to the escape road, the new tarmac section of circuit. Although it's probably been 3 or 4 years now that it's been tarmacked out there.
Well, unfortunately, that's the problem with COVID. It's skewed everyone's senses of time. You know, before COVID and after COVID just tend to smush together. So 2020 and 2022 seem to squish together. I believe our man in the van's teed up a replay for us down at turn 1. So this is Stephen Sluger going back around, backing it over gently, not tearing off the splitter. Of course, Stephen having upgraded from his original 997 Cup car, one of the restored to its original condition VIP pet foods cars back from Carrera Cup in the vicinity of 2006, 2007, 2008. One of the OGs of Carrera Cup car back in the day was Tony Quinn. Of course, we do send our best wishes to Tony Quinn as he's recuperating from that monster accident he had in Townsville just a few weeks ago aboard his 992 Cup car at the Townsville Street Circuit. So one of the things that Jamie Lovett's doing is that by holding Christian Fitzgerald up, I reckon he might be playing a game here to try to slow them both up, and hopefully feed Andy Hall back into the game, because there's less than 4 seconds now between those cars. So hopefully Jamie wants to decide to put on a bit of a show for us, give us a bit of an exciting run to the flag.
Yeah, as you say, he closed up over a second on these two battling ahead on the last lap alone, so he's certainly drawing himself back into contention for second position in this 40-minute race. We're over halfway now.
And in fact, we can see that in the lap times for those two. 13.1s on that last lap for both Lovett and Fitzgerald, and Andy Hall the lap before did his personal best of the race, a 1 minute 12.7. So the gap between them now, just over 4 seconds. So we'll see whether Jamie, now he's gone from being the hunter to being the hunted. Now he has to make sure he's mistake-free so that he doesn't give Christian any incentive to make a dive up the inside. Although Sandown might look like a simple layout with the big long straights, it is almost like a street circuit. The variations in the tarmac, some of the big curbs, the 90-degree corners. It is good practice for taking your car to a street circuit.
As we see Fitzgerald drawing alongside up the inside.
That's the big donk, but not quite enough. Not quite enough of a run to go side by side through turn 6.
I was going to ask you mentioned the tyre war earlier on. Are there any strengths and weaknesses with the different tyres during the course of a race? Some stronger early, maybe a softer compound and fade later on?
So most of the guys that are running the Michelins, these are the Michelins that are the Carrera Cup spec, the N2.
Yep.
Great tyre from Michelin, designed specifically, with Porsche to suit the requirements of the Porsche Cup car. The front tyre a lot smaller, so it's a steer tyre. The rear tyre a lot taller and wider. It's the drive tyre. But because it's designed for Carrera Cup races, it's designed for multiple heat cycles, but doing stints of 20, 25, 30 minutes. Whereas someone who might be running the Yokohama GT tyre, that's a tyre that's set up to do super GT racing. It's designed to do an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. So it might take longer to come up to its temperature. We've seen that with Ben Schutz, of course. He did his best lap on lap 10, so that's well into the stint length. To consider you've already done 30 kilometres on track by that point. Whereas the Michelin turns on really quickly, but it'll tend to taper off towards the end. So, and that's probably what we've seen when the competitors have run Pirellis as well. Pirelli, of course, one of the control tyres for a lot of the SRO endurance racing, so the Intercontinental GT Challenge. It's off the control tyre for the Bathurst 12-hour, the Vanatech GT World Challenge Australia powered by AWS. Please don't shoot me, ARG snipers. Those tyres are designed to run 1, 2, 3 hours at a time, providing the car's set up well and the car's driven appropriately. So it's all a bit of much. You can optimise the car, the driver and the tyre to achieve what end you want. And it's just great to have a little bit of freedom of choice in terms of how you set the car up and how you run it. It means that people can pick the tyre to suit their budget and what they want to do with their sports car.
Yeah, that's very interesting, and so is the action on the track. We just saw Lovett went a bit defensive, ran a little bit deep at turn 1, and it's allowed Fitzgerald to close right back on the tail of him once again, and he's got a nice run out of turn 4, around the kink at turn 5 and down the back straight. He's certainly drawn alongside. We saw this a couple of laps ago, but he wasn't able to make the move. It's still a tricky corner to make a move at the top of the hill, but he is ahead.
Big donk for the big day as Christian Fitzgerald goes to move up the inside at 6. They're still side by side. Jamie lets off the throttle slightly. Now he's moving back again to take the wider run through turn 9 and get the better run off. Fitzgerald right up on that berm curb. Now you can run just the first part of it and it acts like a berm, but you get a wheel up on top of it. Christian now having to run very defensive. So Jamie right back on the back of Fitzgerald. And look at this. It's played Andy Hall back into the game as these two have slowed each other up. And all the while, Ben Schutz streaks ahead. His last lap of 1:12. The gap now out to 24 seconds. So Ben Schutz doing Ben Schutz things in the sin. Christian Fitzgerald, Jamie Lovett and Andy Hall locked together. Positions 2, 3 and 4. Just what we like to see with just 12 minutes remaining in this 40-minute mini-enduro.
You mentioned Schutz. He's had a remarkable season in that Bulgarian-built Sin, hasn't he? He's undefeated so far this year in the first 7 races that we've had this season. He's gone on to take the victory in the Porsche Carrera Cup cars, and the Porsche GT3 cars, unable to keep up with him again so far in this one. There's 24-second margin he holds over the 3 Porsches that we're seeing on the back straight. This currently is a battle between Lovett and Hall for position number 3.
Well, this is, of course, is the battle we've been seeing run all season long, and indeed the first 3 rounds of the abortive 2021 Victorian Sports Car Championship as well. So Andy Hall runs a business on the side. Of course, he's currently the CCO for Ostco Health, which has taken up a bit of his focus, but he spent some time working as an engineer with McLaren over in the UK. He runs a business on the side called Cup Car Engineering. So of this bevy of Porsches we see out there, Andy's helping run, about half a dozen of them so far. So he helped Stephen Moylan obtain the Stephen Sluger 997 Cup car, and of course he's moved Stephen into a 991.1, which of course is the same car he runs, so a bit more commonality in parts. Andy's car, they pulled it down after Phillip Island and found it was down about 20 kilowatts. Turned out one of the camshafts, the timing was out, and of course definitely when you're trying to dice with someone in equal equipment, you can't quite have that. So flat 6 motors, did a bit of work on the engine, got it back to spec, and they improved down to, at a test day recently, managed to pop out a 111.3. Now Andy's a little bit over a second away from that, but running in a test day when there's no cars around you and the conditions can be perfect, a bit different to a locked-in battle with one of your close mates, Jamie Lovett. Now, of course, some of these cars got a couple of witness marks on the front, on the right-hand front. Both Jamie and Andy found the wall in Friday practice, but luckily, with someone like Andy in a car like a Porsche, there's plenty of bits to go around to make sure those cars get back out on the circuit. Andy's also been working with a good friend of mine, Dean Samet, at Evolve Driver Training. Of course, that's certainly one way to boost the number of laps you do on circuit. Cup Car Engineering continues to grow, and they now look after 12 Porsche Cup cars. So he's looking after people here in the Victorian sports cars. He's helping people run in the Michelin Sprint Challenge. And, of course, quite a number of Porsche owners move into racing like this from the Porsche Club, doing sprints and regularity. As a little bit of smoke comes up in the position of turn 4, and we start to see some raindrops back on the screen. So, Andy very sideways off the end of turn 4, nearly clipping the end of the Pertec barriers there. So Andy definitely pushing hard to catch up to Jamie Lovett.
Yeah, certainly not giving up. He wants that position number 3 on the podium in the 40-minute feature race. Yeah, we're just seeing a couple of wide moments from a couple of the competitors, so maybe the rain is back around the circuit.
Hold the phone. I've just been issued an urgent message from one N. Higgins Esquire. I believe we owe a very happy birthday to the second place man, Christian Fitzgerald. So I'm sure you can hear us out there. You're tuned into the commentary aboard your Evolve tuning Porsche there. But yes, it's a very happy birthday to position 2. I'm sure he'd like to have just one candle on the cake, but I think he might have to settle for 2 if this keeps up.
No, indeed. Happy birthday to you. And yes, a good performance so far. Got himself up to 2nd position and beginning to pull away now from Lovett, putting in some solid consecutive clean lap times, and he is beginning to pull away. The Sin out front, though, is hard to match. 25-second lead. He's buttoned off a little bit, again, maybe just with those raindrops around, so a 1 minute 12.6, but still 8 tenths faster than Fitzgerald, the birthday man, behind.
So Ben doing everything to plan, building up a nice buffer, and then just stroke the thing along. Just drive it like a metronome. Dial that driver down from about 11 to about 8.5 or 9, and just stroke the thing along. You can pull the paddle for the shifter a couple of hundred RPM early. You can brake a couple of meters early. You can just flow the car through the corner, look after all of the suspension components, stay off the curbs, don't beat the crap out of the car, and then you'll have a good run. Not so the case for our drivers in 3rd place and 4th place, as Andy Hall continues to harass the back of Jamie Lovett, using all of that berm curb off the end of Dunlop Curve, turn 12, across the line with just over 8 minutes remaining. These front 3 separated by just over 2 seconds, as we see the lap times improve. So 1.7 seconds Fitzgerald to Lovett, and just over 4/10 of a second between Lovett and Hall.
Good last lap there from Graham Williams, personal best, a 12.7. That's matching the likes of Slavin, Hall, Lovett, and Fitzgerald ahead, so a really good time there. And he's not really gaining on this pack, but he's still there. As the camera was just turning to see him, but he's within, a mistake. If rain comes and somebody makes an unforced error, he's there to pounce. He's close enough.
And what I'm really enjoying about this, and I don't want to put the commentator's curse on the field, is that we're over 30 minutes in and no car-to-car contact. This is really good driving from these drivers in a bit of slow conditions. As Billy Morelli becomes the rolling chicane that the drivers have to navigate, please, Billy, get out of the way. Blue flag waving, trying to make the space for the drivers as they go to get through around turn 12. Carving them up on both sides. A very sideways Andy Hall there. Billy doing his best. He can't put the thing on skyhooks and get it out of the way, but managed to avoid any contact. I very nearly put the commentator's curse on him just then. Wipers given a little bit of a tweak on the Billy Morelli Cayman GT4 CS MR Cup. I'll just call it the Cayman. Yes. That's a bit easier. So to those of you who are streaming us live on YouTube or watching around the Sandown International Motor Raceway, if you've got a GT4 spec car hiding in the garage, look, there's someone you can have a play with. We'd love to have more. We've got the FIA GT3 cars. We've got the GT3 Cup cars. What we're really looking for are all of those GT4 cars, the Porsche Caymans, the AMG GT GT4s, the Audi R8 GT4s, the BMW M4 GT4s. I don't think there's an Alpine in the country yet. There's a couple of Aston Vantage V8 GT4s as well. Perfect cars for sports car racing, relatively low dollars per kilometre to run. You can do several rounds on a set of tyres, and of course you get that training with those 40-minute runs that you're going to get if you're planning to step up to other sorts of racing.
We have seen in the past, obviously it's quite a Porsche fest this weekend. Yourself, your family, you normally field a Mustang. We see Lamborghinis out there. We often see Ferraris out there. What are we expecting any cars to return? Is your Mustang going to return at next round?
Well, if a certain part supplier in the US can make sure that some camshafts get created so that I can put the top end of the engine back together and bolt it back onto the bottom end of the engine and put it back in the front end of the car, then our Mustang might be out there, and certainly if Billy Morelli's rocking around doing minute 20s and minute 21s, we'll certainly have a car to go play with him. We don't have traction control, but we do have ABS, so we might be well sorted there. Of course, Robin Bailey, of course, we see his MGB GT V8 normally out in sports cars running around those lap times. He, of course, was running last weekend at the Winton Historics along with the MG Racing category, so no chance to double enter this weekend. So, of course, Robin's hard at work building a Nissan 370, something of a GT4 turned up to 11 car. So it's built out of a stat right-off shell. It'll have a big 4-litre V6, because apparently you need a 4-litre 6-cylinder engine to do quite well in sports cars. Although we went the route of getting a big V8, because there is no replacement for displacement.
Indeed. And there's some damage, and
I think Andy Hall's been through the gravel trap at 11. That is an incredibly tricky section of the track. We saw the wipers going on Billy Morelli's car. That particular section track hasn't been resurfaced in a long period of time. When it gets a tiny bit of water on it, you can brake at what you think is a reasonable distance, and the car will just skip and slide. And as we see, Andy Hall's found his way through the gravel trap. Hopefully not too much damage, but having driven a Carrera Cup car without that small front lip splitter extension, you don't think it was much, but it can make the difference between the car driving off the corner and handling horribly and just being bucket loads of understeer.
So just to show you what that is, that little black lip just under the front nose that we can see on the number 12 car is what's flapping around.
Front nose, excellent reference to the Week in Sports Cars podcast from Marshall Pruitt and Graham Goodwin there. Replay coming thanks to our man in the van. Yep, so that's Andy Hall failing to navigate turn 11 all the way through the sand trap. Managed to get back on without bringing too much rubbish on the circuit, but you can see what's left over of that front splitter lip. So he'll have another 3.5 minutes or so to run. That will probably drop him back behind Slavin and Williams if he's not too careful.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of a buffer back to Williams, but as I pointed out before, he's setting good laps and he is steadily closing in. So this is a closing battle with just 3 minutes left on the clock. It's only really a 3-minute race yesterday, wasn't it? It was over in a heartbeat, 4 laps due to a few earlier incidents, but this one we've had a good time to get our teeth stuck into. And
there we go. Andy Hall drops a spot to position 12, Matt Slavin. So Andy will just be... he didn't want to stroke the thing to the end, but he'll have to, just to make sure he keeps his nose clean. Well, as clean as can be now that it's covered in detritus. But he'll have his mirrors full of Graham Williams in just a few short moments.
Although Hall stuck with him around the slower section, turns 2, 3, 4, but it'll be the faster corners where downforce is... Oh, there we go.
You know, there goes one bit of debris.
Yes.
So that'll be a small job for the Paddock recovery crew to clean up after that, after the race.
It's this section here, over the crest of the hill and down into Dandenong Road, where
you definitely don't want high-speed understeer in this part of the circuit, particularly when you've got to launch yourself over the bump and change direction, and then change direction again. And then at some point you need to make sure there's plenty of airflow giving you front downforce so that the brakes actually work and you can stop the car. Andy just being a gentleman there and making some space for Graham. So Andy knows he's got a wounded car there, making sure he doesn't cause any problems. He saw what happened when Billy Morelli was the cork in the bottle, and doesn't want to do the same thing to Slavin and Williams.
Yeah, concedes position rather than have an incident fighting for position where really he's in a wounded car. He decides to let him through and continue their respective races. He'll only drop a couple of points, rather than fighting on, having a collision and having neither cars finish. So good sportsmanship.
To finish first you must finish.
Absolutely.
And in this case, for Andy Hall to finish 6th, first you must finish.
Yes, indeed. As we see the Sin come around the final corner with just over a minute left on the clock.
We'll have to make sure that when we cut the sports car race together for the YouTube channel of Blendline TV, have to make sure that the title of the video says, asterisk, spoiler alert. And we're just getting word through from race control that this will be the final lap. So we count down to 40 minutes. So I reckon it'll be, just over 40 minutes that Ben Schutz has been out on circuit. He didn't lead every lap, but he will be leading the lap that counts, and he will be leading it with a gap of just over 27 seconds to the car behind. He's putting another lap down on Billy Morelli. And once again, huge thanks to Billy for bringing that Cayman out. Of course, flying the flag for the GT4 level cars. Hope to be back out there dicing with him. He'll be a fun guy to dice with for 40 minutes at Phillip Island, or maybe 60 minutes at Phillip Island at the end of the year for the Q Enduro Series. So hats off to the team at Singineering. With the Sin R1, to Richard Bendel, to Ben's dad, and of course Ben Schutz and all the team there looking after Daytona sports cars and the Sin R1. There's nothing quite like a big V8, and certainly nothing like a big V8 at Sandown, as Ben Schutz comes across the line to take the checkered flag in the 40-minute endurance race. Well done to the Sin R1. Billy Morelli crosses the line second, first in the GT4 class. There we go. Nicely done. And we're just waiting to see who will be across the line in second. It looks like it's going to be the birthday boy, Christian Fitzgerald, for Evolve Technique. And, of course, in third position, a little bit further adrift, will be Jamie Lovett. So we didn't quite get the full-length ding-dong race between the three Porsche protagonists, but certainly they'll be all systems go for the final round at round 5 coming up at the end of September. So Andy comes up behind Rodney Gordon. So he comes up behind one of the cars he looks after. So they'll cross the line in a formation finish. A little bit of green splashed across both cars. And of course, we're missing that green car of Travis Knight, the favourite racing car, not taking part in the event. And of course, what an opportunity to say a huge, huge thank you to all of the volunteer officials that help make grassroots racing possible. A big shout out to Team Medical Australia, the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad, Paddock Recovery, and of course Victorian Flag Marshalling Team, and the organisers of this event, the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria. On behalf of Production Sports Car Racing Victoria, we thank you so much for your efforts. Handing you back to our commentators for the next event, which will be the Hyundai Excels. We'll be right back after a short break and turnaround. Don't go away. There's plenty more grassroots motorsports here on Blendline TV.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Welcome back to the action. The Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships here at Sandown Raceway. Got a big field, over 30 Hyundai XLs heading to the track for their main race, their final encounter, the third of their weekend on this overcast and showery Sunday. We've got the grid up on the left-hand side that you can see for this one. So Ethan Griegolt has dominated the weekend so far, been completely imperious. He's dominated proceedings so far. He's going to go out of position number 1 ahead of Tompkins, championship leader Hugo Simpson from P3. Ahead of Waghorn, I have my co-commentator alongside me, Steve DeFries. How are you going this afternoon?
Well, I'm trying to look at the sky and figure out if it's actually going to dump it down or if it's just going to be this little sporadic, bits of shower here and there. You can see there's a little bit just on the lens of the camera looking at the dummy grid, and you can just see a few streaks just starting to come across the screen as it slowly starts to come down. So you can see the predictions have gone up from about 70% to about 78%. Of prediction of rain, and there it looks a little bit wet down there at turn 4 on the camera lens, and still some coming down. It's not what you want for Sandown.
No, certainly isn't. And there's certainly some raindrops coming out on the dummy grid down there, and we can see it at turn 4. So I reckon it's a bit heavier than it has been for the end of that sports cars race that we just finished. It seemed to be just spitting towards the end, so that appears to have continued. So it'll make the racing exciting early on. I mean, we saw some incidents under cold tyres on lap 1 earlier, and there was no rain around then.
No, there wasn't. And this rain is, I call it distracting rain, because it's not heavy enough to really warrant a significant enough car change to whether you're changing suspension or you're changing tyre pressures to compensate for the wet weather. But it's just a distraction. It just hits the windscreen. You then got to clear the wipers if you think it's enough. It's just enough just to upset the memory and upset your rhythm and your momentum a little bit. We're just remarking off air about this before. You either wanted a full dry or a full wet for this sort of situation at a track like Sandown. These greasy conditions that are going to be created by just the rain that just comes and goes a little bit, it's just going to create a little bit of uncertainty and a little bit of doubt, and unfortunately sometimes that leads to incidents. But we hope it's not going to be the case with the remaining 10 laps on the board for the Trick Trailers Hyundai XLs this weekend.
I'll continue going through the grid. So as I said, Griegolt, Tompkins, Simpson and Waghorn, your top or front 2 rows. Vereca is coming out of position number 5 ahead of Bloxham, Lodge, Longmore, and then rounding out the top 10 we have Textar McCoy and Faulkner. There's a couple of bigger names towards the rear of the field who were caught up in incidents and accidents in the first couple of races, so look for some bigger names towards the back of the field in this one.
Well, the most notable one of those is Bradley Vaughan from South Australia in the number 50. He's going to be off at 31st place on the grid. That car you saw earlier in the day had some front fender and some front bumper damage, and they need to bring it into the pits to tape that up and send it back out because it was given the black flag with the orange disc on it, commonly known as the meatball flag, to say you need to come in and fix that damage. He went a lap down, so that's why he's right down the back. There's also another couple of rear of grids that have been listed here. Jackson Griffith, Royce Lyon, and Ryan Phillips down the back, but Ryan Phillips we know was involved in that heavy shunt with the turn 3 concrete yesterday, so he won't be taking any further parts. So Royce Lyon up the back as well. Be interesting to keep an eye and see how far up himself and Bradley Vaughan can get from 15 rows deep in the field.
5-second board is out. We don't need rain to make Hyundai XLs interesting, but we have a sprinkling of it here. We're underway. Final XL race of the weekend. Tompkins bogged down a little bit there. He'll be vulnerable to the second row protagonists of Simpson and Waghorn. So that lets Griegold off the hook and on the run towards turn number 1.
What a good reaction time from Ethan Griegold aboard the 777. Walked it away very nicely. No distractions to him with the rain. Here comes Simpson. He's going to go down the inside of Harry Tompkins into turn 1. Lock up for Lockie Bloxham in the number 69 machine on the extreme right on the approach to turn number 1. But look at this, already Ethan Griegold starting to get a thing, and he's gone over, and they're all going off across the grass. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars, at least 6 cars having to go across the infield between turns 2 and 3.
Griegold's even had a moment at turn 1. He was lucky to keep it on the road there, although he pulled away from the field. Oh, look at this. 3, 4 wide throughout the field. This is going to be very interesting up the back. Oh, there's cars on the grass, at least 2 there. There's cars wide on the left-hand side, the right-hand side. This is going to be very interesting down to Dandenong. Oh, there's a
spin.
Contact. 2 cars.
Brad Verica's involved. James Faulkner's involved. There's a whole bunch of cars trying to avoid the contact, and then Longmore, who was in the grass, just copped a second whack for his trouble.
He's got bad steering damage. People have to be careful.
He's gone, and they'll have to throw. They've got double wave yellows. They'll have to probably throw the safety car to recover that car. That's not going to be able to be moved backwards under its own steam. I dare say this race will be neutralised. So Faulkner, I'm not sure if he got a bit of a love tap or something from behind there. All of a sudden his car jumped very, very violently right into the path of the number 96 of Brad Verica, who pretty much had nowhere to go, just innocently collected in all of that. He's still going though, Brad Verica. He's on in front there of the 92 of Donovan Mergevac, and there is Will Longmore's stricken number 184. Safety car is on the circuit. Race is neutralised, so that's a free kick, I think, for Ethan Griegold, because he made a horrible mistake, I think, at turn 2. It was almost Dukes a hazard through that infield at turn 3. I could have sworn he had 4 wheels in the air as that car sort of launched up over the curb and then came back down onto its wheels.
He was let off the hook because he wasn't the only one. There was 4 or 5 others directly behind him that followed suit. It was almost like the Joker lap in Rallycross.
I think so. I almost killed who was it? Harry Tompkins did it. I think Hugo Simpson was the one that did it. I saw that I think the New Line Homes entry at Chris Stilo might have done it as well. There was at least a half a dozen cars that for some reason or another just had to take that approach, or either that or they made a braking mistake, or there's a little bit of the greasy surface on the track just caught them out. Something wasn't quite right there. For 6 cars to all go off in such quick succession on lap 1 at that part of the track, it's a little bit mind-boggling at the moment. Looks like we're going to have a bit of a look on the replay now as to that opening skirmish. So let's have a look here. Here we go. So you've got Ethan Griegold up the front. You've got 3 wide at the back. That's not going to help matters here. Griegold was just way too wide, bailed out of it. Yeah, Dukes a hazard. Look at that. Tompkins went, Simpson went, Waghorn, Longmore, Stilo, and nearly, I think it was the number 13, a Techstar McCoy, was very close to doing the same.
Yeah, and
then up the back here, have a look at this. So there's the car in question on the left, on the right-hand side of your screen there, the 46. I think he gets a shove from, looks like Longmore got him from behind. Simpson was involved. He was on the far right. Then Brad Verica was just all of a sudden had a car just spear into his left-hand side, and then
uncontrollably coming back across the track and just gave Longmore another whack for his trouble. Wondering if Longmore might have been the car that got into the back of Faulkner there. It was a little bit hard to tell from the angle that we were seeing, but again, most unusual up the high-speed back straight.
Yeah, it was all as a result, all the pack being bunched up because of all the action at turns 2 and 3, that when they got down to the back straight, it was 3, 4 wide, and people were misjudging and not seeing people, and that was inevitable, really. I thought it would come a little bit later down where we are here with the camera, but it never made it to that corner even.
No, I was expecting the same thing as you, that if anything was going to happen, it was going to be under braking for turn 9 or it was going to be under braking for turn 1. They're usually the action spots. So who's lost out from that one there? So Brad Verrick, you can see there, the number 96. So he started out of position number 5, and that contact with him has actually resulted in him dropping all the way down to 14th. So I guess with such a tightly bunched field as well and everybody checking up, pretty remarkable recovery just to sort of keep it on the track in 14th, but a question mark over how much damage is actually on that car. The other one was Peter Faulkner. Sorry, I said James Faulkner. It's actually Peter Faulkner. He started out of position number 10 in the 46 machine. Did he actually manage to keep going is the next question. I think he did, and he's actually only dropped the one spot. Luckily, he's down to 11th on our timing screens.
You're looking at the ones that have gone down. I'm looking at the ones that have gone up. So Melosso, he's moved up from his grid position of P11. He finds himself in the top 5. Nash, he was started out of 16, Charlie Nash. He finds himself in 6th. And Ambrose, he's also made up a lot of positions.
Started in 12th and he's now up to 7th.
Yeah, so those three are the ones that have made big gains from that. They managed to keep it on the tarmac, or at least out of harm's way anyway, and find themselves nicely inside the top 10.
Absolutely. So a few drivers that managed to keep it clean have netted a good result over the opening lap that had the only lap to be completed at racing speed. And those that were caught up and needed to go across that backside of the grass there at turn 3 or got caught up in the calamity on the back straight have gone the opposite way. They're just looking out towards turn 6 at the moment from our commentary box window. They have got the flat tow truck out there to pick up Will Longmore's number 184. That's probably the best thing they could do. They actually couldn't really flat tow it on the tarmac because all the wheels were pointing the wrong direction. So steering would have been a drama. There is the recovery crews just getting it into position so they can pick it up with the tow truck, and it's actually on the tow truck. So we might just get either one more lap under safety car so they can get the tow truck off the circuit, or they might just peel off to the left-hand side here. Let's see what direction they go. Now it looks like they might bring it back to the lane, I think. Here there'll be some recovery crews that will just sort of stay out this general part of the circuit, and then they'll try and get this car back to the lane. Might be one more lap under safety car here, so that'll leave 6 remaining if our math is to be accurate. Or they may opt to maybe lop a lap or 2 off. We have dropped a couple of minutes in the schedule over the course of the day so far, only by about 10 minutes, so we're not tracking too far behind time. But we do have to make sure we get all the races in and as many laps as possible for all the categories this weekend.
Yes, certainly is a few categories 8 here this weekend. Variety, we've gone straight from sports cars to Hyundai XLs. I mean, you can't find 2 more diverse categories, and here is the schedule. So after this, we've got the Formula V's, followed by Vic V8s. Again, you couldn't find 2 more diverse categories, could you? Little open wheelers, Formula V's, and then the big, powerful Vic V8s. Then followed by Formula Ford, the one-make Porsche 944 series. Improved production, that was a good race earlier today. Formula V's once again, so V's haven't had a race yet today, so they've got 2 to come. And then we round out the program with the final BMW E30 race this afternoon. That's scheduled for 10 minutes past 4.
Yeah, a little bit of a different looking schedule for round 4 of the Victorian State Race Series this year. Normally you'll find that they cluster things together, so everybody will have a qualifying, then everybody will have their first race, everybody will have their second race, then everybody will have their third race. That's sort of how the schedule tends to run. A little bit different this time with how they've structured a few drivers and
I guess a few drivers have put their name forward and said, look, we wouldn't mind having something a little bit different. So they've then opted to move a few categories closer together. So they've still got enough time to turn the cars around. But by the same token, it's not insurmountable that you come in after a race and you're going out sort of like 20 minutes later or half an hour later. They've given a fairly good couple of hours in between races for people to go back, put fuel in cars, change tyres, all those sorts of things, and especially in some cases download their camera footage and have a look at what went on and work out what they could have done better. In the case of the XLs, these guys, it's their last race of the day, and pretty much just after lunch they'll be popping those cars on the trailers and getting ready to head home.
I've seen quite a few raindrops appear on the camera lens as we're there. I think the drivers were very much caught out on that opening lap with the rain, and I think it's the heaviest it's been so far. So I reckon we could see some more action. They'll be a bit more prepared for it this time, though. Now they've experienced a bit of rain, they'll know what to expect this time, a little bit more anyway. So as we expected, safety car is in this lap, the Ford territory. Safety car pulls away from the field. Griegolt is now in control. Under safety car, boards and flags, the yellow's still waving. Once the green flag waves, then it is up to Ethan on when he goes. He can decide when he goes once that green flag flies.
Looking for a perfect 3 wins from 3 starts. He's led every single lap. He got the pole. He's won both races, led every single lap of those 2 races as well. So for the moment, he can't get a better weekend result. The only blot in his copybook, of course, was that little off-track excursion at turn number 2 and 3 on the first lap of this race. But he's held his own, and every time at these restarts and every time throughout the 2 races so far this weekend, he's been able to find that little bit extra and just edge away, and just be comfortable in coming to the flag, as the checkered flag always flies at the end of each race.
Oh, there's been some contact further back under safety car. Car number 61, I think that is pulling
James
out to the
and
side.
Peter Faulkner. Yeah, that looks quite nasty, actually.
Sizable.
Very sizable impact. That's not to the extremes that we've seen in some other categories, but that's going to be a big distraction there. You're right. Bradley James in the 61 was looks like he might have been rear-ended by Peter Faulkner in the 46. Green flag in the air. We're back to racing. And Griegolt has controlled the restart pretty well, but he hasn't been able to really gap the car behind in Harry Tompkins. Already Charlie Nash having a look down the inside of the Valvoline entry, and Cadell Ambrose looking like he wants a piece of that action as well.
Oh, it certainly looks wetter this time. It
does.
Visibly looks wet. We might even see some spray off these tyres. It's treacherous out there. This is the wettest it's been all weekend.
Oh, squirming under brakes. Cadell Ambrose in the 137 battled to get it stopped there without running into the back of the 103 machine ahead of them, and up the inside as a result, taking advantage of the distraction, is James Lodge. He goes through and takes a place off Cadell Ambrose. Here comes Toby Waghorn as well, looking for a piece of that pie on the outside of turn 5.
I was just thinking how James's weekend's just gone, such a good day yesterday, right up the pointy end, and then as the weekend's gone on, a disappointing one earlier today, and then now DNF in this one, not the way he would have liked, or the way he would have hoped things would have gone when he woke up this morning.
Wipers going furiously on the run to turn 6. Here goes James Kay down the inside of the, the compromised Brad Verica after that incident on lap 1. A little bit of something going flying there. Doesn't look like too insignificant pieces of debris coming off some of the cars ahead that were just ganging up on each other and getting a little bit too close for comfort. The yellow flag is out, I think, just to advise that there's a car that's off the circuit. I think that is the Bradley James machine. We're going back to safety car by the look of things. We've got a yellow flag on our timing up here. So I'm not quite sure if that's for... There we go. It has been called. So a safety car has come out again for another incident.
I assume it's for that car that's
I
just
think
under
it might
the
be
Pembroke
possible.
Bridge.
Yeah, it might be possible. Well, that's probably the only reason I think we can determine at this point in time. Yeah, so that's the Bradley James machine that was... actually, doesn't look like from that angle that it's actually been rear-ended, does it? It looks like it's got some other damage on the front.
Yeah, that's an odd one. Yeah, for sure there's more than 2, I reckon, in that incident. and we can see they're now under safety car. So once again, it's a bit of a shame that we've had this incident-filled final race. Car number 4, the windscreen wiper's not working.
That's Royce Lyon. So he started up the back of the grid anyway. That's like they've frozen essentially on the windscreen there, so that's not a good sign. So we're just getting some word through about what might have happened up at turn 9 and 10 under the Penrite Bridge. It looks like there was a couple of cars that were involved. It wasn't just Bradley James and it wasn't just Peter Faulkner, but we haven't got any replay angles to actually see any of the other cars that were involved. Obviously, Faulkner's run into somebody, so somebody out there's running around with rear-end damage, and then Bradley James has been caught up in that as well. He's got looks like to be front-end damage that's rendered him unable to continue.
Yeah, there's a case of we've got 1 and 1, but we can't quite find where the answer is. So we can't quite do the maths and work out on that one. But there's 2 cars with front-end damage. There must be 2 cars with rear-end damage.
Yeah, so exactly. Here we go. And you can see, look on the front left-hand corner of that car, they're flat towing that one in, thankfully. So it's not really steering damage that looks like it's the issue for this car. It looks like it's something else that's caused a mechanical DNF. Yeah, look at the front corner of that car. That's in a pretty sorry state, isn't it?
Just getting reports that the safety car is coming in this lap, and indeed it is. So that's really good, a really quick recovery from the great officials here at Sandown this weekend. A big thank you to you all. You've certainly had a lot of work to do, particularly yesterday. Hopefully your afternoon's a little quieter after this XL race.
And they've all rugged up really chronically, I think, at the moment too, because the breeze is starting to pick up a little bit. The temperature's dropped. It is starting to rain out there. We've said a few times now. And it's not easy being an official, let alone a trackside official waving a flag or being out there recovering a car or repairing a barrier. You've got to be prepared for all elements, especially at places like Phillip Island where it actually can get quite cold with the breeze that comes off the ocean there. So we really do appreciate the work that they do. They are volunteers, of course, folks, so a lot of cases they don't get paid for that sort of thing. They do it because they love it and they love motor racing. So a big thank you to all of the volunteer officials. As we get ready to go back to green flag racing, essentially we've got another club sprint now. 4 laps is all that remains by what's on the top of the timing tower, and Gru Gult's gone. He's got a good launch there, and he's got a couple of car lengths on the battery stop car of Harry Tompkins behind. And could that be the decisive move that breaks his back and nets him a 3rd race win for the weekend?
Tompkins got one of his right front wheel on the curb, and I think it just understeered in the wet conditions, and he couldn't get the power down as he pleased, and that allowed Griegel just to pull away, as we see Waghorn up the inside of Nash. That's 4th position.
Dragging Lodge with him as well. There was some contact back there. There's another car going around. That's the 65 machine.
Zeitz.
With James Zeitz that's gone around there. Looked like there was I heard a little bang and some contact just on the earpiece, that there might have been a second car involved in that one. Now, Waghorn, I thought, was trying to take James Lodge with him when he passed Charlie Nash, but Lodge hasn't been able to make the move stick through the opening couple of corners.
Also up the inside of Simpsons, that's title contender, or title leader, in fact, 117, the green and white machine. So he's not had the race he'd have wanted, but probably thinking championship with only 1 round to go. It's a difficult race, difficult conditions. Let's stay out of trouble. Let's see what he does here. Although that wasn't really staying out of trouble. That was quite authoritative, holding onto the position over the top of the hill in these conditions.
And I think it was Antonio Maluso that actually decided discretion was the better part of valour there and just cleared the throttle and let Hugo Simpson go rather than fight over the position. Actually doing a fairly good job. He's retained sort of that top half a dozen spot from the opening drop of the green flag, because he did start quite substantial way down the grid. Actually started in 11th place, so he's still got a good result out of that one, as Ambrose very authoritatively down the inside of James Lodge, who actually made a mistake at the final chicane.
Yeah, bit wide into that final sequence of turns, as we see a replay of the action on that last lap.
Where's this car coming off to the corner here? Yep, there was... Oh, no, looks, he dropped it all on his own. Wow, that's interesting. So that contact was actually with the barrier that we heard.
Yes, so he's lost it on the straight going in, and it's clearly very wet down there, as you see the number 69 machine of Bloxham running wide. And now he's under threat from 84. That's Waghorn going into turn number 2. Has to go defensive and holds position. That 39 machine of Lodge is understeering everywhere.
Yeah, he's all over the place at the moment. Did the car behind, did the 96 of Verica have to take to the grass there? He looked like he was very wide, almost much wider than Lodge was coming through turn 2. He just looked like he just turned in for the corner, and the front end of the car didn't want to sort of actually disagree with him, but he just... You're right. Something doesn't look right with the 39 at the moment.
Yeah, these conditions, you can even hear the rain.
Oops.
Oh, there we see.
Ed Narkowitz around. That's off of turn 4 and his nose into the barrier. This is going to be a real bit of trouble for him. He's got to be careful reversing on the track. Got to wait for all the field to go past, and looks like he's waited for as long as he possibly could before getting that car going the right direction again.
Tricky conditions. These guys did experience similar conditions on Friday, practice day, but yeah, not yesterday. It was a nice clear day overall, but these are certainly the worst conditions that we've seen today.
And those windscreen wipers are definitely not returned to working order for Royce Lyon aboard the number 4 machine.
Despite the conditions, Griegolt on the previous lap, he's just crossed the line again, but at the end of the 7th lap, he set the fast lap of the race, so he's not deterred by the conditions, that's for sure.
And he's got a sizable margin now at nearly 3 seconds over Harry Tompkins as well. A little bit of a slide coming off the last corner or two right there as Royce Lyon goes through. Ambrose now wants a piece of the number 69 of Bloxham down the inside. Sees up in front, and that's a good block pass, we like to call it. You get in there, you take the line away from your opponent, as well as making the pass at the same time. Oh, and is there some steering damage or something? Or was that just a bit of a lazy sort of braking moment for Lockie Bloxham, because the car just didn't look like it arrested the speed at the rate that it needed to turn for turn 2.
No, it looks all right. He's just continued. No issues there as he heads down the back straight. He'll want to get a little bit of temperature back into those tyres because it'll be stone cold on the grass. As we see Ethan Griegolt continue to pull away. Master of the dry conditions in Excels this weekend, and has continued that in the wet 3rd and final race. He's just been quite simply the quickest man this weekend.
He has. Lodge and Brad Verica doing battle down here. These guys are down in 9th and 8th. Oh, and Griegolt, the race leader's off. Race leader's off at Dandenong Road. Looks like a mistake all on his own. And off goes Brad Verica as well. So there might be a bit more rain coming down here at this part of the track than the drivers actually have seen the last
they're all around.
They're all around. They're all going off. Stilo off. You've got Griffith off in the 129. There was another car in there that spun as well. So conditions now catching everybody out, and it will not be a perfect 3 wins from 3 races for Ethan Griegolt. And I don't think he's going anywhere.
No, and I feel I had a part to play in that, because I was just saying what a great performance he's done all weekend. So I think I should just walk out the commentary box.
Last lap. This is for the race win now. Hugo Simpson and Harry Tompkins joined at the hip since the restart on the end of lap 6. So this is for it's mainly for a race win. It's not for a major points win, because the races today have all been a bit muddled up with what's the point score for the feature races and the normal races. Here goes Simpson up the inside at turn number 4. Is that job done? It's invited Maluso to go with them as well. It's inviting Waghorn to come along for the journey as well. So it could be a number of positions lost for Harry Tompkins here. He's been hung out to dry on the right-hand side of the track.
Yeah, it's still on. I wouldn't say this is sewn up just yet. You was talking about the points with Griegolt off. I reckon this could be for the round win.
This could be for the round win. He's going to get 0 points for this. There'll be yellow flags down here if that car is still caught in the gravel trap. Yeah, there is double wave yellows at the top of the hill. Now, did that pass get done in time, or did they settle the argument before they got to the yellow flag? Simpson will be in the clear. Maluso, this will be one of his best results, I think, in Hyundai XL racing, at least from what I can remember. With Tompkins 3rd, Waghorn 4th, and Cadell Ambrose has kept his nose clean. He's on the back of this group, not in position to challenge for the win, but a great result nonetheless.
As we see them come around the final corner, Maluso, he's got the run. Simpson goes a little bit defensive. He should hold on. It's going to be incredibly tight, but what a way to finish the XLs. It is Simpson that takes the win from Maluso and Tompkins. third position, dropping couple on the final lap. Waghorn home in fourth, and Ambrose rounding out the top 5. He also set the fastest lap of the race. As we see, Bloxham come across the line, 69. He was in the thick of the action throughout. He brought it home in 7th.
And then coming across the line to finish the rest of it, 8th place going to William Steele. He's been down the back on a couple of occasions this weekend as well, so he's driven up into the top 10. Charlie Nash in the 115 machine home in 9th, and then James Kay, who we saw battling with Cadell Ambrose in the earlier race this morning. He comes home in position 10, ahead of Techstar McCoy and Donovan Mernjevac. Griffith, who was actually involved in that spin down at turn number 9 a couple of laps ago, actually comes home 13th. And Royce Lyon, we were waiting to see how far he could get from the back of the grid. He got up to 14th after starting 15 rows deep. And it's actually ironic now that this race is actually over, because now the rain, we can physically see it from the combox. It's starting to come down much heavier than what we were expecting, and that's probably what happened on the other side of the circuit. It started to come down a bit heavier. It's now started to make its way towards the start-finish straight, and that's what's caught the drivers out.
Absolutely. It is wet on the circuit now. We can safely say it is wet. And yeah, absolutely, that didn't just catch Griegolt out. That caught a hell of a lot of people out.
It caught a number of drivers out. And they're sending out some vehicles to recover those cars as well, and four-wheel drives, ironically, for the job, because they are, buried up to halfway up their axles in the kitty litter and wherever they happen to be. So Brad Verica, Ethan Griggold, they're the ones that got to be recovered from turn 9. This is going to make for a very interesting next couple of races, because the Formula V's are out next. They'll be in marshalling right now. There they are right there. Look at it. Umbrellas are up. They know it's raining. The question here is, who's set their tyre pressures correctly coming out of the garage? Have they gambled and gone up a little bit to make sure they can clear any water? Or do they decide just to pare the pressures back a little bit? Because you can't go up with tyre pressures on the dummy grid unless you've got a pump there to do it. Correct. You can only go down. So this is going to be a rather entertaining race, I fear. This is going to be a decision that will have been made probably 20 or so minutes ago before going to dummy grid about what avenue these guys have taken.
Yeah, I think many will be, as you say, on slick tyre pressures. You can't go up, as you say, but you can go down. So it's going to catch a lot of these guys out potentially early in this race. But let's see. It's certainly going to be an interesting V encounter. The good news is for the categories after that, they know what they're facing. They know it's likely to be wet. So it's just these Vs that have gone to the dummy grid with dry setups, because when they got there, it was dry.
Absolutely. They would have been sitting in dummy grid. It would have been, they would have been just getting out of the garages and thinking, is it going to come down any heavier than this, or what are we going to do? And you had to make that decision before you left. I actually saw in the sports car race earlier, there were a couple of drivers that were pulling up to dummy grid, and they were doing tyre changes before they even went into dummy grid. They were on slick tyres coming to dummy grid. They actually went on to wets, and then I bet you some of them probably went back the other way as well, because it wasn't overly wet to begin with. We'll take a short break while they clean up the cars that are down at Dandenong Road. And it looks like we may have a replay of a couple of incidents that took place in that Hyundai Excel race. We're just waiting on confirmation from downstairs. We'll see if we go. Actually, here we go. So here's Brad Verica rounding up James Lodge, and then of course there was the incident down here already. Griggold's spun by now. There he is in the kitty litter trying to get out, and then all on his own, there goes Brad Verica. So he tried to avoid what was going on, and then a few drivers I think have just sort of dropped it on the way in. There we go. A couple of bits of contact. There's another car around, and they all just, as you said, they all just misjudged their braking getting into turn 9, and some of them got away with it. Ethan Griggold looks like himself and Brad Verica were the only two that didn't get away on that occasion.
I've got to apologise to Ethan Griggold on that one. My commentator's cursed there.
Well, he's down in the garage. He's down in the garage below us over there. So I think you just go down the stairwell and just turn right, and then just go and plead your apologies after this one. Formula V's are out next. We'll be back very, very shortly.
And it's a beautiful day down here behind the pits, joined alongside by Lee Partridge. He's the driver of this beautiful number 28 Sabre 02 Formula V that you see right here. Lee, thank you for joining us.
No worries at all. Good to be here.
You're probably one of the longest-serving drivers / competitors in the Vic State Race Series. How's it changed over the many decades you've been involved in it?
Makes me feel old, but yeah, no, I did start state racing like 2001. So it's a great intermediate sort of entry-level kind of way of going racing, no matter whether it's Formula Vee or Porsche 944 improved production. It's where guys get to have fun, but not on a too serious level, and that's what I enjoy about it. It's why I keep coming back to state series. It's just a really good fun. The Formula V is a good fun category as well. These Sabro 2s by Borland's are just a magic car, and no wonder why they're up the front. They're really built really well. That's why I wanted to get into a Sabre when I decided to come back into Formula V's. And I had a bit of time off. I haven't raced V's since 2006, but back now, and got my own car, which is good, and having a bit of fun.
And it was a little bit of a rebuild after the Winton round, a slight mishap on track, unfortunately. You were able to get that car well and truly turned around in your man cave before round 4.
Yeah, that's it. I actually missed Phillip Island, missed around because of the rebuild. To a point, I mean, I just wanted to take my time. I enjoy my sport. I don't want to rush and not enjoy it, so that's why I ended up missing around, sort of by mistake, I suppose, more than anything. But yeah, ran out of talent at Winton and backed it into the wall, fixed her all up, a few bits from JRD and from Borland's, and we're back looking pretty again. Sophie's got a bit of a livery update. We've got some chrome red on her now. She's looking the tits. I love it. And I like stuff looking cool. If I can't win, I may as well look good. And I think it does look good. A lot of people comment on it. And having fun.
We say a big thank you to Lee Partridge for joining us. We will keep a keen eye out for the number 28 out on the track. It's hard to miss.
Welcome back to the 4th round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, or the Victorian State Race Series, whichever flavour you want to know it as. Here come the Formula V's. They've had to wait a fair bit of time here, Dan McCarthy, for their second race of the weekend, which, as you said before during the XL broadcast, it's a little bit unusual that the schedule's been done the way that it has, but it is something a little bit different and mixes it up a bit compared to what has been the norm for the last few years at blocks of all the race 1s, all the race 2s, all the race 3s. It's a little bit intermixed this weekend. So they've had plenty of time to get these cars prepared and turned around. That means there's no excuses.
Indeed, as you say. So, like the Saloon Car guys, they're already going home. They've done their races. The sports cars the same, but for V's, it's just their second encounter for the weekend. As you see this great onboard image supplied to us by the guys at Blendline TV. How good's this onboard imagery on top of the Formula V?
On board with Lee Partridge, who we just saw having a lovely chat with Callum Brannigan. Well, we've got to be honest, that chat was actually yesterday.
Yes.
So it's no longer a sunny day here at Sandown Motor Raceway. That was yesterday morning. We've now officially, I think we can call it, we've had the 4 seasons of Sandown this weekend. With the rain coming down, that officially closes that weather loop. Let's have a look at the grid as to how they're going to line up. So these are the results from yesterday's race in the afternoon. So Jake Rowe got the chocolates over Reef McCarthy by a very, very small margin. Then there was a bit of an air gap back to Heath Collinson in third, who actually missed the jump at the start and got passed by his stablemate Ash Clifford. And he was the lead group in a group of 5 cars, actually, Ash Clifford in 4th. So 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th were actually covered by a blanket at the flag. Andre Curran came home in 5th with Nick Jones, Adam Nicholson and Brandon Taylor, and Lee Partridge home in 9th. Isaac Woodhouse was actually in that battle group of cars from 4th through to 8th, but then was adjudged to have jumped the start in that race, and a 10-second penalty dropped him down to its 10th place, which is a bit of a shame because he was really fighting hard, and that battle group was extremely clean throughout that whole encounter yesterday. Even though it was only 4 laps, it was an extremely clean fight between all 5 of those cars.
Yeah, that was very much a sprint, 4 laps, but this is almost an enduro in these conditions. Just try and stay out of trouble, make the least amount of mistakes you possibly can. Just take every corner one at a time, judge the conditions, and see where you end up at the end of the race.
See Partridge working the steering furiously, coming through the last couple of corners there, looking for some front tyre temperature. Make sure they're up to pressure and up to temperature, so you've got braking performance and you've got the bite that you need going into turn number 1. A couple of interesting notes to put down for this one. Off the back of the grid, we've actually got Damien Spinello
in the number 23 Acura Motorsport car. He, of course, had that high-speed off in the really unfortunate accident where his all four wheels actually left the ground and he ended up in the kitty litter at turn 9 throughout that spin that Brandon Taylor had. They two came together. He's actually changed into Lucas Kawam's car. There he is, right at the very back there, just before the Armco. So he's going to be piloting the Jacer for the remainder of the weekend. Lucas has very graciously stepped aside and said, I'll give my car up for you, because his car was not able to be repaired in time. So good to see him back out there. He's just keen as beans to go racing again. And there's a couple of other drivers out there I'm looking to see as well. Malachi Windsor, who's just behind the barrier, had a throttle cable snap yesterday. So let's see what he can do off the rear of the grid. As we get underway for race number 2, and already a few drivers struggling to launch the V's in these very, very greasy conditions. McCarthy judged it best. He's jumped away. Ash Clifford's had another ripping start. He actually might be first before turn 1.
Yeah, the front row, they moved initially, but then they got wheel spin on the painted white lines, the checker flag that's across. So their momentum was lost almost instantly, and that's allowed the guys on the second row to come, or Clifford anyway, to come blasting by.
And that's the second good launch that he's had all weekend as well. McCarthy seizes that first place back at turn 2, so not wasting any time getting back to the lead of the race. Bit of sideways action here from 2 of the Acura Motorsport cars. The first one was Adam Nicholson, the 95, and then Braden Sturr in the number 3 behind him did exactly the same thing. Squeeze that throttle pedal. Car jumped sideways, and then they had to take their foot off the gas to get it straight again.
And here's that on board with Lee Partridge just behind one of the men who had a moment, and he's got a good run as a result out of turn 4. We're on board. Will he make the move at the top of the hill into turn 6? He draws alongside, up the inside, and I believe he will make that move stick. No! Number 3 fights back, comes around the outside to Sturr and holds position.
In these wet conditions, you're just not quite 100% sure if the car on the other side of you is going to give you the room you need, or if you actually need that racing line to make that turn. And with 10 laps to go in this race, probably the smart call there just to pull out of it. Look at the spray down at this part of the circuit. This is probably the heaviest of the rainfall, or where most of the rainfall's actually been in the last 5 to 10 minutes or so. It's not that bad when you get down to turn 1 and 2, but obviously very, very heavy through that part of the circuit. You can visibly see the rain still slowly coming down. It's buttoned off just a touch, but it's just misting rain at the moment. It's not heavy, it's not sort of light, it's just that annoying rain. It's just keeping the track greasy. It's not adding to how slippery the circuit is, it's just keeping it in that sort of very slippery condition.
Yeah, that's where the rain first came from, of course, in that previous XL race, and we saw all the action down at Dandenong Road, so that's clearly got the most wet of any part of this circuit. As we see the cars going to the chicane on board with Partridge. He's looking to the outside, trying to find a bit of a different line to get good traction out of the corner. And here he goes around turn number 4.
And they're attached onto the back of Nick Kerr in the DocuLink machine, which is the car that's owned by Mark Mitchell, who haven't piloted that car for a couple of years, but it has been in the hands of Nick Kerr before. It's been in the hands of Brett Burden before as well. Here goes Braden Sturr. He wants to have a bit of a piece of the action up the inside at turn number 6. And here comes John Casamani. He's making 3 wide in the wet. What a brilliant move that was with the slipstream and the toe. And then on the inside there, you've got Isaac Woodhouse, who has had a bit of an ordinary start, and he's now rounded up, has he rounded up Partridge? Yes, he has. But how about that from John Casamati? Brave as anything in the wet. 3 wide, if you don't mind, on approach to turn 6.
How'd you like that on-board action? That's fantastic. That's why that camera's there.
That was a great angle as well, just to see how much poke in a straight line you actually got from the toe.
As you see the cars come around the final sequence corners, actually there's a bit of damage on that car.
Here we go. Here's a bit more of action from what happened up at turn 2 and 3. So this was that battle group of cars we were looking at. So Casamati was actually 4th in the queue, and there was a little bit more here. Oh, that's Spinello just dropped it all on his own, back across the track. And there was another car that went off there too. It was this number 60, I think that's Samuk Rudrapatna, that looks like he went off there as well, all on his own.
Lucky to get back on, actually. That was so far off the road.
That was so close to hitting the fence.
Yes, as we see McCarthy now.
Oh, Ash Clifford all on his own, got the painted white line and spins
The number 17 Star Res entry. It's facing the wrong way. Yellow flag's out, gets that car going. Is he going to be able to get back on in time before the other cars come up to him? He does. Oh, that's heartbreak. He was up to third place and driving very, very well and had that really good launch. And we were talking about this just before as well. Those painted white lines are going to be very, very slippery if you drop your rear tyres on either one of those on the left or the right of the track and you apply the throttle too aggressively, you're going to loop the car, because these things, of course, have got the engine in the rear, so all the weight is primarily in the rear, and when it goes around, you've got very little chance of pulling it back.
Of course, he made the great start, took the lead, and he fell back to third, and he was just trying to keep with the main championship contenders, front runners in McCarthy and Rowe. And he's unable to do so.
Actually,
I
apologise. Before he got to the white line, actually, so he just got a little bit too aggressive on the throttle. I thought he was a bit closer than what he actually was. When you get those initial first looks, well, Heath Collinson actually had a tyre on the line there. That much I do know. He's actually surrendered position to Andre Curran here, so that moves him down to fourth. McCarthy's got the whole shot and has disappeared. Rowe giving chase. And Rowe was the fastest man that time around as well by 0.2 of a second over McCarthy. So there's still a lot of time left to go for Rowe to catch McCarthy for the lead of this race.
Rowe's actually the fastest man on the last 2 laps, so that's back-to-back fastest lap. So he's closing in on McCarthy, but not by much. It's only a couple of tenths. Oh, there we go.
Off. Sorry, we were just talking about him. Jake Rowe's actually gone off at the chicane, so that's a free hall pass for McCarthy. I saw the splash of water come up, and I wasn't sure if someone had gone off or if there was just a big puddle there that they'd splashed through. That's a very unusual mistake for Jake Rowe aboard the GR Electrics number 66.
Yeah, so that drops him down the order. Rowe
he's actually officially now down to fourth place as a result of that, and going to be battling to hold on to it at least for the next couple of corners. But Collinson ahead. He wants second place right now. He's got that off of Andre Curran.
I was going to say, Rowe's not really a title contender, although he's a front runner in this round and always is a front runner. He's missed the last couple of rounds, so he's not a title contender. The championship lead is actually that man who's just taken second, Heath Collinson. His title rival, his closest title rival, is the race leader, McCarthy.
Yeah, McCarthy, of course, had a couple of issues at Winton, one of those being the non-finish with the throttle cable, and also he lost his nose in the third race on a Sunday afternoon there. So that's hurt his point standings in terms of the state championships for Formula V's. So he needs every win on the board he can get at the moment. And if Heath can just stay in second place, he's not going to lose a lot of points overall to Reece McCarthy. And it'll probably be still a line ball thing going down to Phillip Island in 6 weeks' time as we go back on board with Partridge giving chase against Nick Kerr.
Again, he's got a good run, and he goes to the outside this time. Oh, it's going to be tight onto the yellow line on the right-hand side as you head towards turn number 1. Look at the spray. You can't really see beyond the car he's fighting with. Oh, there's an incident.
They're off. There's cars off. There's cars off. So that's is that John Casamati, and there was another car in there as well. And it's Braden Sturr. So I saw the blue. I just couldn't quite work out who the second blue car was. They were chasing each other across the road. At the same time we were on board with Partridge, I could see them ahead, and they were just sort of, one was chasing the other across the track, and I imagine there might have been someone outbraked themselves and it's just made a little bit of contact. We're going to get a bit of another look at this. Here we go. So Braden Sturr wanted that position back, and Casamati turned in way too early. I don't think he was quite expecting him to be there, and then had to turn the opposite way. So that's I'm afraid that one looks like it might be on John for that one.
I think he locked the rears, and that's what turned him hard left into the side of him.
Yeah, that'll be a compression lock, I guess, on the downshift from fourth to third then as well.
Yep.
Actually, that was the cause of the Braden Taylor having his spin yesterday down at turn 4, coming down to third gear, just locked the rear end and looped the car, and then had to, in the haste of trying to get back to second or first gear to get going again, that's what's then caused the contact with himself and Damien Spinello.
We saw the spin from Rowe a couple of laps ago. He dropped down to 5th. He's already made his way back up to 3rd into the final couple of corners there. He just got past Curran, although he's having to go defensive. The number 32 machine of Curran fighting back, but Rowe certainly, although he made that mistake, he is the fastest in these conditions. If he can keep it on the road, he'll certainly be a threat for series leader Heath Collinson in the final 5 laps of this race.
Yeah, he certainly will. And Andre Curran, who's only new into Formula V this year out of the JRD stable with the Aussie Boat Sales number 32, the blue and red machine, just behind Jake Rowe. He's had a stellar opening year, probably in the hunt for the Club Rookie of the Year, or the Vaughan Colenso Young Gun of the Year. He's had a stellar year, and Phillip Island was probably his best outing to date. He's continuing that good form from Phillip Island here this weekend. He's had a mixture of conditions. First proper wet running as well. He hasn't run in the wet anywhere else in the Formula V, and he's recruited himself so well, along with a number of the other rookies this year, Isaac Woodhouse and a number of the other drivers that have come into the Acura Motorsport stable. They've shown that they actually can race really, really well in Formula V. So we're just getting some word through. Looks like Braden Sturr, who was in that little skirmish with Johnny Casamati at turn 1 on the previous lap, has indeed retired from this race. He's come into pit lane. He was the last of the 23 runners as a result of that contact, and he's unfortunately only completed 4 racing laps.
Yeah, it's a shame, but yeah, the contact down there at turn 1 clearly too substantial for him to continue. He's limped it back to the lane, but his race very much done. Did you see the battling further down? Oh, that's
Clifford's had another
again.
spin, yeah, so he's had another spin at the last chicane. Looks like, I'm not sure if that's all on his own, possibly all on his own. That's put him back into the clutches of Lee Partridge, who will give chase all the way down the front straight. May not be close enough to be in striking distance here for turn 1. Just trying to work out where Ash was before that spin. Looks like he might have been sort of up around about 6th place, I think.
Hasn't Partridge been in and around the action in this one? We saw on the back straight, the 3-wide action, and then the incident down at turn 1, and then they're just taking on as we moved to the camera, just as Clifford was recovering. So he's very much been in the thick of the action in this one.
He has. He's been one of the ones who's sort of had eyeballs on all the action, but he's actually not quite been involved in it, so to speak. He's just had probably the best seat in the house, as they say, as Rowe takes away 2nd place from Heath Collinson. So in terms of the Victorian State Race Series points, that's going to be important for Heath Collinson, because that's going to lose him a couple of extra points. This is, of course, the feature race for Formula V's, so it is worth a little bit more in the point standings than what will be for the 3rd race a little bit later on this afternoon. They're due out around about 20 to 4, I think, just looking at the schedule. So they've got about a 2-hour turnaround. Actually, it's 15:45, which is 3:45 p.m. is what was on the schedule, and we're running about 10 or 15 minutes behind at the moment. So they will have a 2-hour turnaround from the time they finish this race to get themselves ready for race number 3.
As we see the
back to this battle pack, though. Here we go. So David Stewart, Darren Power and Mick Fisher, and I couldn't quite see who the 4th car in the line there. It says KWA for Lucas Kawam, but that'll be because he was the nominated driver originally. That's actually Damien Spinello, having recovered from his spin earlier in the race. These guys, I think, are all, apart from the Acura car at the back, I think Dave Stewart, Darren Power, and I think Mick Fisher potentially as well. They're all sharing garage space this weekend as well, so they'll all be down there after this and having a bit of a chinwag about their battle, and they've actually done fairly well. They've kept it fairly clean, even though they are sort of down towards the back end of the top 20.
Yeah, just outside, in around the 13th to 15th, 16th position. So yeah, they're certainly not at the rear, but just outside of the top 10, as we see.
Fisher's had a great run off the last corner as well, and is he close enough to strike here at turn 1? Not quite. So falls back into the line behind Darren Power. That invites... Oh, Power looks like he may have missed a gear there coming out of turn 1. I mean, you come down to 3rd gear, but you normally don't need to come back up to 4th. Either that or he's had a bit of a moment and he's lost traction and has ceded 2 spots. 1 to Fisher and 1 to Spinello.
McCarthy, fastest lap of the race. On the last lap, he's got the lead margin out to 13.3 seconds over Rowe. He's crossed the line He's about a second a lap slower, but he's, importantly for him, extending his margin over series leader Heath Collinson in third position. In fact, Collinson on the last lap, he set his personal best. So drivers still getting used to these conditions, slowly, getting acclimatised to them and improving late on. Lots of personal bests up and down the timing screen.
I'm just looking at the ComBox window at the moment as well, and it looks like the rain has actually stopped coming down. All spin for Casamati, all on his own. And again, possibly compression lock on the downshift from fourth to third. Can he get out of the grass? Yes, he can. So it's not as significant as the gravel traps that we've seen.
That was very interesting, very similar looking to the Turn 1 incident, so I think there's some sort of issue there going from fourth to third.
It's a bit of a different learning curve for him this year too, because he's had the Jacer for the first couple of rounds. It's a car that he owns, and for the last 2 rounds he's now been leasing the Sabre 02, which has formerly been piloted in a full-time capacity prior to COVID by Ken Philby. And he's taken over that Sabre 02, and it is a different sort of a beast to tame, and you've got to get, it's a bit of a different driving style. Look at a sideways action from McCarthy. He's having some fun. He knows he's got the lead of the race, but he wouldn't want to do that too often. Just got it, sat it up on the curb and just put the throttle down and said, "Hey, look at me."
Reef McCarthy, as well as being a front runner in Formula V, has formerly been a Super 3 competitor as recently as last year, but unfortunately, budget-wise, just unable to continue. But clearly this kid's got talent, as we saw out the final corner, and the way he's pulled away as we start the final lap, the way he's pulled away from the field at this point in time, just shows that this kid is really, really talented.
I think he wanted to try and get up to do the support races for the Bathurst 1000 this year as well. I'm not sure if the budget will actually quite be there, but if he could get back there at least for one race or one round this year would be great to see. You can see the margin is coming down at the front, but it's still a long way to go for Rowe. He's not going to erode that 12.9 seconds in the next 3.1 kilometres of racetrack. But he did set a personal best that last time around, 1 minute 40.22, which is only 0.2 of a second slower than McCarthy's fastest lap, who's now coming across quite a bit of traffic. A little bit wide at turn 6, but that's okay. He's got plenty of time to recover the car, and he doesn't need to pull any banzai moves or anything here to get past Charlie Tracy Richardson in the 14, Rob Vile in the 7, just ahead of her, and just ahead of them, looks like it's Claudia Lennox in the 16. So
he's just taking it cautious, doesn't want to get involved in these back markers. Nice heads-up driving there from the number 7 as he comes out sliding out the final corner. He loved that race. He thoroughly enjoyed that. And it will be Reef McCarthy who takes the final Formula V race here at Sandown.
Takes the feature race. Don't forget there's still one more still to go. So we go on board with Patrick. Oh, someone's in the fence. Is that Brandon Taylor? There's an orange car in the fence on the approach to turn number 9 on the driver's right-hand side. It definitely wasn't there when McCarthy went through. And the only other orange car that I can think of is it might be Brandon Taylor. Let's have a look. There goes Kieran. Yep, it's the Gippy powder coating Sabre 02 of Taylor, and he's given that a fair shunt. That's going to have done some damage to the rear gearbox and the housing and that on that car, and he won't get out of there on his own. So they'll be struggling to turn that car around in the next 2 hours, I'd imagine, for race number 3. And that's a shame, because he was running right up there. He was inside the top 10.
Yeah, sorry, it's just the way the schedule is this weekend, as we've already said. So, yeah, this is second V encounter, so only a couple of hours, 3:45, the scheduled time for the final Formula V encounter. So, less than 2 hours to turn that car around.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It's actually less than an hour and a half, actually, to turn it around, because the race has gone a little bit longer with the wet conditions as well. So, they will finish their racing now. The last couple of drivers coming to the line a bit further down the order. There's the recovering Casamati in the back of shot there, and following Samuk Rudrapatna home. Then you've got David Stewart, Mick Fisher, and where Darren Power dropped out of that battle. There he is at the back behind Damien Spinello. So waiting on Ed Filippi and Claudia Lennox. They're the last 2 cars that need to get home here, and they have made it home on the lead lap by looks of things. There's Filippi. Looks like he's actually picked up a spot on that last lap as well. He has. And Claudia Lennox is in the number 16 the Sabre 01, and looks like she's going to be the last runner to get home, completing all 10 laps. There she's, oh, no, she's headed for the lane, so maybe something might be up with the timing there. We'll have to double check that a bit later on. So as Formula V's exit into the pit lane, we'll take a short break here, and then we'll be back with the Victorian V8s. Or, as you said before, can't get any more chalk and cheese. We went from the sports cars to XLs to Formula V's and now to V8 powered muscle cars.
Indeed, yeah, should be a good one, and it'll be really, really difficult for those cars in the wet conditions. Looking forward to that one.
Looking for entertainment value. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. There's still plenty of action here at round 4 of the Victorian State Race Series. Back shortly.
Somewhere close enough.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Welcome back to round 4 of the Victorian State Race Series. Coming up hot and fast your way very shortly, the Vic V8s for their third and final race of the weekend. My name is Callum Brannigan, stepping into the hot seat vacated by Stephen DeVries, and I'm joined alongside by Dan McCarthy as well. And you can actually see on the screen there the XB Falcon, the Eddie Albanica car has made its way back out onto the dummy grid. So rubbing our hands with glee at the notion of that car making its triumphant return after yesterday's mishaps off the start line. So Dan, you've spent a fair bit of time up here in the commentary box. Today so far has been a lot cleaner than we saw yesterday. There's been a lot more vibe about the place as well, and the racing has been spectacular. But the heavens have opened for this third and final race of the weekend for the Vic V8s, and they look like a bit of a handful in good conditions, so they've certainly got their work cut out for them this afternoon.
Yeah, the XL's quite low power front wheel drive, the V's quite low power rear wheel drive, but these have got an awful lot of power underneath their right foot, every single one of these drivers with a V8 under the bonnet, so this will certainly be very, very interesting. And as we say, so the car number 48, in case you missed the Blendline TV coverage yesterday at the back of the grid, he had a big incident. He got a bit of wheel spin in dry conditions off the line, and it speared the car hard right into the Armco barrier, and he rode up the side, 2 wheels in the air, and came to a crash landing almost. So, yeah, he's didn't make it out for race 2, but he is out for this one.
Fantastic to have him back, and as you alluded to earlier, he actually did a sighting lap on the back of the Saloon Cars Race as they were assessing those repairs that they've rushed through overnight. So the team working incredibly hard to get that car back out and circulating for the third race. So there's just a little bit of a delay in proceedings while we're cleaning up. It looks like we've got one of the JCB big yellow machines, as they're affectionately known as, down at turn 9, but it looks like they're close to having everything tidied up and all sorted out for this race to resume. And we have to say a massive thank you once again to the volunteer officials all around this circuit. Standing outside before, when it was raining, it's about 11 degrees. It's not pleasant. Outside is not the place you want to be at the moment. So a big thank you goes to all of the volunteer officials and the Australian Sports Sedans Association as well. For putting on the event. There's a plethora of sports sedans guys and girls you'd normally see behind the wheel, but they're actually officiating this weekend wearing the high vis. They're gridding up the grid marshals. They've got all sorts of roles that need to be taken up, so you can see on your screen there. If you are, for viewers at home, tuning in, of course, if you want to find out more about volunteering and getting a little bit closer to motorsport, and you want to get out of the house and get something, get some miles, volunteer miles under your belt, go to motorsport.org.au and follow the links to find out more about the officials and volunteers and the various clubs and organisations that sort of forms that. It's a broad term we use, officials, but basically there's a lot that goes into it. There's the Victorian Flag Marshalling Team, the Fire and Rescue Team, there's Team Medical Australia, plus there's all the club officials, Motorsport Australia officials. There's literally a massive list of people that you would ideally love to thank for all their time coming out this weekend and spending your weekends out in the cold racing circuit because they love it.
Yes, absolutely. That's why we're all here, because, you know, we all love motorsport. Exactly right.
We love grassroots motorsport, more specifically. That's what we're all here for.
Indeed, as we see the ex-Eddie Albanica TCM machine head onto the track, so hopefully he can get that away, can find more, get that away off the grid this time, and get that circulating some laps, because it is a glorious machine and certainly takes me back to the days watching that in the hands of Eddie Albornica in Touring Car Masters.
Absolutely. So we've got quite a healthy grid of Vic V8s supported by Force accessories this weekend. These fantastic pictures brought to you by Blendline TV, and we sincerely hope you're enjoying yourselves, no matter how you're tuning in, whether it's via the YouTube channel or on the Facebook page or the VSRS socials as well, or if you're trackside here this weekend as well. Fantastic to have you back along for the ride for the Victorian State Race Series. Greg Lynch starting on pole position in that number 22 VT Commodore. He's owned that car since the year 2000, so it's a 22-year relationship between Greg Lynch, the dentist, and that VT Commodore. And no, it's not a former HRT car. He's just done an absolutely spectacular job. It's a homebrew, garage, thoroughbred race car. It's won a race in the sports sedans in season 2022 back at Phillip Island just a couple of months ago, and he took out race 2 earlier this morning as well. So Greg Lynch enjoying himself, doing a fantastic job out there this weekend, and he's joined alongside by Brian Finn in that number 82 VS Commodore. So it's a bit like Scaife and Lowndes of old, isn't it, Dan?
It certainly is. The battling between those two is fierce in the late 90s in HRT land, dominating V8 supercars as they did back then. So it'd be interesting to see. They're not teammates, although they have a similar livery. So it'd be interesting. Finn's actually got the initial launch in both of the first 2 races, but it's been Lynch that has prevailed by the time they've got down to turn number 1. So this will be interesting in the wet conditions, obviously something different again. So it'll be interesting to see if Finn can get the better start. What we saw in the V race just before was the front row starters who were starting just in front of the checker flag, the finish line. They got a good initial start, but then got a lot of wheel spin on the painted checkered painted white lines, so they bogged down, and it allowed the second row to come and overtake them. So let's see how it goes in this one. As we've seen so far today, and always in the wet conditions, those painted white lines are very treacherous.
They are indeed, and there's not a huge amount of experience or practice so far this weekend. I believe Friday was a bit of a wet session for all categories involved this weekend, but racing in wet conditions is completely different. Starting on the second row is Argento alongside Hender. So we've got a Ford row 2, that GTHO Falcon, the blue car. The number 53 car of Hender you can see on row 2 there, looking absolutely beautiful, and is certainly one of the crowd favourites. And then we've got David Ratcliffe in the number 72 VX Commodore as well, starting out of 5th position, ahead of Adam Caddio out of the 6th position. But I don't think the VL Walkinshaw of Caddio has actually made his way out onto the grid, so that's a sad end for his weekend. So revs are building. Oh, and it's a very lacklustre start from Lynch.
He's just spinning and
going absolutely nowhere. So he's just spinning the tyres there, and they're all having a massive effort trying to get these cars off and running. But that was a dreadful start for Greg Lynch. And look, they're squirreling as they go down towards turn 1. There is absolutely no grip out there at the moment. And Argento, he is in the lead of the race in that number 27 bright orange Falcon. And look, they are absolutely tiptoeing through turn 1, Dan. There is no grip.
It's as it was in the V's. The man from 3rd with no white lines ahead of him has taken the lead, and he's followed through by Ratcliffe, who's made a fantastic start. And around goes the leader. So although he made a great start, Argento has spun it. Has he got the car bogged? No, he's able to get off. That's good news. He'll be able to recover quite a few positions, I'm sure, but he's right towards the back of the grid now.
God, look at the hump on the bonnet there. It looks absolutely spectacular, but those massive rear tyres, he was able to get himself out of that mess. So that's unfortunate for Argento. That was a great start for him. He was capitalising on Lynch and Finn going absolutely nowhere. But have a go at Ratcliffe at the lead of the race in the number 72 Commodore. He has got about 2 seconds back to Finn in P2, but Finn himself is coming under fire from Lynch, well and truly recovering after that lacklustre start. And we were just sort of laughing to ourselves, weren't we, Dan, because the Lynch Commodore went absolutely nowhere off the line. It is incredibly sodden out there. Now, Mark Kakari as well in the number 39 car on screen at the moment, the Auto Cure supported ex-Commodore Cup car, the number 39 on screen now, making his way around the outside of the number 36 of Bell as well. So we've got a replay coming our way shortly. This is the race leader. It was Argento spinning out all on his own, and you can see looping it as he comes through turn 2 and resting to driver's right-hand side on the exit of turn 3.
It even forced Ratcliffe to take to the grass in order to escape an incident, so that was good heads-up driving from the man who leads the way at the end of lap number 1, and incredibly by 5.4 seconds, and that's from 5th on the grid as well. He had to overtake 4 cars and then pulled out the margin, so a phenomenal first lap for him. The question is though, can he keep those 2 HRT liveried Commodores behind, because they've been the pace setters all weekend.
It's beautiful representation of some of the technical diversity that we've got in Vic V8. So that GDHO Falcon coming onto the back straight. He's got Craig Eddy just behind him in the it's the number 34 car. Craig Eddy is a plumber based out of Mitcham, and he's got plenty of success behind him. And that actual chassis was campaigned by Phil Brock in the past as well. So a great effort by those two. But you got Kakari having a look around the outside as well. So that's the club president having a good dig. But discretion is the better part of valour on that one.
He qualified P3 and was running up the pointy end with those HRT liveried machines, but had a couple of dramas, a couple of spins, and then a mechanical issue. So he started right towards the back in this one, but already got his head down and made his way up comfortably inside the top 10. So he's fighting for 4th position. 4, 5 and 6 line astern on your screen. Hender, Eddy and Kakari.
So it's 5.5 seconds between Ratcliffe and P2. It does look incredibly wet out there, and I'm cognizant of the fact that we've got a Formula Ford race coming up shortly after this one as well. So sincerely hope that the guys and girls on the grid for the Formula Ford race coming up have certainly got their work cut out ahead of them. So Argento, after spinning out of the lead of the race, he's recovered back to P9, tearing past the commentary box just before towards turn 1. But this battle between Kakari and Hender, that's Lynch. Lynch has spun in the number 22 car, local double wave yellows, and the track is absolutely blocked.
Interesting line taken by a couple of them there. Number 90, that is Bonner. Very opportunistic. He's got 3 positions there, although he's having to fight for this one, but he holds on. That's the car with the P plate on the back. Oh, that was a frantic little bit of action there. And in fact, Hender was having a moment of his own down into turn 2. He was trying to keep it on the road. Lynch was already spun, and Hender was just trying to get it turned into turn number 2, and that created even more action. But fortunately, no damage done. A couple of bruised egos potentially, but no damage on the cars. So it's Ratcliffe that leads from Finn. Lynch has dropped down the order. We haven't seen where he actually recovered, but he has certainly lost positions. There he is. He's just going over the top of the hill and down into Dandenong Road. So he's lost a handful of places there.
So just keeping an eye on the timing screens as Finn comes across the line there in P2. And the gap has closed ever so slightly down to 6.5 seconds now. So he's starting to close that gap down. 7 laps remaining in this race, so there's still a little while to go. But you dare say, at the pace that Ratcliffe's currently turning at the moment, he's looking pretty comfortable in the lead. So he'll keep pressing ahead and keeping a clean set of heels as well. But this battle rages on between Eddy and Hender as well. So that GDHO Falcon having a good look around the outside, but it just looks super slick. They don't have any confidence to go anywhere other than the racing line at the moment, just because there's very little grip, and it's a huge effort to try and get these tyres up to temperature as well, or into their operational window.
An XY Falcon looks of all of these cars, that looks the most difficult to drive in these conditions, but of course it is an older machine. Look at it squirreling out of turn number 3 and into turn number 4. He's run it a little wide, and again sideways out there, so he's just trying to keep it on the black stuff really at this point in time.
And here comes Argento as well in the background in that orange Falcon, so he'll try and gobble them up going up the back straight. He looks like his drive traction is much more superior to the cars ahead of him, so he's having a bit of a better time as the car squats down on corner exit and really buries those tyres into the tarmac surface. So that's Hender dropping back another position. He's going to fall back into the clutches of Argento in a couple of corners' time as well. Here's Lynch also on the recovery. He's onto the back of the number 36 VE Commodore of Bell as he continues to recover. So Lynch, through the wash and the messy part of the race just a little bit earlier. Lynch is currently showing in P10, so he'll be ruining that mistake. He's tasted a lot of success so far this year, taking out victory in the QP Lube's Victorian Sports Sedans race at Phillip Island, as well as the race this morning, so he'll be ruining those missed opportunities. But yeah, look at him, tiptoeing out of turn 12, keeping well clear of the painted lines, because there is absolutely very little grip as far as that is concerned. So looking at the back straight as well, Ratcliffe doing a fantastic job out in front. He's opened up the gap over Finn to 6.7 seconds, so you'd hazard a guess that Ratcliffe will be trying to settle into a groove, because he's certainly found plenty of pace in these sodden conditions.
Certainly has. Look at all the PBs on our timing screen on this lap. Only one of the top 13 drivers has not set a personal best, so drivers getting used to these conditions, and I can quite confidently say for the first time in a couple of hours it's not actually raining outside.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. It's not raining, but the wet conditions and just how many rivers you can see across the track at the moment. The wet doesn't seem to be going anywhere anytime soon. The wind is up and down today. It looks like it's up at the moment, but there's not much sunshine out there to try and dry up the track nice and quickly. So the cars literally are trying to dry their own line, or create a set of tram tracks, as David Stillwell would allude to. Craig Eddy on screen at the moment, that number 34 VH Commodore, doing a brilliant job. He's currently showing in 5th position, and we've got Argento behind him, so it looks like he's made his way up into 6th position now.
See the cars, so at the halfway stage it is Ratcliffe who leads. He just set another fastest lap of the race, so that lead margin now to 8.1 seconds. So he's certainly got the speed in these wet conditions, and he's able to keep with Finn, and he wasn't able to do that in the dry this morning. So that's certainly interesting how each car's stronger, some stronger in the dry, some stronger in the wet, as we see Lynch continue his way to make his way forwards. That's for position number 8. So he moves up to 8th position on the recovery drive, this morning's race winner. So head around turn number 1 and towards turn number 2, that 53 machine. It's very, very nice to look at. The oldest car in the field by about a decade, I reckon, but certainly these the XB as well out there. But yeah, certainly one of the older machines as we look at Ratcliffe, the race leader, coming around the final sequence of turns. Is this going to be another fastest lap of the race? We'll see as he sweeps around. Doesn't that sound glorious here at Sandown Raceway? Across the line, no, not a PB, but only 3/10 off, and still over a second faster than anybody else on the track at this point in time.
And he is searching for the wet parts of the track as well, so I dare say he's trying to cool those tyres, and they might be getting a little bit overheated. When these wet tyres do get too heated, the tread blocks start to move around and start to curve off a little bit, so they lose the sharpness that they require to be able to cut through the wet and generate that grip, whereas otherwise basically it becomes a slick tyre in time as well. So trying to cool those tyres is key, and trying to make them last the longevity, because 10 laps is actually quite a long way around the Sandown International Raceway, especially when you're driving a car that's in excess of 500 horsepower, rear-wheel drive, and has very little grip in the wet. So this is a massive task for all the drivers out there this afternoon, doing a fantastic job, it must be said.
He actually got it all locked up into turn 2, was lucky to make the apex, as we see Kakari having a moment on the exit of 3. He's certainly trying to make up for lost ground this morning. Where is he on the timing screen? He's P3, but he's not giving up. He's 27 seconds behind the leader and 20 seconds behind the second place man, but he's not giving up. He's still giving it everything with just 4 laps remaining. As we look behind, we've got Budge in position number 4 and Bonner in 5th. Budge set his fastest lap of the race on the last lap. He's a Narry Warren North local in the ZB Commodore. There it is, car number 8. Former president of the association. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful presented machine as he heads into the final sequence of turns.
It's some very familiar looking air dams on that car as well. Those familiar with Supercars Championship racing from the mid-2000s will be familiar with the VZ front. And that car's looking absolutely resplendent as he's circulating at the moment in 4th position, as Dan said before. Kakari doing a great job ahead of him to climb onto the podium as well. He had a stall at the start of race 2 and unfortunately was buried in the back of the pack. So this has been something of a massive recovery drive for Kakari this afternoon, and yeah, these conditions are absolutely sodden at the moment. The number 90 VS Commodore Club Sport ablaze on the back of that car, and I dare say he's taken a can opener to the bonnet of that car to facilitate the bonnet scoop, bonnet hump, whatever you'd like to call it. And it's looking spectacular out there at the moment. So Lynch has also made his way past, that's Argento for position 7. Oh, and Argento's done it again. He's looped it.
Replica of his lap 1 moment when he was leading, and that's going to cost him a couple of positions again. I think he's just stalled the car as well now, so he's got to get it refied, which he has, and he will hopefully... Oh, no, I think that's another stall. Oh, dearie me, this is not what he wanted. He's certainly losing time. Look at that, sliding through the mud, gets it back on the track, which is good to see.
Obviously, these cars are obviously designed to be driven at speed, so when you're trying to ease the car through and drive it nice and slowly and nice and smoothly as well, they're a little bit clumsy at slow speed, so that's why you can see drivers often stall them so much. Up the inside, that's Budge taking away position 3 from Kakari at turns 10, 11 and 12, coming onto the main straight. Look at the traction difference between Budge and Kakari.
He's come on really strong at the end of this race. He set the fastest lap of the race on the last lap, and he's just gone again through the 1:31.5, which is only 0.3 off. Oh, and you've just pointed out there the splitter's just dropped. You can hear it scraping along the ground. So that's going to be costing him lap time, that's for sure. It was a little loose earlier on, and now it's completely collapsed on that right-hand side as we're looking at it. Hopefully that won't drop under the wheels, because that could be really dangerous. It'd be like skier on the slopes. No front grip. You can hear it as it turns around turn number 4. He's only got a lap and a half to go, so fingers crossed he can nurse it home. There's about 5 kilometres of this race remaining.
He might not even be aware, but I dare say if there is a two-way radio equipped in that car, the team down in the pit lane will be letting him know about that. So we've got Ratcliffe coming up onto some lap traffic. He's got Vela just ahead of him as they're coming onto the main straight. But this has been an absolute lesson from Ratcliffe, an absolute lesson in how to drive a big, powerful V8 Commodore in sodden, wet conditions. And he's got the windscreen wipers going once again. It looks like it might be spitting rain again out there, Dan. So I think your commentator's curse has come back to bite once more. And yeah, the heavens are open once again. It looks absolutely dreadful out there at the moment. But Ratcliffe doing a great job. This is the last lap of the race as well. So he has got just 8 corners left in this track to negotiate. And it looks like Budge, despite the fact that the splitter's falling off the front of his VZ Commodore, he's actually set the fastest lap of the race that last time around with a 1:30.5. So that's a pretty good effort by Budge. And he is closing the gap to the lead as well. It's now under 30 seconds.
Oh no, Kakari once again, same as in race number 1. He's coming to a halt on the back straight. He's plummeting down the order. He was just in and around the top 3, top 4, and he's once again come to a halt. What a shame. What a shame with just a lap to go. But here's our race leader that we've picked up, Ratcliffe. It's been a phenomenal drive in these conditions. It really has. He's been peerless, utterly peerless. He set his personal best on the last lap as well. So despite the rain beginning to fall again, he's kept his concentration, kept his nose clean, and he's certainly deserved this race victory. A really, really good performance from Ratcliffe. He comes out the final corner, and he will greet the checkered flag first. He wins the final Vic V8 race of the weekend. A great performance from Ratcliffe. He'll take the win by very nearly 10 seconds as we see Finn cross the line. That's 2 second-place finishes for him today. He'll be quite happy with that. He'll take the round win as a result of that. So he will not be complaining despite finishing in P2. Despite the damaged Budge, looks like he will hold on to 3rd. Just negotiating a couple of lap traffic, and with the bumper hanging, you can still hear it. And it is P3 for Budge. He'll be chuffed to pieces with that recovery drive moving through the field as the race went on. As we look further back, oh, Carey's got the car going again. That's good news. That is good news, but unfortunately for him, he is a lap down and he is outside the top 10 in the field. So he comes across the line in a very disappointing position, number 12. His last lap of 3 minutes 27. It's debatable whether or not, I don't think that will be quick enough. You've got to be within a certain percentage of your fastest lap time to be classified, and 3 minutes 27 is not within twice. So his fastest time, or 1 minute 33, is that's over double that lap time, so that will not count. I don't think he'll be classified as a finisher, in fact. As we see, Argento, what a difficult race he had. 2 incidents down at turn number 2. He brings the car home in position number 9. So that's all 13 finishes, or 12 if Kikari is not classified. I'll leave that up to the stewards and race officials to determine that one. But that's the way it is. So Ratcliffe, Finn and Budge, the top 3 in the final Vic V8 encounter. Thank you very much, Callum, for joining me for that one. Up next, you're staying in the box. I'm going to sub out for the final Formula Ford encounter of the weekend.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
And welcome back to round 4 of the VSRS here at the historic Sandown International Raceway. My name is Callum Brannigan, joined alongside by Paul Ziddy, because coming up is race 3 of the Formula Ford, the Speco VHT Victorian Formula Ford Championship. Paul.
Absolutely, Callum. Delighted to be back here in the commentary box with you again for what is set to be a ripper of a race. The weather has turned from bright and sunny yesterday to cold and dry this morning to now a damp track awaits us. It looks like the rain itself may have eased. Don't see any brollies or any rain falling, but that track is going to be as slippery as, and of all the circuits we race, Sandown International Motor Raceway in these conditions is about as tricky and as treacherous as it gets. So the young men and women that are taking the grid are going to have their hands full, but I'm looking forward to the spectacle that is about to come. Bit of news between the races is that our race 2 original winner in Matthew Hillier was deemed to have infringed during that race during the safety car period and has been handed a 30-second penalty, relegating him to 11th place on the grid. So Jordan Sinney is to take the lead, but I'm just looking down there and see him at the back of the field making his way through. So it appears that he has had some issues. He'll be trying to make that ground up, which he is entitled to do on the outlap. He is entitled to make those positions up so long as he's coming through. We can see over the top, making up ground now. So I'm not sure what happened there. I don't know whether he was slow away or perhaps had a spin. Wouldn't start on the dummy grid is what we are hearing, which is desperately unfortunate for him. A stunning drive in that race earlier today, but that'll leave Edison Beswick and Joe Fawcett out of 2 and 3, and Kyle Evans out of 4.
Yeah, so they're starting to grid up now, so not too sure if he's going to take up his pole position based on how long it took him to get back through. So we'll keep an eye on the screen to see what unfolds here in just a few moments. It's good to see the car of Matthew Holmes making his way onto the grid as well, albeit with a white nose cone on that green and black spectrum. And there is Jordan Sinney at the back of the grid in that number 5 Dirty Diggers spectrum. So bit of controversy before this race has even got underway. And
yeah, and we've got Kyle Evans also in the pit lane. So lots of excitement and activity for the start of this race. So we'll see how that unfolds as we get underway. The grid is taking place now, taking shape. I think we've got it set to the. We have it set to the satisfaction of the starter, I believe. We've got the 5-second board. Let's see how they get away in these tricky conditions. Very easy to get lots of wheel spin. So you'll hear that just about like driving away from the lights. A good start by our pole man, Joey Fawcett. A bit too much wheel spin by the looks of that. And the grid is away. Hopefully a clean first lap in these conditions.
Have a go at the start from Xavier Kokai. He's in the white, green and black spectrum. Having a good look up the inside as they come down towards turn 1. He's got Jack Clifford just behind him. Matthew Hillier already recovering from that penalty, so he is certainly in the mix as they get through turn 1 nice and cleanly. That is a fantastic effort from the guys and girls in Formula Ford, because these cars will be handling more like canoes in these conditions, as they sometimes is the case when they're travelling through the grass at high speed.
Oh, there goes Harrison Sellers. He's no contact, fortunately, so he should be able to gather that up and keep going. But that just highlights exactly how tricky it is. Very, very easy to light the back. And there's, Santa Lucia as well. Once again, just highlighting, it is like ice skating. It is desperately easy to just give it a little too much throttle.
And it looks like Connor Summers has also made his way up into P2. So we've got a replay of that spin coming your way just in a few moments. But they're still nice and cleanly as they come up. Under brakes into turn 9. It's Kobe Williams up the inside of Xavier Kokai, the number 94 from the number 10. And here is the replay now. I believe this is Harrison Sellers looping it just behind Jack Clifford. Yep.
Wonder if he maybe got a help around there or not. A bit hard to tell from that, but no doubt he will be keen to point that out. And we are back live.
They're using parts of the track I don't think I've seen them use all weekend. So usually in these sorts of conditions, they're not long out of go-karts, a lot of these drivers, so they tend to take the go-karting line and try and find the really grippy parts of the circuit, especially out in the grey, where a lot of the pickup is. That's where a lot of the speed can be unlocked in these treacherous conditions. Up the inside, Xavier Kokai. Jack Clifford having a look around the outside. He tucks back in. And he's got Kobe Williams for company as well. Matthew Holmes having a look around
fantastic drive from Matthew Holmes. He is just really coming up through the field after that unfortunate incident for him. Brilliant driving by him in the earlier race to avoid contact with a fellow competitor, but unfortunately for him, he found a tyre wall. They've the Ultratech team have fixed up that spectrum, and he is driving it superbly. And you talked about the go-kart lines, and that the interesting thing with Sandown Raceway is, unlike most, Phillip Island, for example, is a classic for that wide go-kart line. Doesn't really apply as much here. There just basically isn't any grip anywhere, and you often see them on what looks to be a traditional racing line, which is unique and odd for damp conditions in motor racing.
But it also, to that point, the Sandown International Raceway, the surface is like a patchwork quilt. It's incredibly different as the lap unfolds. So when you arrive to a corner, you've got completely different grip levels in comparison to the corner previous. So whoever's out in front has certainly got a task. That's Beswick at the moment doing an excellent job. That gap is 1.5 seconds down to Matthew Hillier in P2. Gap staying around about the same as they go across the line there. But Connor Summers up into P3 as well, doing a fantastic job. Xavier Kokai in P4. But have a look at this battle. It looks like they're going to fan out and potentially be 3 or even 4 wide going into turn 1. 3 wide, Jack Clifford up the inside. Kobe Williams right around the outside there. Williams up into P4. That's a great exchange between these young guys.
Yeah, a good run there, as you may have seen for Matt Holmes. But, again, that maturity that he just demonstrated there was nowhere for him to go with it. He was boxed out. So discretion, the better part of valor, gathered it up, and he's still there racing. So he understood there was nowhere to go. You can't, even if you've got the run, can't drive into the car in front of you. And so he's taken the option to just settle in and live to fight another day.
Viewers at home might be aware of Paul Zitti's racing exploits, but he was behind the wheel of his Spectrum at the as part of the latest round of the Australian National Formula Ford Series at Sydney Motorsport Park last weekend. But in these conditions, Paul, what are some of the tricks up your sleeve that the teams could pull out to try and dial these cars in just a little bit to handle a bit more nicely in the wet conditions?
Yeah, well, look, in my case, it would normally put me in the truck and insert someone like John Martin or Steve Owen, who are absolute wet weather geniuses. I have no idea how they do it. It's wizardry and magic as far as I'm concerned. But the reality is you're just trying to soften the car off. So there isn't, we don't have a wet tyre that we can put on. We don't have aerodynamic aids or anything like that. So it really is just a matter of soften the car off, and then it comes down to the driver skill, which is why it's always fabulous to watch Formula Ford racing in these conditions. The skill of these guys comes to the fore, and just anyone at home that hasn't done anything like this and fancies themselves as a driver, and there's a bit of contact, unfortunately. We'll get a replay of that. It looks like maybe cars in these conditions slithering around and slithered into each other, sadly, and that it looks like it's ended up with Matt Holmes again, I think, wearing the worst of that.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Matt Holmes. So that was a coming together between himself and Jack Clifford at turn 1. Unfortunate for those two young guns. Here is a move for the lead. Sonic Motor Racing Services prepared McGale. Matthew Hillier through to the lead. He gets the pass done before they even get to turn 6. Plenty of pace under that McGale. And that's Bailey Collins by the looks of it, the number 96 Spectrum. He's looped it at turn 4. There doesn't appear to be any damage on that car, but he's back up and running, Paul.
Yeah, it all looks straight, so it doesn't look like he hit anything, fortunately. And there's a wheel flying in the background, so something significant has happened there, and that's the Dirty Diggers car of Jordan Sinney.
So it looks like that wheel, that errant wheel, has actually come to rest on the right-hand side of where he is. You could see just in the distance out of the window of the commentary box, but that absolutely flew past the camera, and it looks like it's come off the right rear of the Spectrum, and he's stranded out in the kitty litter. Double waved yellows, obviously. Peter Fitzgerald circulating through there nice and safely, but that was a rather strange moment.
It'll be interesting to see what has happened there. Back to the racing, we got Kobe Williams doing with his hands full there, but doing a magnificent job controlling that car, pursued by Connor Summers.
We do have camera people down that part of the track, so we just heard word that apparently they are okay. So
yes,
was a bit of a scary moment.
We've had confirmation that all of the trackside officials and crew are we've got a safety car boards and flags are out, and so the field will be neutralised. See the drivers acknowledging that they've seen that hand up, which is great to see. Always the trick with safety cars, weather in the dry, particularly so in the wet with a bit of spray. It's always good to, once you've seen the safety car boards and flags, have a look in your mirror and then acknowledge and roll out of it, because we've seen, and as recently as last weekend, young driver, safety car boards and flags came out, rolled out of it, jumped on the brakes, and there was a 3-car concertina as an effect, simply because there was just nowhere to go. So that's Jordan going in there, and it just, as I say, still at a loss as to what has happened there. We'll have to try and find out after the race when we get a chance to speak with the crew. But yeah, as I was saying, it's just always good with the safety car coming out. Obviously, you want to respond to those. You want to bring your car back to safety car pace. But the last thing you want to do is, in the heat of battle, no one's going to be expecting you to roll out, and the people behind you may not have yet seen those boards and flags. So have a look in your mirror, make sure there's no one behind you, hand up to acknowledge them as you roll out of it.
And we saw yesterday a bit of an example of that with the car of Connor Summers slowly making his way into pit lane, and a car unfortunately from behind unsighted, or just didn't realise the pace of that car making nose to tail contact. So unfortunate for that, but this is the perfect breeding ground for racing talent. There's, if you want to see the stars of tomorrow, you're seeing them today.
Yep.
Here is a replay of turn one.
Yeah, here's that replay of these two young men, and yeah, I probably won't say too much. It just looks like enthusiastic.
Yep.
A little bit of enthusiasm getting the better of some people there, but I'm sure there'll be two drivers with two different opinions, as there typically is whenever such things happen. So I won't add a third opinion in there. I'll just leave that
one
to
for
the viewers at home and
viewers
for
at
the
home.
race officials.
The stewards, they've certainly had the work cut out this weekend across the board. It's been a very busy time for race control, making all sorts of calls, making sure that everything's running nice and safely. You can see right at the top of the screen at the back there, Phil Marinon in that beautifully presented Galloway. I had a good look at that car between races 2 and 3 this afternoon. Phil Marinon himself is one of the administrators, category administrators for Formula Ford, doing a lot of work behind the scenes to make sure that this series runs. So here's another replay of that coming together between Clifford and Matthew Holmes. Holmes, unfortunately, coming out a little bit worse for wear in comparison to Clifford in that exchange, but both drivers able to get away relatively unscathed, so that's not too bad.
That looks okay. Fortunately for both of them, it doesn't look like too much damage done to either car, and they've been able to continue. Now I caught some vision earlier of it looked like a car parked up against a fence.
I believe that was Carly Fleming, who's it looks like she's gone off at turn 2, and the car looks like it's stuck. That is probably one of the boggiest parts of the track, and these cars they've only got 40 mil of clearance.
40 mil ride height is the mandated minimum. Yep.
Incredibly low to the ground, and they are running a controlled tyre, a Yokohama AO48 semi-slick tyre. Very resilient, nice and durable in all weather conditions, as you can see at the moment, or so far this weekend has been dry running, and at the moment they're out there running in the wet. And the key to these tyres is firing them up as quickly as possible, trying to generate as much energy and temperature into the compound. And Paul, I've been meaning to ask you this for a couple of weeks now, but during the course of a weekend, obviously the tyre goes through several heat cycles, but how does that actually affect the overall grip of that tyre towards the end of a weekend, for example?
Yeah, look, it's been a wonderful partnership between Formula Ford Australia and Yokohama Australia. The tyre is fantastic. It's an R-Spec road tyre, so it's something if you've got a small car with 13-inch diameter rims, you could buy that and put it on your road tyre. They are road legal, and as such, compared to a lot of other pure racing tyres, that degradation from heat cycling is not nearly as pronounced. There's certain circuits that we do go to. For example, last weekend, Eastern Creek, for as long as that circuit has been around, there is something about that surface that your tyre's never as good again as it is after the first couple of laps. Yep, it looks like car 23 has managed to loop it behind the safety car, trying to keep those tyres warm and being a little judicious with the application of the right foot, I would think, has occurred there. He'll be kicking himself for that at the moment, but once again, you go back through history, there's been plenty of lauded drivers have made such errors. It's an easy thing to do when you're trying to keep the tyres warmed up. But yeah, to your point about the Yokohama tyre, we find that the performance just holds there, and the return performance is incredibly good. You go to somewhere like Winton, it's renowned that particularly on a hot day in summer, the oldest tyre that you can pull out of the workshop is typically the fastest and most durable there. So it's circuit by circuit does make a bit of a difference.
And you should know you probably spent your fair share of time at Winton Motor Raceway, as has a lot of these drivers. It's especially for Victorian-based competitors, which of course there is a lot this weekend in the Victorian State Race Series and the Victorian Formula Ford Championship, supported by Speco VHT. Winton is the usual testing ground for these young up-and-comers. So this is round 4 of 5 of the VSRS in season 2022. We've got one more round coming up at the end of the year. That is September 23 to 25 down at the picturesque Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Fingers crossed that the weather conditions are significantly improved in comparison to how they are this weekend, Paul. But it's always a popular visit down to Phillip Island, and I say it all the time, I love watching Formula Ford racing around Phillip Island.
100%. Like we talk about the drafting here, and at Phillip Island, you're talking, can be 1.5 seconds per lap difference to get that draft. So the entire weekend from qualifying through racing becomes a 240 kilometre an hour game of chess.
Yep.
And it's just, and the backdrop, right? It's just one of the most picturesque circuits in the country. I won't be so bold as to say the world, with some of the gorgeous European scenery around the tracks.
Feel free to be bold. That's
I
fine.
know, but it is absolutely, it's just a stunning outlook there. And I think by virtue of the fact that the motorcycle Grand Prix happens there, we have this billiard table smooth surface on which to race. It's always good. You sometimes, because it's in your backyard and you go there all the time, there's a risk of taking it for granted, but it's just always a privilege to get back down to Phillip Island.
Beautiful facilities as well, so it's a massive privilege for the VSRS, and no doubt all the figureheads behind the scenes will be working extremely hard to be putting together next year's calendar for season 2023 as well. So obviously those announcements will be coming later on this year, but we look forward to yet another season coming up next year, probably following a similar calendar structure that we've seen this year.
Most likely. I mean, the circuits that we do have available to us are extremely heavily booked with national level and club level and state level, and then you've got your various corporate activities that happen with them as well. So our calendar is very similar year on year, and that's by virtue of when the circuits are available to us. We get a little bit of flexibility, but at the end of the day, we have to fit in with what the venues can make available to us. Looks like most of these are cleaned up, and hopefully we will be set for a restart very soon and get a couple of laps of racing into complete. Lights are out on the safety car, so the lead car will now effectively become the safety car. The rules say at this point that car should maintain the circa 80 kilometres an hour that the pace car or safety car would have been doing at the time that it accelerated away. Then when they get onto the main straight, the lead car has the option they can maintain that speed for as long as they like to the control line, or they can start to accelerate. But once they start, they must keep accelerating. And that's, if we remember back to the bad old days when safety cars first came in, right up to F1, you'd see these massive crashes because guys would accelerate away, try and balk the field by lifting.
Yep.
So they brought these rules in to just make this very sensible and very as much as possible controlled, so we don't end up with that situation of safety cars beget safety cars.
Yes. What we will have is 2 flying laps to the finish in this third and final race of the Victorian Formula Ford Championship Round 4. Matthew Hillier, the effective safety car, he's just ahead of Beswick in the number 32 car, and it looks like he's pulled the trigger.
He has gone. He has, and he's made a good jump there, but Kobe Williams very well positioned and has got that run with Beswick. It's a matter of, can he do anything about it?
Car 23 getting a penalty. That's Joe Fawcett after looping it under safety car. Nice and tidy going into turn 1. It looks like Hillier's
run
a little
just
bit wide.
A fraction wide, but still holds that inside line, so gets away with that. And
he's run wide. He's off.
Oh, he is off, and how will he come back on now? Will that be deemed to have made an advantage through that shortcut or not? Will be interesting to see how the officials view that. Once again, we'll leave that to the guys upstairs.
he's very lucky to get away with that one as well. So Carly Fleming going out of the race after going off at that exact same spot. Look at them spearing left and right. Big slipstream coming up the back straight once again. Kobe Williams all over the back of Beswick, but he's still holding down position 3. Connor Summers looming in the background there in position 4. Connor Summers is a man who knows how to hang it out sideways. And look at that, Xavier Kokai up on the painted line. You can see just how little grip there is out there at the moment, especially when you're up on the painted surfaces.
Yeah, up on the ripple strip is probably not the best spot to be in these conditions. Going to not only compromise your corner speed, but also your power down to accelerate away from that corner. So it's a bit of a double penalty, if you will, if when you get out that wide. But on the limit, gathered it up. A lot of talent there.
And Nick Mendez also making his way up.
Oh,
to
here's
P5
your
at the
replay
moment.
of that off, and yeah, very, very lucky not to have picked up the tyre bundle on the way back in. So, here comes Harrison Sellers trying to get the move done on Matt Holmes. Matt Holmes will be having visions of what happened to him earlier in the race, the poor guy. He will feel very under attack right now, but doing a magnificent job out there as well. And Harrison, I must say, is doing an equally good job in only his first visit here at Sandown Raceway.
Matthew Holmes, all-round good guy, fantastic person to speak to whenever you spot him in the pit lane. Very friendly face, but have a look at the gap. Matthew Hillier, more than a second back to Beswick, is coming under fire from Kobe Williams. The number 94 car takes away P2 as they come into the fast-flowing left-hander. That is turn 6.
Really nicely done. Really nicely done. And reveling in these conditions. Fastest car on track, in fact, is Kobe Williams. So a great job by the young man there and teammate of Matt Holmes. And Matt Holmes, Harrison Sellers having a great battle there. Both hail from Tasmania, so they'll be able to chat at the airport lounge tonight about that and hopefully have a friendly conversation about their exploits on track.
This is an incredibly close
Coming
finish,
down to
but
get
it's Hillier.
Yep, Hillier to get the win. A storming drive from Kobe Williams, fastest lap by almost a whole second. So well and truly the quickest car out there in these conditions. A sensational drive by the young man.
And Richard Davison driving that Van Diemen RF95. He'll take out, he finishes second position. It's Brendan Jones who takes out the 1600 class. So Brendan Jones in the 1600 Kent category. He takes out the win. He takes the chockies in the Speco VHT Spectrum. That's a great effort from Brendan Jones.
Really good. Again, great drive in these conditions. Brendan, a ton of experience, as does Richard, and those two guys have done an outstanding job to lead the Formula Ford 1600 field home.
And we have to say a shout out to James Meaden, who unfortunately crashed out of race 2. He has been taken to hospital for precautionary checks, but we sincerely wish him all the best, and he'll be back up in a Formula Ford sometime soon.
Yeah, hopefully. And I haven't had a look at the car. Hopefully it was a big impact.
Yeah.
So we hope that James, we send our thoughts to him. We hope that he's okay, and we hope that he gets that beautiful car back on track.
We say a massive thank you to Paul Ziddy for giving us his time up here in the commentary box. Paul, I hope you've enjoyed yourself.
Mate, on days like this, in conditions like that, it's a lot better view from the commentary booth than it is from the cockpit of a Formula Ford. I can tell you that for nothing. So thank you for having me aboard. It's been a pleasure as always.
And we look forward to welcoming Paul back in the commentary box for future rounds, and that will be the 5th and final round coming up at Phillip Island later on this year. So that has been Formula Ford action for round 4 of the Victorian State Race Series. They're quietly making their way back into the pit paddock area. But coming up next, we've got the Porsche 944s for their final race of the weekend. So we'll take a short break up here in Central Commentary, and we'll be back in a moment.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
So cars about to roll out now for the final race of the day for the Porsche 944s on track. I'm Darren Smith. Joined right alongside me is Ken Rowland, and we are about to see these magnificent Porsches get all wet and dirty, and that's what happens when you go racing. All of the water finds its way into every little leak hole, gap in doors and things like that. We all like to scrape all of the body deadener out and make sure the cars are all very racy and all that sort of thing, right up until it rains, and then all of the water leaks in, gets under your feet, it steams up and gets all over the windscreen and all of that sort of thing. So I bet you these 20 best of friends are about to get out there, and by the time they get round on this lap, they'll be reaching for the window to try and wipe the inside clear and all of those great things. Welcome, Ken.
Thank you very
10
much.
laps left to go when I'm pretty sure the 944s will behave themselves and we'll get all 10 green flag laps.
Absolutely. There'll be a few guys out there, or there have been a few guys out there with Rain-X trying to make sure that the windows didn't fog up. And I can tell you that it's not that easy. They will. And
They do, don't they?
They do. I also thought it was funny because I was watching them all set their tyre pressures, and a lot of variety in tyre pressures, I can tell you right now.
Well, this is something we touch on every single time with the, let's call it the upfront battle in this category, and that is the guys that are really operating at that sort of level. Cam Bella, Jamie Westaway, Adam Brewer, those guys. Yeah, we'll probably even swing Chris Lewis-Williams in this weekend to that end. That is the difference between those guys. They are able to pick it, and we do notice with Cam Bella that from sort of lap 6 to lap 10, his lap times start to not drop off as fast as Jamie's. Jamie likes the car to go well and try and get away early, and that's the success of Jamie, because for a couple of seasons, Cam Bella was getting away and no one could go with him. Jamie adjusted his strategy to go, if I'm going to go with Cam, I'm going to go with him from the start. Because if he gets 2 seconds on me on the second lap, I can't get him. So Jamie's adjusted to that.
Yep, both of these guys are quite clever. Both of them have done a lot of racing, and both of them have a very good idea of what they're doing. But you're right, if they're all going to run the same strategy, it's going to be very, very hard to get past.
It is. Well, it's one make racing with everyone on the same strategy, isn't it?
That's right.
I think it's called a parade.
Yeah, that's right.
Jamie Westaway will start off pole position, and he really has taken the game up to Cam Bella. This gap back now here is not what we want to see. They need to get the hurry on there, because race control are more than likely to start docking laps off them. These slow out laps need to be brought up quite pacey. They were told that in drivers' briefing right from the get-go this weekend, to keep these out laps pacey, get the cars round to the grid. Cam Bella will be on position number 2. Chris Lewis-Williams on return to the 944s here this weekend, and I've said it a few times, great to have Chris back in the 944s here this weekend for Pool Master Bayside, the round being sponsored by them. So great to have Chris on board. Adam Brewer is next to Richard Howe. He'll be coming out of position number 5 in car 8. Number 3 will be next, which is Tony Westaway. Then we have Mark Verdino, Tony Andrzejewski in the number 27, just coming around onto the grid now. We go back to Mark Torbitz, who had a storming drive last race, got himself back inside the 10 and up to position 9 after starting out of 16th. Then it's Andrew Jackman. Tim Wolfe out of WA. He'll be looking for more pace in this race, or I guess a consolidation of pace in these sort of conditions. It's horrible, it's greasy, it's going to be the ultimate challenge actually right now. These cars are very well balanced, and this will make sure they're all absolutely concentrated. The number 64 of Keith Mariner next. Carter Fox carrying the in-car camera starting out of 16. He'll be looking to make some spots up. Andy Tudor, Peter Doherty, Josh Brisbane, James Mitchell and Michael Westaway down the back, and there's actually Manny Menazelma joins on the rear of this field as well. So the EJM car coming from right down the back there. In fact, he might have a race with the territory with the lights flashing on the back down there. We get underway. The 31 doesn't get away well there. Adam Brewer is absolutely gazumped by the next 3 rows, right back to Jackman, right back to Torbitz, who even got away slow, but he gets moving eventually. A horrible start for Brewer. He's gone back to about 10th spot on the road now, gazumped by them. What actually got him going was the 1-800 lasagna car. He went, I'm not letting the lasagna go by without having a bite, and got rolling there as well. So there goes the field down through turn number 1. It's pretty wet down there. When the camera is all wet and foggy like that, you know that you're coming into some pretty tricky conditions. The Sidelink car in position 4 there. That is Westaway. There's the number 3 car of Tony Westaway, the 27 there of Tony Andrzejewski. Car looks fantastic in that purple, an interesting colour for a race car, a very, very dark purple. But when you sort of stand up close to it, it's quite a smart-looking livery on that car. And Carter Fox goes round in the number 7.
Tony Andrzejewski, not bad in the wet either. Always has been.
So look at this. Bella has gone back to 3rd. In this early stanza, Chris Lewis-Williams has got a very, very smart start. There's Richard Howe and Andrzejewski going side by side. Richard just giving a little bit of room there, even giving a little bit of a gap there. Andrzejewski pretty wise in not taking the gap, because it would have had him up on the painted ripple strip, and that's the last place you want to be. They're horrible when they get wet, those ripple strips. They're like an ice skating rink.
And Dickie Howe's a smart operator. He would know what he's doing.
Absolutely no doubt about the veteran racer. There's our number 35 there. That is Joey Kellogg, a newly livered car here this weekend. Great to see a new sponsor on board there with Kellogg. And there is our race leader, James Westaway, leads them across the line. Chris Lewis-Williams finding his way into P2. This will be a good test for Chris, with Cambella in his mirrors, Mark Vadino charging, Tony Westaway finding pace. These guys, and Tony Andrzejewski currently sitting in 7th in car number 27. They're all starting to find pace. There's the number 35 going sideways, giving us a good look at a trail lasagna. The Joey Kellogg car, 1-800 sideways lasagna, sliding across the kitchen bench with a little bit of salad on the side. Up into turn 4 this time around. There's the number 31. That is Adam Brewer. Had a horrible start. Whoa, just about to go Sands, a rear bumper on the Kellogg car. So was that an aero advantage or disadvantage at this point in time? I'm going to say the black flag official will be keeping a close eye on that.
Well, I was going to say it had to be contact, but we didn't see it.
No, it might have been just the big slide and grabbed a bit of ripple strip on the way through there. It was a big slide. Here comes the yellow 66 charging there as well. That's Tim Wolfe out of Western Australia. Sort of been up, down, all around, isn't he? Sort of been, he's there, he's everywhere.
You know, these boys from Western Australia have not been over here since COVID, I don't think, actually. And although they do run R8s over in the West, so they have been behind the wheel, both he and Andy Tudor.
Cars look very nice too. The Western Australian cars are prepared very well. And in fact, I'll envelop the whole field in that comment. Oh, look at this. Chris Lewis-Williams has iterations for leading this race.
How good is that after years off?
The Rocket Digital Tyre Power Benalla car has iterations of leading Jamie Westaway and Cameron Bella in the final race of the day for the Porsche 944s. Not of the round. We've still got plenty of racing to go. And have a look at that. Lewis-Williams, a handful. He gets off the track, gathers it all back up, slots in behind Cameron Bella, loses the spot. But I tell you what, he's been there. He's done a lap or two with the best in the game at the moment. There's Tony Westaway. He's gone round and he's clipped the front bumper off there as well. I wonder if that's been all on his own. Oh, that's more than a clip of the front bumper, isn't it?
It is.
He's given something or someone a decent old clout, Tim Wolfe. He seems to have all his panels on his race car still, pointing in the right direction. Car in front, the Kellogg car's got the rear bumper off. Now we've got the number 3 with the bumper hanging off, Tony Westaway. And Tony's just disappearing down our timesheets as he's parked up at turn number 1. Parked Up, great podcast. Check out the Parked Up podcast on your local, on your favourite podcast station. great motorsport news and stories podcast there. Check that out.
Yeah, I have to say I'm seriously impressed with Chris Lewis-Williams. He has not run for years. He has been an ex-champion, so it's not like he doesn't know how to drive, but this is an impressive first run.
Well, and to say motorsport's been his life over the last 5 or 6, 7 years is an understatement, running the entire Winton Motor Raceway and Benalla Auto Club empire. And here we go. This is Tony Westaway. So that happened well before he arrived at the corner. The bumper was already damaged. I wonder if he ran along the wall, like he's grabbed the brakes and it's jagged over to the left and he's given the wall a clout. Didn't look like there was anyone too near by him, did it?
No, it didn't.
So we've done the best with what we can on that replay, but we'll get the war stories after the race. 3 laps in, we've had a couple of cars spear off. Have a look at the Poolmaster car, just understeering, just grabbing it by the throat, trying to get it through the corner. And it gets it through there, it does, Andrew Jackman.
Tony Westaway, who we're just watching, also does all the work on Jamie Westaway's car, Jamie being his son. So responsible for both those cars.
I like that Jamie gets to go out there and just rag it, bring it home, and there you go. I did the best. See you at the next round. Pretty sure it doesn't always work out like that. That's the dream, isn't it? Helmet under one arm and just climb on board.
Oh, look, if Tony wanted to adopt me, I'd say yes.
Yep, agreed. There's Richard Howe now with Tony Andrzejewski. I feel as though we're going to see these two line astern with each other. I'm not sure what order it's going to end up in, but at the moment, Richard Howe is using his massive years of experience in motorsport, and I tell you what, the years just make him better. Much like Murray Carter did up until he was about 80 years of age. There was absolutely no quarter given, and Richard Howe does exactly the same sort of thing. In fact, there's probably a few tricks that he could teach even the leaders in this race.
Well, I think it's funny because I reckon Dickie Howe only actually matured about 3 years ago.
Well, he was a wild kid on the Thunderdome, and that was back in the late 80s, early 90s, so probably wasn't even a kid then either, but certainly he's been involved with the 944s almost since its concept with when Dennis O'Keefe in the a Porsche part series, as it was called back then, and a young commentator called Matt Nolte, who now calls supercar races and travels to the US and commentates races, started off his career. So 944s is not just for drivers making their way in the world. Matt Nolte is certainly testament to that.
Yeah, and that's where you see yourself going, is it?
Oh, no, mate, that part of my career is absolutely well and truly sailed in all shapes and sizes. But yes, we're just getting word from race control. You get a good look at this car here with this rear bumper. So it looks to be still secured, but there's no denying the fact that it is bouncing off the ground.
It is only a fiberglass shell, but nonetheless, still a risk, of course.
Have a look at this. We're going to go side by side. Richard Howe under fire now from Jackman. Jackman just not getting the impetus to get up the inside there. Really needs to flow it onto the front straight, nicely coming around the final corner and start the drag race with Richard Howe. Get up to on the driver's left of Richard Howe and hold
Mark
the car
Bedino,
there.
Isn't it?
Ah, maybe it is. Yeah, the 44. Sorry.
Yep.
The 44 is Mark Bedino.
What's this? Talking about?
And a
crikey.
bit of biffo.
Yep.
Bounced off the fence there. Officials just wandering up. And it gets pretty boggy behind there too, so it's probably why he's not running that flag. He gives a bit of a jog towards the end. Okay, here comes Richard Howe now, leading Verdino. Unfortunately, that was the car I was talking to, Andrew Jackman. And even more unfortunate, our Poolmaster Bayside round sponsor vehicle has given the wall a bit of a clout down there, exiting Dandenong Road.
Well, there's a few pools down there he could probably service.
Yes, you're right. There is some water standing around down there. I tell you what, though, Verdino is not going to get Richard Howe in a straight line, is he? Because Richard's thing's rapid in a straight line. In fact, he drove away from him that time. So Verdino's going to have to show the nose at some point here.
Well, Dickie Howe keeps telling me it's only because he drives so well through the corners that he can pull away in the straights. I'm not really convinced.
Yeah, well, he's got some, he's showing a clean set of heels in a straight line as well. There's our Poolmaster Bayside outfit. And he is back underway. Great to see Andrew Jackman off the grass. We don't have to have any delays on track. There is the replay. Clout with the fence and bounces back. The fence bounces back into place right in behind him. Here is now Richard Howe. This is 4th place on the road. In fact, our main contenders are 20 seconds further up the road. Jamie Westaway, Cameron Bella and Chris Lewis-Williams are all covered by just under 3 seconds. Then it is 20 seconds to this battle for 4th place between Richard Howe, Medino, Tony Andrzejewski. I'm actually wondering, I don't think Tony Andrzejewski got too much more to throw at these guys under these conditions.
No, I agree.
So he might just be sort of hanging in there that something might unfold in front of him that he can take advantage of. Westaway to Bella. Bella understeer mid-corner there. Gee, that rips the confidence out of you when you're halfway through the corner. You think you've got it, and all of a sudden the front tyres disappear out from underneath you.
I tell you what, they're just about to... he's going to fall over. I was going to say, it's just about to pass the lap car here.
That's Carter Fox. I reckon Carter Fox needs to grab a cog and try and get on the back of this train and have a bit of a lesson for about the next 4 or 5 laps. Oops! Goes around. That's Patino. Under brakes. I reckon that's what happened to the number 3 as well. Tony Westaway hit the brakes. Car looped. No help from anyone else. A bit of a curse under the helmet. Grab first gear and drive away. Gee, that's annoying. That is so frustrating. That turn 1 when the track is like this, you just want it to absolutely open up and pour or dry up. So greasy down there in that braking area for turn 1. But it's the same for everyone, isn't it? It's the old story. 10 of them got through, 1 didn't.
Some lessons you learn the easy way and some you don't.
Clouting the fence doesn't help, does it? At all. This is certainly where the battle is at for the minors, being led by Richard Howe, the experienced campaigner, and he's actually got himself a good run here. The 31 of Adam Brewer goes through on Tony Andrzejewski. I reckon we probably could have predicted that, because I think Tony Andrzejewski is giving it his absolute all. Adam Brewer is operating at the level of the guys at the front. He got a terrible start, so he's just trying to, I'm going to say, conservatively pick his way through the field in these conditions. There goes Chris Lewis-Williams on Cameron Bella. Cheeky.
That's
Number
impressive.
37 on the 55. Cameron Bella even says that's a bit cheeky. Old CLW goes through nicely in the Tyre Power Benalla outfit. And around Andrew Jackman, they'll go in the Pullmaster Bayside entry. But have a look at that. Chris Lewis-Williams. Nice work. Nice work indeed.
I tell you what, these lap cars are actually keeping an eye on the mirror, aren't they?
They're doing a tremendous job, actually. They really are not hindering the race going on. Adam Brewer now looks to the inside of Richard Howe. Gets on the skating rink, pulls the skates on. Pulls them on nicely too. Manages to haul it up. Threshold braking there. Microprocessor foot just feeding the manual ABS into it there. Doing a beautiful job there. But Tony Andrzejewski's just like, you guys can fight it out. I am peaked out here.
We've got 2 laps to go. He's going to get him, isn't he?
He is. He's going to have a go at it anyway.
Oh, I think he'll do it.
That will bring him into position 4, so bringing him back into the battle. And he's actually well inside it with Jamie Westaway and Cameron Bella, so he does, in a literal sense, championship-wise, has to get Richard Howe.
Well, he came into this round in 2nd position in the
Yes.
championship. So,
Yep.
yep.
Here he goes. Adam Brewer looks to the inside.
I don't know.
He looks like a one-eyed fighter there with just one driving light on, doesn't he? He's got a black eye and a good eye. Down into Dandenong Road he goes. And Andrzejewski still watching it. It's almost like he's watching it on television, isn't it? He's just keeping a guard there. Like, I don't think I can challenge for the position, but if someone makes a mistake, I'm not going to let the lasagna man through. I'm going to have a crack at it. But we start to get down into the closing distance there. Bit of a jag at the wheel for Brewer. He has to do it. There's the look at that. Richard Howe, big power slide. That will harm his run onto the straight now.
You're right.
And Adam Brewer will have a better terminal velocity down the straight. He'll draw alongside. And maybe, just maybe, Tony Andrzejewski can come along for the ride here as well. He gets in behind Adam Brewer.
I think you're right.
It's all about gingerly getting into turn 1, though. Control it. Adam Brewer gets it done. Richard Howe gets hung out to dry, but he stays with it. He's got the inside running for turn 2. And Andrzejewski says, yeah, look, I want to bring this home in one piece. You can have it, Richard. I'll see you at the top of the hill.
Very wise.
Yeah, and big slide for the 35. That's the Kellock car doing a tremendous job. Joey Kellock's entertained us with some slides. Here's turn one. This will be the Mark Verdino incident. All by himself, jagged a brake and just got on the slippery stuff and, just ran along the wall. Took out a rear quarter and a tail light.
That's a little bit unusual, actually.
Isn't it? Well, I reckon it's what happened to number 3 as well with,
I think you're right.
with Tony Westerway. It's that
Kinda
tarmac
looked like
with 200 metres out of turn 1 is very, very skatey slippery. Very, very slippery indeed. Have a look down the inside. Andrzejewski, he throws the move on Richard Howe. And boy, doesn't he ever.
Good job.
Absolutely.
Brilliant job.
Sized him up for 9 laps.
Has he got him? He has.
He has.
Or maybe.
Richard Howe's going to be the last of the late breakers here.
He will.
And the lasagna man into it as well. Oh, the 35. Joey Kellock slides sideways. Andrzejewski sideways. Richard Howe has to get out of it and gets into it, and he gets the drive onto the straight. We're going to go into our last lap here. It's lasagna for dinner. Either way, kids.
You can't say this isn't good viewing, can you?
It's a good display, isn't it?
Oh, and look at this up the front.
I wish Tony Andrzejewski had turned up the volume 5 laps ago like that. Here we go. Chris Lewis-Williams wants the race win. He's going for first place across the top of the hill. Jamie Westerway is not going to back out of it. Lewis-Williams drives the perfect line through there and gets the lead of the race with 3 corners to go. Car number 37 returning to the game. Comes up, steps up with 3 corners to go, grabs the race lead. And this is a charge to the line and a return to the game. An emphatic symbol to these 2 greats of the last couple of years of 944 competition. And there it is, the checkered flag is out for CLW from Tyre Power in Benalla. You want some winning tyres on your car, go see that bloke.
Well, you've got to say congratulations, haven't you?
Oh,
that's brilliant.
Massive there for Chris Lewis-Williams. James Westerway put up a great fight all weekend. Couldn't take 3 from 3 this time round. Campbell home in 3rd. Been a long time since I've said that. Adam Brewer, here he is. He's going to bring it home for 4th. So he's in a rescue attempt after a terrible start to this race.
And actually a brilliant job from that bad start.
Yep, has certainly done. Went back to 12th place, coming home in 4th. Tony Andrzejewski left, look at the Poolmaster car's gone into the same spot as he did a couple of laps ago. And Adam Brewer will bring the number 31 to the line, albeit about 42 seconds behind Chris Lewis-Williams, who ultimately took the race. I reckon CLW is going to stand tall in the cabin all the way back to Benalla tonight.
I reckon if you wanted entertainment, that was a really good race.
Great driving, really good display of driving. Here comes Tony Andrzejewski. Unfortunately gained 2 places on the previous lap, and on the last lap went down 1. But I got to hand it to him. It didn't look like he was going to throw out any challenges. He went, right, I feel pretty good with this. Threw out the challenge. Here comes the car that spun. Mark Verdino down at turn 1. Actually, 2 cars that spun down at turn 1. There's the number 7 as well of Carter Fox coming home at the in 18th place. And the rest of the field just bringing themselves to the line now as well. And even getting across the line there and getting a little bit squirrely. Tough conditions, Ken.
Absolutely. I reckon that's just wonderful viewing.
Here we go. This is Andrzejewski on the lasagna man. Joey Kellock, number 35. A little bit of a tap. You couldn't have helped that. And there's the 27 losing all impetus onto the straight. Richard Howe will draw alongside. And there was the sign sealed delivered. This is the next one. And all getting pretty foggy. Andrzejewski sideways grabs another cog and joins back into things. Gee, it's foggy down there, isn't it? And here comes Matty Menezelma back into the pit lane. Ken, thank you so much for your assistance during the 944 racing today. A really good display of driving and the 944s we've just seen in tricky conditions.
I can honestly say that was fun.
That was good fun.
Fun to watch.
That was
good on you. Thank you.
Good fun. Thanks, Ken. We have got plenty still to come. 3 more races to go in round 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Improved production up next. Formula Vee and then the BMW E30s on track. We'll be back very soon.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round 4 of the Victorian State Race Series. The rain has started to come down a little bit now, and you can see in the dummy grid there already a handful of wipers on some of the improved production cars in the field, starting to clear that away from their screens. It's just that annoying sort of light misty rain, Dan McCarthy, that's just started to come down just at the conclusion of that Porsche race. Maybe just started to catch a few of the drivers out very late in that 10-lap affair. But this is going to be entertaining because a number of drivers were hoping for a dry race this morning, which they got, so they could then sort of solidify their positions, because sometimes passing in this category in the wet can be a little bit awkward.
Yes, indeed, indeed. And I imagine a few of these cars we're seeing the lower powered machines like that number 17 Honda Civic. Very much looking forward to these conditions because they can take it a little bit more to the big V8 machines up the pointy end.
That's right. A little bit of a different style of driving in these sorts of conditions in a front-wheel drive car versus the high horsepower rear-wheel drive cars, where they've got to be very much modulating the throttle to make turn in on the corners, to make sure that they don't spin the car around to the point where they're actually going to lose it. So Steve Zorkas will be one to watch out for. Paul Javots, Callum Jensen, all in the front-wheel drive cars. Matt Harris in the Honda Civic as well. He'll be one to keep an eye out for. And then looking at Kim Masicki, the VW Golf that's going to be down the back. I'm actually led to believe it's a four-wheel drive car, that GTI. So in a similar vein to Adrian Taranto, who has the Audi S3, which is actually a rocket ship off the line in the wet conditions. Should be a good car to have in the tricky, damp ones we've got right now. A little bit of exchange, late exchange in commentary. Dave, you've trying to negotiate the wet on your way up. You've actually come up and half drenched here.
Yes, I was getting Kate all sorted out on the line and getting him out, trying to get all his tyre pressures and car set up ready for the rain. So yeah, it's made a bit of a mad dash up here, and looks like we got a full grid. I'll let you have a chat.
I'm going to let you catch your breath because I can hear you coming down the mic. You've actually sprinted from dummy grid to get up here, and that's properly wet now. We just saw the shot at turn 4. That was properly wet, and it's starting to get that way as we get towards turn 6 right now. So here comes Jared Tonks. Got his first IPRA race win in the last race this morning, the last of the dry races for him.
They changed his tune after the last races to give him a little doughy car, so it won't be so much of a handful after Friday running around in the rain. He said it was just on and off the throttle because there's just no traction.
Why am I not surprised? I wouldn't be surprised to see a few people in the high horsepower machines just detuning and completely softening off the big V8s to try and make it through this one. So the top 5 there, all with the V8 power plant under the bonnet. Jared Tonks, Jared Tonks and Adam Poole, Luke Gretsch-Cumbo and Cade Lehman, and then Danny Timewell in 5th. Then comes the number 98 of Dan Vareca.
in the Mazda RX-7. Then you've got Matt Harris, the first of the under 2 litre machines, David Bone, Steve Zorkas, and Ricky Hogan, who's had a really good, solid introduction into improved production racing aboard the purple VS Commodore. A $1,500 engine in that car. I was talking to him a bit earlier, and he has absolutely won the lottery with how reliable that car's been.
I caught up with him after race one, and his grin was from like one side of the car to the other. He was so stoked, and he's having an absolute blast. So that was good. Cade Lehman's got a bit of a driveline issue, so he's going to hopefully nurse this one through. So we're not expecting great things, but let's see how it goes. There's Steve Zorkas turning up in the under 2 litre car down in the middle of the pack there. I think he's
he's about he's 8th or 9th, I think, actually 9th,
yep.
sorry. 9th in the order, directly behind Matt Harris, who's, as we said before, has been visiting from New South Wales, and it's not often up there that they run with combined over 2 litre and under 2 litre grids. They've normally got their own separate grids up there.
Absolutely.
So he's relishing the challenge to be racing around some different horsepower machinery with different strengths and weaknesses. And with thanks to Prestige Hino, Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer, we are almost set for a start. Here we go.
Lights on. Red lights out. And Adam Poole just goes nowhere.
Yeah.
And we've got Danny Timewell who's stalled on the grid. Hopefully everyone gets around him. Yes, well done, guys. Yeah. Bad luck, Danny. He's fired. No, it's stalled.
He's
fired
got it
up.
going.
Off he goes.
Here we go. And that's a shame for him, because he was talking to me before this race that he wanted the dry race in race 2 to actually get up the front of the grid. And here we go.
Cade Lehman.
Wide. Cade Lehman right around the outside in the ex-Garth Walden production car. He goes to the lead. Very deep and very brave under brakes. Tonks is second. It looks like Luke Gretsch-Cumbo has gone through to third with Poole. That wheel spin, very, very costly off the line. I know he's had a go at me in the last couple of rounds for blaming me for his bad starts being rubbish, but in the wet conditions, I can kind of understand why your starts might be a little bit garbage.
And Cade has absolutely made a bolter. He's out in front of the big horsepower cars at the moment, so let's see how he goes up the back straight. I'm sure they'll gobble him up. Here they come.
Three
there they
wide,
go.
up they go. So Tonks on the left and Luke Gretsch-Cumbo on the right of him. And who's going to pop out with the lead at this point? Wipers furiously trying to clear the spray. It's LGC in the number 25. Poole very wide. Is he going to have to tour the grass? The answer to that is yes. And he slides back on behind Cade Lehman. So far, the high horsepower machines are still edging away from the field, but very, very gingerly.
Great start from Cade. He's up into third.
Oh, and this is a disaster for Jared Tonks as well. It's a 5-second penalty for a false start. Now, I was looking at the ComBox window, and I did see him just slowly rolling forward a touch at the start. I didn't think it was significant enough, but he's been adjudged by the stewards upstairs that he has jumped the start. So if he wants to get another win on the board, he's got to get a wriggle on. And right now, he just went past the box window, and he's been rounded up by Lehman. There goes Lehman back up to second place.
He is absolutely steaming under brakes, Cade. He's absolutely got that thing really, really pulling up well in the wet.
So the under 2 litre car lead at the moment is still Matt Harris, and actually Callum Jensen looks like he's gone up. He actually crossed the line in P6. Look at him, Jensen's right on the back of Matt Harris here. So this is an astounding drive to begin this race from Callum Jensen aboard the little Peugeot.
And looks like Steve Zorkas is also just behind Callum as well. So the under 2 litre cars are all nose to tail now.
Dan Varecka's gone back a couple of spots as a result of that one as well. He started 6th, he's now down to position 8. Have a look at this train of cars, all just gingerly trying to navigate the chicane. They're giving each other plenty of room. It's costing them time though. Shane Williams off the back of the grid looking to stick his nose down the inside of the Stewart did, and Falcon at 4. There's no room there. They might get him now because Stewie's just lit it up a little bit on the exit of 4.
And we all know that Paul Javots really doesn't like the rain too. His car doesn't like the rain, so he's very, very ginger out there today.
Is it mind games?
I think a little bit it might be. But you've got to feel comfortable in what you're doing. If you're not, drive to your ability and don't put it in the fence. He's doing a really good job of that.
Bring it home, get some points. That's
correct.
All the aim of the game is there. Is Timewell slowly making his way through the field in the number 11. He crossed the line last time around, actually in 19th place. He's picked up a few more spots since then on this lap.
Okay, so it looks like Cade's in second place there, and he's got a decent lead from Tonks. He's 4 or 5 seconds behind by the looks now.
I'm just looking at the timing, wondering if there's actually anything going on there just to make sure they're all in the right spots. But no, Luke Gretschkambo's still leading by 2.4 seconds from Caden. You're right, he's got about that sort of 4 or 5 second margin at the moment. Tonks still holding off Poole. Keeping in mind for the Victorian State Series title, it is sort of Tonks, Poole and Luke Gretschkambo at the moment that are at the top of the standings. So this has the potential to change that dynamic a little bit after the next 8 laps have been completed.
Looks like David Bones dropping down the leaderboard.
He'll be in the pits. He's
actually
in the pits at the moment.
Okay, that's why he's dropping down the leaderboard.
Yep, so he's come in with some gremlins. That's a shame because he had a really good solid run in that second race this morning, or actually early afternoon, I should say, just before lunch. And he was actually in the Yipra barbecue was saying, yep, I'm really, really happy with how the car's going. It's going along well. And that's a sad end to proceedings for him. We also didn't have Brad Ross in the EA Falcon start this race either, so we only started with 20 cars for this third race. And even with the 24 that we've had so far this weekend, a little bit of a smaller than usual improved production field. We're normally up around the 30 car mark.
As a minimum these days.
As a minimum these days. So it's a little bit of an oddball in what's otherwise been a good year for IP.
Luke seems to come back a little bit towards Cade. 2.43 seconds. So
Cade fastest lap last time around too by 0.3 of a second as well, and even 0.3 gain over.
Well, Steve's office has run a bit wide there. He's made it back onto the track and didn't seem to lose too much road there.
These three are coming together. So Callum's catching the Civic of Matt Harris hand over fist at the moment at various parts of the track. Mainly, I think in the slow corners. I think on the straights, Harris has got the bit of gusto and a bit more power under the bonnet of that car to just edge away and protect himself for a little bit. But the number 31 of Jensen's very quick in the corners, kicks out sideways. Just plant the foot, Callum. That's all you got to do in a front-wheel drive car. Just plant the foot, turn the wheel the other way, and it will hold. So that's cost him a little bit of time there. Let's see if he can gather that back up. Because for the under 2 litre battle, this is a really interesting battle to watch. Just the different strengths and weaknesses of not only each car, but each driver. All three of these cars in the wet conditions really well matched. As Timewell picks up another spot on Ricky Hogan. That'll move him up to 12th place.
They're having a nice old drive around there. It's great to see Danny having a good run from off the back of the field after he stalled the car. Luckily not get cleaned up by anyone, so that's really, really nice to see. And he's had a wretched weekend. He had 2 starter motors, he's had drive shafts, he's
had the tyre and the suspension go as well.
So it's good to see that Danny's having a nice run as Luke goes across the line. And Kate's still got about 2.2 seconds behind. And then Tonks is a further 6 seconds behind him.
Yeah, Luke picked up his pace that last time around as well with the fastest lap, 33.46 for the GC Electrical number 25 Senator. Wayne Twist and Paul Vullman, they both almost went off the track in sympathy there with each other. One followed the other off.
I think these guys have got a tow rope between each other this weekend, haven't they?
Oh, it's almost like a bungee cord. One's pulling the other around. They've obviously had some contact earlier in the weekend. Yesterday, that was a really awkward sort of an issue down at turn 1. But they've been sort of much joined at the hip for the majority of the racing this weekend. You wouldn't think of it because the power plant, obviously under Wayne Twist's BMW, is actually that of an M3, and then you've got a bit of a different Ford power plant under the EA behind, but some reason or another they've stuck together.
They work out on the track, they work out almost in the same spot all the time.
They have, and then they've got Wayne Decker in the Audi behind them, who looks like he's just about to get rounded up by Danny Timewell on the main straight here, just out of back a shot. We're looking at the all-form Falcon here of Paul Vullman going into turn 1.
Kimmy in the Volkswagen. She's having a fantastic debut weekend too in the Volkswagen Golf. Getting quicker and quicker as the laps go by. I'm sure she's starting to enjoy it now.
Well, the car will be a really good package in these sorts of conditions. That's what we were talking about just a few moments ago. The four-wheel drive system on the little Golf will be working overtime, and to her advantage. There she is, chasing the RX-7 of Shane Williams, who, by his own admission, had a really good solid qualifying and a great race 1 yesterday, but then just had a few little gremlins in race 2 and dropped down the order, which is why he's right down here with the number 192 Golf GTI. Actually, it's Golf R, sorry, not GTI, it's a Golf R.
Wayne Decker's had a very closely fought weekend as well. He's just wandering around and no one getting in anyone's way, and he's not hurting anyone, and he's having a good time. And the car's been very reliable this weekend, so it's great to see Wayne having a good weekend.
He has indeed, and actually was dressed like a farmer yesterday, and we actually grabbed to him and said, well, because you're dressed like a farmer, you tell us, is it actually going to rain today or not? And he actually predicted it was going to rain yesterday, which it didn't come down. I think it came down overnight, actually. But he did say today, yep, it's going to rain at some point, and well, he was right. It just came in the third race for improved production. It didn't come this morning to very many people's happiness.
It's going to start getting a little interesting up the front now because Luke has started to come in onto some lap traffic, so it's either going to help him get away from Cade, or Cade's going to actually get a good run and might help close up a little bit.
Yeah, well, here he comes now. He'll be at the back a shot in a few moments' time. There's the Volkswagen. There is Luke Retchcumbo. He's rounded up Paul Javots, and will get Kimi easily down the front straight.
Yep.
Back to the under 2 litre battle, though. Here we go. Callum Jensen is caught back up, despite that little moment a couple of laps ago at turn 1, which cost him a bit of time to Matt Harris. He's caught right back up, so he seems to be feeling very comfortable in these conditions, and they've actually dropped Steve Zorkas quite comprehensively at the moment.
Yeah,
where is he? Zorkas up the back. He hasn't even come down the hill yet.
Stephen must have had some sort of problem somewhere, as they were all very close together there at one stage.
Callum's been slowly developing and changing a few bits and pieces on the Peugeot over the last couple of years. Actually took the car home all the way, I think it was up to the Macedon Ranges or something somewhere on Friday, pulled it apart, loaded it back up at 2 a.m. to get it back to the track for Saturday. And I'm actually they're probably glad they did right now, because they're within shot of a class victory here with still a couple of laps to go.
Yeah, it's looking like a very, very strong weekend for Callum. I'm sure he's really excited to be up as that close to Matt Harris, because I don't think he expected to be that close at the start of the weekend.
No, definitely not. But as we say, the rain is often the great leveller here in this one. And
it looks like Kimi might have come into the pits, has she?
Yeah, she has indeed. So a late arrival into the pits for Kim Masicki. So something not quite right on the Volkswagen R, and that's come to the pits. Now, where is Callum going to be stronger here? Is he going to have a bit of a dive under brake somewhere at turn 9 or turn number 1? That's probably where he's going to have to get the job done. But in a straight line, Matt Harris has just got a little bit more horsepower, and he can just sort of keep 31 at bay. Luther's driving right down the middle of the road, searching for the best possible grip to make sure he maintains that advantage and maintains his position in the class lead. So moving down the hill towards Dandenong Road. Still a couple of laps to run here. No move down the inside for Callum Jensen. The leaders have just gone across the line to start their 8th lap of proceedings. Here we go. Is it going to happen here? It is. Right round the outside. Callum Jensen tries the move at turn 11 and 12. He actually went all the way up on the grass with that one and got way out of control and has to cede position there to Matt Harris. So he went to go the long way. There was plenty of room left. He just missed it under braking and had to take to the grass. So he's going to have to try again. But I like the idea. I like the idea of trying something a bit untoward in these conditions. If you can pull it off, you look like a hero. If you don't pull it off, you go to 0.
And he didn't actually quite go to 0, because he's really lost next to no time, and he's back right on the bumper of Matt Harris, right up and coming into turn 2. He's really, really pushing hard.
I actually think he did the right thing there, because he actually technically gained a position while he was off track. Absolutely. And he gave it up straight away, which is the best thing you could have possibly done. And it's not the way. You don't want that sort of thing to be decided in the steward's office after the race is over.
Now it's right up the front. Cade's actually made a bit of an inroad in on Luke that lap. Well, he did, but he was only 2.5 seconds, but it's now blown out to just over 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, big difference in the lap time at the front there, nearly 2.5 seconds that last time around, as they've got the leaders have 2 laps to run in this one. It's just a great exchange still between the under 2 litre class runners at the moment. Actually, how far has Steve Zorkas dropped back in all of this? He's dropped back by the tune of almost 15 or 16 seconds at the moment, so he might just be trying to bring the car home here. I know I've still got a bit of damage on the side of it from the skirmish yesterday with himself and Wayne Twist and Paul Vuleman. And thankfully no mechanical damage, but maybe just wanting to make sure he actually brings it home here. Now is Callum going to try the other side on the approach to this chicane? Thought about it.
Great driving by Matt just to close the little door there, so there was no way for him to go through, even if he wanted to, but he looks like he's got much better drive.
So replay from the last couple of corners. So what happened here? Oh, that's why Cade had a moment. That's why he lost time to Luke. He had to skate through the last chicane. Look at all the mud coming off the car.
That's why he lost so much time.
There we go. So everything has an explanation, and that was the explanation for that one.
Looks like Luke's got a pretty good lead now and probably won't be headed before the next couple of laps. I think they've only got 2 laps to go now.
Yeah, this is the penultimate lap right now, so all the garbage that's on the road is well off the racing line for them as he slides his way out of the last corner for the second to last time. And this will be a good win for him. It's been a little while since he's had a win in improved production with, of course, Adam Poole coming in and dominating a fair share of proceedings recently. Jared Tonks getting his first win earlier in the day. And Rob Braun, who wasn't here this weekend, had almost a perfect round at Winton earlier in the year. So this will be sweet for Luke if he can bring it home. Let's have a look at what happened up at turn 4. So this was there we go. That's the under 2 litre guys again. So Jensen was well wide at turn 1. So he had a lunge while we were watching Luke Gretsch-Cumbo down here and came back on. And what happened after this? Did he hold position there? It looks like he did. So that'll be rather interesting. Oh, and he's around. Nope. Sorry, Callum's around at that's at Dandenong Road. Has there been contact, or has he done it all on his own? He's in a really difficult spot here, right in the middle of the track. And here comes the race leader. So there'll be double wave yellows out right now to make sure that he gets around the corner and sights it. Steve Zorkas has spotted it. He's just ahead of Luke Gretsch-Cumbo. And here goes Luke now. What way does he pick? He navigates it safely. So thank goodness for that. And Luke Gretsch-Cumbo gets around. So I think he might have actually stalled it or something's given up the ghost in car 31. So they're all, looks like they're going through safely at the moment. And here comes the number 25. Off to the finish line, and that's a sweet victory in really tricky conditions. The former State Series champion gets another one on the board, and very well measured drive. Cade Lehman, what a great drive for him too, comes home in second place. He probably would have expected that at the beginning of this race. And then Jared Tonks and Adapul a bit further back. Here we go. So it looks like Callum's dropped it all on his own, has he?
He most certainly has.
It's a lazy spin. It's a really lazy spin as well. And I think he tried to get going there, and that's what stalled the car. He just picked up the clutch a bit too quickly to try and get out of everyone's way, and that's what's brought the car undone there. So that's a real sad end to what was a really entertaining battle in under 2s.
It was absolutely a fantastic under 2 litre battle. Best we've seen in since round 1, I believe.
Absolutely. It's been a long time since we've had a good haul of under 2 litre cars in the field. Here comes the current reigning State Series champion to the line in 4th place behind Jared Tonks. So actually the margin sort of really blew out at the end of that one. Really surprising to see how those front 4 V8 drivers all handled the tricky conditions. Have a look at the gaps. You've got 5 seconds from Luke to Cade, and then you've got Jared's a further 29 seconds or so back, and then Adam Poole another close enough to another 16, 17 seconds in a rear of that.
Yeah, so it's big. And then after Poole, you've got Harris who's come home for the first of the under 2 litre cars. Then Steve Zorkas is second in the under 2 litre cars, and Danny Timer, what a drive. From last off the grid, he's managed to bring it home in 7th. So congratulations to Danny. That's a really good drive in the conditions.
Yeah, from stalling on the grid to coming effectively, starting last essentially, and then driving all the way through in conditions that him and a number of others would not have been looking forward to about 20 minutes ago.
Correct. Daniel Verica, first drive in a couple of years, he's managed to bring it home in 8th position. followed by Paul Vuillemin and Wayne Decker. Wayne Decker's got a top 10.
Wow, so the farmer himself, or the farmer wannabe himself, Wayne Decker in the number 2 Audi, has got himself a top 10. And that's a testament to just staying on the road and just minding your own business and staying out of trouble. Eventually good things will happen. So he'll be very happy with that.
Wayne Twist 11th and Ricky Hogan 12th position on his debut weekend. He'll be absolutely wrapped with that.
Good solid weekend.
Stuart Dearden. He's also come home in 13th, and Paul Javots, Shane Williams, Stuart Appledore, Michael Sinclair, and Callum, they've got as a DNF. I thought he got his car going again.
I'm not 100% sure. Did he? No, he's still stranded,
stranded there.
Yeah, they've pulled him. I can just see from our window here that they've pulled him in.
A little bit of a disappointing end for Callum, but that was a really entertaining race to watch. And congratulations to the winners of each category.
Absolutely. Well, 2 more races to go, and a big thank you to Prestige Hino, Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer. They've come on board this year for improved production, and the improved production field's actually done a really good job of displaying the banners and also putting on a really good show for them this year, along with Pro Cut Tree Services, Yokohama and Traction Tyre Centre, DLL Photography and Design, and 888 Home Loans. All of them have put in an enormous amount of time and effort into putting all the windscreen banners, all the door banners, everything that goes on the front, rear and the sides of these cars, and a lot of the work that the Improved Production Association of Victoria does couldn't be done without them.
We would also like to put a big shout out to all the flaggies out there. Give us a wave. We really appreciate what you guys do. All the people that run this show, put it on for everybody. Everyone's a volunteer. We understand that, and we actually really appreciate what you've done for this weekend in really, really trying conditions. And we're glad that all the drivers that have been involved are semi-okay, and hope to be at Phillip Island in about 6 weeks, Steve.
6 weeks to go. The weekend of the 23rd, 24th and 25th of September for the last round of the Victorian State Series. If you want some more information about the series, there's the website to go to, vsrs.com.au. 2 more races to go, and we'll be back in a few short moments with Formula V. There they are, sitting in the dummy grid. It's not too far away.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Two more races in the Sunday schedule for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Round 4 here from a very damp Sandown International Motor Raceway. The gate is open in dummy grid, and here come the 24-strong Formula V field. Actually, I think it's 23-strong Formula V field, because we have lost one car throughout the course of the weekend, which was Damien Spinello's number 49 yesterday afternoon. But he is out there in the number 23 car, just on the right of screen there. Not the green one, but the one directly next door to that. Normally piloted by Lucas Kawam, who's, as the team owner of the Acura stable, has very graciously given up his ride for the Sunday afternoon sessions for Formula V, and given it to another
member of the team, which is great to see. So he's up on the pit wall, I'd imagine, on top of the roof, having a little bit of a look to see how everything's going. And it looks like there's another little shower, Dan McCarthy, just passing through at the moment. It's not heavy, but again, just another one of those little showers that just upsets a few things in drivers' minds.
Yeah, I was just looking at the puddle on the right-hand side, and certainly raindrops falling in that and adding to the puddle. So yeah, it certainly is raining at the moment. Tricky conditions for the Formula V's in their final encounter. Certainly looks dark from turn number 4, doesn't it?
It definitely does.
The sun setting behind the clouds now. Second to last race, penultimate race of the weekend. BMWs to come after this. That should be a good encounter. They've had a good couple of races this weekend. But before that, we have Formula V's. So starting from pole position, we have Reef McCarthy alongside Jake Rowe, Heath Collinson, championship leader, coming out of position number 3. Those have been the front runners throughout the weekend.
Yeah, they have indeed, and they were the front runners, and it was an entertaining race about an hour and a half or hour and 3/4 ago, when the rain just sort of just started to come down and really started to separate the really great drivers from just the normal drivers. And the strange part of this equation was the man in second place, Jake Rowe. He was actually the fastest man on the track, save for one unfortunate lackluster mistake down at turns 2 and 3, which would ultimately cost him a shot at taking the second race win for the weekend. So he's going to have another shot at grabbing a race victory here. Of course, he's not in the State Series fight because he's missed a couple of rounds. So anytime you can put a win in the W column on your scoring sheet, and he'll take that one as well. This man had the best start of them all last time. Ash Clifford got a ripping launch, but unfortunately 2 spins at 2 different times in the race couldn't gather it back up in time to really challenge the front runners.
He was lucky not to hit anything too, as you say, 2 separate spins. He was certainly in contention, and also, like Rowe, had the speed. He was certainly one of the quicker drivers, so he's one to look out for, starting from the 5th row of the grid out to position number 9. So yes, that black and yellow machine is certainly one to keep an eye on. As we look to the front of the grid, Reef McCarthy looks very much to the right-hand side of his grid box there.
Yeah, he's well out of the grid box there. I'm not sure what's going on there. He was actually very aggressively trying to put some temperature into the front brakes and tyres too. So I'm not sure if the stewards are going to rule that he's out of his box, but that's a very long way just from that angle there to be seen to be being out. We'll see what happens. That's a decision for upstairs, not a decision for us to make. We'll wait to see what happens. But for Australian VW Performance Centre, we've got 10 laps on the board and a green flag at the back. So here we go for the final race of Formula V action for Sandown. And away we go, and a very even start at the front. They both look like they got a good reaction between Rowe and McCarthy.
Clifford.
And it's Clifford with a spin in the middle of the pack. Thankfully, right in the firing, out of the firing line of everybody. Oh, there was I think it was Malachi Windsor, looked like he was very late to decide what he wanted to do there. But an ordinary spin was, don't know if there was contact there or not. It might have been on his own or something. Very awkward off the starting line to spin like that as they slither in the wet down to turn 1.
Good start by Nicholson, up from P5 to P3 in that purple and yellow machine, very distinctive. But there we
Rowe,
go.
And he's look at the puddle that just kicked up all the steam as the hot engine just sort of surfed through the pedal. There goes Nick Kerr, and he's just stayed out of the concrete barrier there.
No, he hasn't.
Not there, he hasn't. He drove into the barrier after that one. He'll get it pointing the right way. Just about to say, it was a really good start from Nick Jones as well in the number 96 machine. He actually gained 3 spots at the start there.
Despite Rowe making the better start and leading around the first couple of turns, that mistake down at the chicane has allowed McCarthy back into the lead. But Rowe's not wanting that to stay the same for much longer. He has a look at the top of the hill, but no room there. He's you've got to be brave in these conditions to try that one. Certainly a lot wetter than the race had earlier. As we look for a move there, was that P3? It was. Nicholson having to hold off his.
Here we go. Here's the issue with Ash Clifford. So he went to go around a slow starting car. I think that was the stinger of Adam Nicholson. And then when he came back, he just got the painted line there, I think, by the looks of things, and set the car around the other way. Yeah, actually got the finish line. So he's mobile again, but he is the last car in the train.
Yes, or no, not quite the last
not quite the last car. Sorry, because of Nick Kerr.
actually spinning out there. So we can say the club president and the club secretary are the last two cars in the lead in the train.
Well, at least they're making everybody else feel a little bit happier and keeping everybody satisfied up the rest of the field. So they'll recover, I'm sure, from their early accidents and incidents.
Oh, Collinson, very lazy spin, just maybe got a little bit too greedy under brakes and went a little bit too late, and by the time he got to the turn-in point, it was too much. And he'd just gone past Nick Jones for third place as well, which now Andre Curran has decided he wants to take a turn at being in the third place position, and he does that at turn 2 and 3.
Yeah, it's a position nobody seems to want at the moment, position number 3, but at this stage, yes, it is the...
Well, there's nothing wrong with position 3. It's just when it has a 1 in front of it, it makes it 13 that people start to get worried, because they call that the unlucky number. I mean, I personally don't think it's unlucky. I don't know what the fuss is all about, because who's in 13th right now?
Vile.
It's Rob Vile in P7. Well, actually, he's had a bit of an unlucky thing today anyway, across the weekend, so he doesn't want to be in that position anymore. Here's Heath Collinson, and he was well off the paint of the line. He just tipped it in, I think, and he was just a fraction too late, and the car disagreed with where he wanted it to go.
In the words of Martin Brundle, a day late and a dollar short. But he's not a day late and dollar short with that move down at Dandenong Road. So that's 1 position gained already, which is good news. He'll recover the series leader, and he's been the series leader through sheer consistency so far this year. Hasn't got as many race wins as Reef McCarthy, but he's collected the points where the youngster hasn't necessarily done so.
Yeah, and that's the important thing for Heath Collinson. He sort of needs to be finishing in those top 3 positions throughout most of the races at the moment to make sure he hangs on to that points advantage going into Phillip Island in 6 weeks' time. And even if he was to do the same sort of thing at Phillip Island, he would be walking away with the Victorian State Series title. But he's got a lot of work to do here. He's about to try and go past his JRD stablemate in Isaac Woodhouse in the style print number 12 machine, but thought better of it that time around. He, in turn, is actually locked in combat with Adam Nicholson. Now, these two are no strangers to each other as well, the Stinger driver in the 95 and the Sabre 02 driver in the number 12. They came together twice at the same corner at Phillip Island just the last round in May, both times at turn 4, and there's still the witness marks on the right-hand side of Isaac Woodhouse's number 12 to prove it. They haven't got rid of it yet. They won't be able to get rid of it until they rewrap the car, but it's a reminder, I guess, of what not to do.
Indeed, indeed. So Collinson is now in 8th position, so felt as far back as 9th, so 8th position, as you say, really wants to be top 5. Importantly, it was the more important for points anyway, more important race earlier today. This one not quite for as many points, so he won't lose out as badly to Reef McCarthy in this one if he'd made the same mistake earlier on today.
Here comes Ash Clifford. He's come across a bit of an awkward battle between the two Jaces of Damien Spinello in the 23 and Charlie Richardson in the number 14 at precisely the wrong moment. He had a full head of steam going up the back straight as he's trying to recover those positions, and then he had to jam the anchors on because the driver of number 23, Spinello, wanted to look at a possible pass, and there was no room for Clifford there. Yellow flag now just very quickly shown for turn number 4. Oh, and it's Rob Vile, is it? Yeah, it is, and he was in 13th.
That's what it is.
There we go. So we've just inadvertently put the old mockers on him, and I don't know, that's an awkward spot to have it to drop it there, right in the firing line of where you want to be placing the car on that curb for turn 11. He's got going again, thank goodness. So just needed to wait for everybody to go past, select a gear and keep going as Ash Clifford in the Star Res number 17 continues to pick them off on his recovery drive.
He's just moved up to 13th, so hopefully he can continue to move forwards before the 13 curse.
Before the curse gets lifted. Oh no! And look what you've done.
Well,
look what you've done.
Oh, that wasn't me. That was the curse.
Oh, that was the curse. Okay, well we'll roll with that. But Clifford's dropped it at the turn 2 part of the chicane, and that's a similar spot to where he had an issue in race number 2 earlier today in those tricky conditions. He slid backwards down the hill. I don't think he's going to get out of there.
No, I don't. It's very hard, even in the dry, when you're that far down to get out in the wet. I don't think we'll be seeing him return to the track, unfortunately. What a frustrating day for him, although...
Yeah, or is he going to go this way? It's almost like it's crabbing in a way.
I'm not sure he wants to go that way.
Actually, that's well done. That's well done. So he actually had the presence of mind to try and go to his right, where it was a bit more sort of flat and level, and get out there. A bit further down the field,
David Stewart in the 77 doing battle with Samuk Rudrapatna in the number 60 for the Acura Motorsport stable. They've had a bit of an up and down weekend, the Acura team. The only car that sort of had the best run has been Adam Nicholson in the number 95, a bit further up the field, and that car's had a gearbox change overnight Friday, and they actually missed the crucial wet practice sessions that were going on Friday afternoon. So he's actually acquitted himself pretty well with not a lot of wet weather running. This man's acquitted himself pretty well, kept his nose clean throughout proceedings. Lee Partridge, he's actually just moved up into the 4th spot.
Very nice. We saw some great imagery from him in race number 2 with the onboard camera in the wet conditions. He's sliding around and making great progress, as you say, up to P4. There's a 1.8 second margin to Curran, we can see just ahead, but the top 2 have darted away. So Reef McCarthy, 1.8 second lead over Rowe, and they're 9 seconds clear of the rest of the field.
Importantly for that, Jake Rowe sort of lost the toe as well. You know, you need to be a lot closer than 1.8 seconds to pick the toe up and continue to, make progress forward and continue to challenge. Nick Jones got a second wind here on the Partridge machine, heading towards turn 6. Likewise, here comes Woodhouse and Casamati. 2 into this turn can go, but you've got to be careful in these conditions. Eventually, somebody had to pull out, and on this occasion, it was the Beecham driver aboard the number 25.
Although he does look back at the inside, but to no avail, has to slot back in this time around. We saw him, Casamati, having a couple of rear lock-up issues in the previous race, as you say, about an hour and a half ago. But it looks, at this point anyway, like he's got that under control for the final race.
Only one driver didn't actually take to the grid for this one. It was Brandon Taylor. We did see him off at this part of the course in race 2. It actually originally looked like the exhaust and the gearbox linkage and the rain light bore the brunt of the impact with the wall. So it didn't look as severe as what they first thought on the broadcast images, but I'd imagine with the short turnaround time, there's just a bit too much work to do to get it happen. Oh, onto the puddle, and then Nick Kerr, he's done a great job to avoid running into the back of Braden Stir there. I could just see there was a little river of water just starting to run across the track on the approach to that turn, and under braking, he's just caught that little bit of water and somehow managed to avoid running into the back of the number 3. So a great job to sort of lock the car down as best as he possibly could to avoid causing a bigger incident.
Yeah, just misjudged it. I think if he was probably by himself, he'd probably have made the corner, but just misjudged the gap to Stir, and he had to lock the rears just to try and stay off him. That was good evasive action from him, actually. He could have let off the brake and driven into the back of him, but he didn't want to take out a fellow competitor, so elected to stay on the brakes and spin the car himself.
He did. That's a really good effort from Nick Kerr as well. Heath Collinson now gets another spot, so he moves himself up to position number 5 aboard the Collinson Black Angus, number 31. And the next target for him is Nick Jones. With Andre Curran still a couple seconds up the road on another retirement, Claudia Lennox. That looks like it might be down at turn 1.
It is, definitely. That was the outside of turn number 1. Hopefully there might be some local yellows down there, but as no safety car, that should be out of harm's way. Fingers crossed anyway.
They'll have the yellows out to at least give the field time to observe where it is. There they are on the front straight, so there'll be yellows all the way down to turn number 1, and then the green flag after that. So that means Heath is not able to think about a passing move into turn 1. They've all got to get through. There's the car. We were right. It is on the outside of turn 1. With a bit of luck, the officials will withdraw the yellow flag after one of the steps. Oh, and it's Andre Curran out of 3rd place. He's spun. Same sort of spot where Ash Clifford's gone off. Same sort of spot where Jake Rowe's gone off earlier today as well. And a number of drivers have come to grief there over the course of the day's tricky proceedings. And that's a real shame. He's had a really good run in Formula V this year. I've remarked that probably should be in line to be the Rookie of the Year for the Formula V club, the Formula V Association of Victoria, and that's the first real mistake he's made all weekend, and for him it's cost him 4 spots.
Importantly, that promotes
Nick Jones up to the podium spot.
Absolutely, and Heath Collinson now in fourth, so good recovery drive from as far back as P9 now, back up to fourth and looking at a podium, although he might be over 10 seconds behind the top two and the people that he's fighting for the round with. He's only going to lose a couple of points, so that's certainly damage limitation.
There's another one of the rookies on screen, Malachi Windsor, has had a bit of a difficult day already. They had the throttle cable linkage they needed to repair from yesterday to today, but at least he's been finishing those races. Has Ash Clifford had another spin at some point? Because where's he? He's gone down to 20th on the list, and he was actually fighting his way back through the field. So he's had another off somewhere at some point and has dropped almost all the way back to the tail of the field.
Up and down like a yo-yo all weekend long. Up there, down there, back up back
again.
Down. So currently, trying to make his way back into the top 20.
And there's a yellow flag out here as well. Ash just put the hand up. Oh, another spin up down at Dandenong Road. Thankfully offline. Just can't see who that car is. I think it might be one of the Acura cars by the look of it, just from the rear shot. I'm just trying to work out who it
46.
might be. Actually, no, it's not. It's Ayrton Felipe. I do apologise to the Acura team. Felipe looks like he's had a lock-up under brakes and has just half-spun the car and is now pointing the wrong direction at turn 9.
That's a shame. Hopefully he can get the car refired, but it's remaining down there at Dandenong Road at the moment. Oh,
He's got it going. He's got it going, so that's really good to see. And that's one thing that's been really great. And actually, he was on the curb. There we go, all on his own, on the curb, and dropped it and parked it back in towards the gravel trap. Thankfully, did not go into the gravel trap. Otherwise, that possibly would have been in the firing line and safety car called. That's been one of the great things so far this weekend with the Formula Vees. They've been able to get going again and just have the localised yellow flag, so it hasn't interrupted the racing too much.
Yeah, that's good, isn't it? And as we see, Heath Collinson importantly taking third position back as we
lunge.
see Partridge up the inside of Jones, but to no avail. That's certainly a battle for position number 4 that's about to occur. So Heath Collinson will try and gap them now. He's got third, he's got the position he wanted. He's going to try and bolt, but it's very much on for position number 4. Jones, Partridge and Nicholson line astern.
There they are. Here goes Partridge again. Second attempt. Is it going to be a more fruitful attempt? Oh, Mick Fisher off the road, turn 9. He was in the top 10 at one stage. That's a real shame for the number 69 Jacer driver, and he's going to get that going. But he was having such a good run at one point too. Actually, was in the top 10 up until that point. So he would have been on for his best result. And I think he's had another lazy spin, much the same way a few drivers had down at Dandenong Road. Partridge got that job done while we were looking at Mick Fisher as well. So he launches his number 28 Sabre 02 up into 4th place on the standings. Can he hunt down Heath Collinson for third? So here we go, a little replay of what's going on here. So this is Nick Kerr. He's had another off again. And down the chicane. Favoured hotspot for a number of drivers going off in the wet conditions. Collinson's aware that he's only got a lap to sort of defend from Partridge here, so he's trying everything, throwing the kitchen sink at it to try and break the toe, make sure that Partridge doesn't catch up to the back of him, because if they all do, Jones will be right there. Adam Nicholson, the Stinger, will be right there. So one misstep in these tricky conditions, it could cost you several spots.
Yeah, Nicholson on the back of Jones. That's the fight I'm looking at on the final lap of the weekend for the V's. As they go over that puddle, that's really quite treacherous. It's right in the braking zone, isn't it? That river of water across the track.
I think Collinson's broken them here.
He has.
I think the three of them behind, Partridge, Kerr and Nicholson, have all been a little bit tentative just going into that part of the course where that little bit of river's running across the track. Was Collinson was in there and he was out of there almost like it was a dry condition. So I think he's potentially got, touch wood, number 3rd spot on the rostrum sewn up for the moment, although 4th, 5th and 6th will remain unsettled until the flag, judging by the lines all three of them were taking down the front straight.
As they head into the final chicane, 96 running a little wide at turn 1, it's left him vulnerable. But he manages to hold position around the very treacherous turns 2 and 3. You can visibly see how wet it is down there. This number 95 looks to the inside, but no room at turn number 4. This is all going to be now, but setting it up on the back straight down into this very corner where our race leader, Reef McCarthy, is car number 1, making his way through the back markers with just a couple of corners to go.
So he's had a pretty flawless run through the first wet race this afternoon. and pretty much led just about every lap until the drama with Jake Rowe when he went off the circuit, when he clearly was the faster car. But they must have made some setup changes in between races, because ever since he got to the race lead, he's just been able to slowly edge away, and he continues his dominant performances in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. So McCarthy gets 2 of the 3 wins for the weekend, both of them coming on the Sunday, with Jake Rowe home in second on both occasions. A little bit of a switcheroo going on here. Adam Nicholson has managed to grab a couple of spots and move himself up to 4th place. So check out Nick Jones sliding the Jacer out of the final corner, and it's going to be all in vain. He's going to come home in 5th behind Nicholson. Collinson was 3rd, Nicholson 4th, Jones in 5th, Partridge 6th, and Andre Curran getting home for P7. He caught up to him at the end of the day, and here's the decisive move from Nicholson to get P4.
So it's Partridge that was leading the trio at this point, and they went 3 wide on the final lap. How good is that?
Brave move as well on the inside, on the tight line as well. What a great realisation from Nick Jones to sort of realise he was going to get a little bit balked and had to just clear the throttle a little bit just to check up to make sure there was no contact. So really good heads-up driving from all of them, but a very brave move right down the inside at a very fast part of this Sandown International Motor Raceway. So Charlie Tracy Richardson coming home there ahead of Braden Sturr. That's an 11th place finish for Charlie, so just 1 spot outside the top 10. So really good drive again in tricky conditions. Someone that's again new to the category this year. We've had so many new faces coming into Formula V this year and getting a little bit better and a little bit better, and an 11th place finish. They will tick that one off as a really good finish to the weekend.
We saw Vile spin in the Martini liveried Formula V. When he was in 13th on the last lap, he actually recovered to take 13th from Fisher, who also had an incident in that final race. So Vile coming home P13 in the end of that one. As we look at the Formula V's enter the lane for the final time. That was some good action. Not quite the usual slipstreaming stuff we see from Formula V's at Sandown, but some good wet weather action nevertheless.
Absolutely. It's been very entertaining and very, very clean racing for a lot of it from the wheel-to-wheel perspective. Just a lot of the innocuous incidents have all been on their own. They've all just sort of gone around all by themselves. There's an onboard shot. We've got someone carrying the onboard camera here. It's Simon Schiff, from what we're told, aboard the 55 Red Rocket Racing BMW E30. There he is. He's giving us a little wave. He knows he's on the camera. Somebody's told him. And we're about to go racing for the final race of the weekend with BMW E30s coming up next to round out round 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Cars getting ready in the marshalling area for the final race for the day. And boy, oh boy, we've saved the best for last. It's wet and the sun is coming out somewhere. The whole track has just lit up a little bit.
Hasn't it?
It is like God drives a BMW. They come
Can you blame him?
onto track. Well, exactly. A perfectly balanced E30 from the late 80s, early 90s would be the way to go. And we are heading out on track now. Grant Bowles will lead them out. Simon Schiff. Now, I reckon we should have had the onboard camera with him in the last race because he featured in a fair bit of action. But we've just had some communication with him in the cockpit. And he's told us, leave me alone now, boys. I'm about to go racing in all seriousness. Okay,
The
all right
visors
then,
come
Simon.
down.
No problem. I'm Darren Smith, Donovan Mollenhagen. We seem to be the dynamic duo around E30 racing for about 3 or 4 years now. Time for you to get back in the races, young man.
I'd certainly love to. I would love to. And as soon as the body allows, the brain's already there. So hopefully, if not the last round this year, hopefully for next season, I'll be back in the car and I'd love to do a full season. That would be fantastic.
Well, I tell you what, the biggest problem we're going to have is that now that I've pronounced that we're the dynamic duo, who's Robin and who's Batman? Buzz Batman. I'll be Batman.
Okay, that's
I'll stay
fair
on. I'll stay on. Cars on track on board here with Simon Schiff. Now, that's a very, very neat, purposeful dashboard set up there in front. He's got the sponsors' obligations. It looks like he's got a air-to-fuel ratio mixture, very big on the middle of the dash.
Look at that shot. That's beautiful. That sun setting there.
Sun's out.
As you said, the sun's out.
God drives a BMW.
And we've got the guns out. So
we have sun's out, guns out. Look at that. It's like heading to Queensland for Schoolies Week.
As long as they remember that the road's still wet.
It's very greasy, and there's a fair bit of stuff on the racing surface. Everyone's dragged a little bit of the Springvale / Dandenong dirt onto the track in the last few hours. Rory Plant will be right next to him. Now, I'm going to go so far as to say this is Rory's first front row start.
Ah, yes, it will be. That is correct. This will be his first front row start. He's been doing a fantastic job of his starts as well. So it'll be exciting to watch him take off from the front row. But he's got a few fairly competitive others around him there, with Graham Bell coming at a third position and Simon trying to make up for a spin late in the last race. Jesse Bryant coming out of position 5 there. He went back a couple of spots because of a slight indiscretion with the safety car restart. We don't have a lot of them, and so sometimes we're a little bit rusty on those rules, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's 2 pretty important ones. One is you maintain the speed once the safety car rolls off, and you do not overlap with the car in front of you. So they're the ones, as a race driver, you've got to keep in your mind. I'm sure there's a plethora of others, but they're the ones that you've really got to concentrate that don't occur. Jess Bell will come out of position number 6 with Matty Thulis in the number 90. Coming out of position number 7, Ryan Carter to Roderick Martin, Ash Rogers, Mark Grigorski coming out of position number 87, has featured in a bit of the action here this weekend. Darryl O'Neill, another one.
Spin. In
the yellow and blue car, appear out of stage left, exit stage right. And that's what he did. Alwyn Lim, Alex Jory, we do not ever see the number 22 coming out of position number 14. So that is after a tough race, number 2 for the day. Paul Schiff and Adam Sleep rounding out the back of the grid of the garagistic BMW E30s. We welcome Liqui on board, of course, Traction Tyres, the BMW Drivers Club, and Budget on board. But fantastic to see Liqui jumping on board with BMW, 2 very, very famous European automotive brands getting together here in the streets of Melbourne, essentially, or the racetracks of Melbourne, and a partnership born with God's blessing in the sun here on a Sunday afternoon, isn't it? All the planets are aligning now.
It is, and I think we're going to see some fun from Alex here as he makes his way through the grid. We've got the green flag there at the back, so we're very close to a start.
Revs rise in these BMW E30s. Inline 6s and away we go. Grant Bowles gets away beautifully. Rory just gingerly driving the car, walking off the line. Simon Schiff will charge on by. He will have a great shot of the 4-door of Rory Plant. Rory just getting a little bit gazumped. There we go. He's out over the yellow line. So the 23 draws alongside. That's Graham Bell as well. So Simon Schiff goes through. Here's Jesse Bryant. Have a look at that run up the inside.
He has sent that. He licked that postage stamp and sent it, didn't he? There was no way he wasn't going to go through.
Matty Thulis did some coaching work with Jesse Bryan going back 4 or 5 or 6 seasons ago, and he's just being shown a clean set of heels by his students. So there you have it. 23 bounces off the ripple strips, keeps it all together, loops it. No,
is that Graham? Is that Graham Bell?
It is
23?
Graham Bell. It is Graham Bell. caught him out, managed to use the ripple strip to bounce him back in the right direction, and he appears to be all at sea just a little bit there. Gets his thoughts back into the right way. There's Simon Schiff.
Little wave to Simon there in the mirror.
Sorry about that, mate. It's got a bit wild there. Hang on. We'll come out the other side.
Graham, of course, filling in for Tristan Blumenfeld, who's not feeling well today, so he's driving an unfamiliar car. We'll forgive him that. He's done a great job to go from 13th to 3rd in the second race. So here he is, still in 3rd, being chased down by the rest of the pack. And Alex is already up to position 7 or 8 there, so he's done well to come off the second last row of the grid.
What's happened to Rory?
I don't know. It did look like he had a problem off the line there. I don't know whether he's got a clutch issue or whatnot, because that car launches. It's a little bit heavier, and in these kind of conditions, it would have had the extra weight over the rear wheels, and he's been doing a really good job.
90 and 40 have got a false start. That's Matt Thulis and Roderick Martin. So false starts there for those cars. They are both Thulis in the number 90 in about 7th place, and Martin in about 10th place. And we're just going to try and catch up with where our guy that sat on the front row of the grid in the Upflow Brewing 4-door grey car, Alex Jory, storming through. Where's he made up to? Up to P6 already.
Is it?
It is up 8 spots. What a drive.
He is flying, isn't he?
Yep.
Look at that. He's gapped Simon Schiff down the front straight. That's as I said, we're in for a bit of fun from Alex coming from the rear of grid. So
the number 24, Jeff Bowles, also showing a time penalty next to him. So that's interesting. So 3 off the start line have got themselves penalties.
So it'll be interesting to hear from race control as to what those penalties are exactly. But Alex is not worrying about any of that. He's eyes forward. He's targeted onto the back of Goose, Ashley Rogers, in P5 there. So I'm sure that Alex is going to do his best to make short work of Goose and get on up and try and get into, at the very least, a podium position, if not all the way through to the front, because that's a quick car and Alex is a quick driver. It was a strange old accident in that last race where he locked an outside wheel and ended up backwards in the kitty litter at turn 11, I think it was. So
Rogers just getting out over the ripple strips there, and just confirming, I've got our timing sheets, or the Garagistic leaderboard is showing that Grant Bowles has got a time penalty, but at the moment I've only had confirmed from race control that it's a car 40 and car 90. And the word is that apparently car number 24 is okay. So we'll get that rectified or confirmed or denied or whatever it might be. But we'll look at the race that is in front of us. So the cars continue on. There's Alex Jory not being able to make a place up on this lap, but I guess water is starting to find its level, and there's plenty of water out there.
It certainly is indeed.
At the moment, he's got Rogers, and then Thulis, who's got a penalty. So both the cars in front of him have got a 5-second penalty coming their way post-race. So he does need to get through on them, because to get onto the back of Bell and Jesse Bryan to get some big points out of it.
And speaking of Bell, here's Jess Bell making the move up the inside of Paul Schiff there around turn 1. Hasn't quite made that stick, but racing room given, and she's going to try and switch across to the inside perhaps.
Didn't the 54 there, and Jess just gingerly pushed their way through there. No one was going to make any rough challenges on that one, were they?
Not at that corner, for sure. So it's good to see Paul has sorted his issue out from the previous 2 races. He kept blowing the fuel pump fuse, which is probably one of the more important fuses in the car.
Certainly with these electronic fuel pumps in just about all race cars now. You don't see too many manual fuel pumps, that's for sure.
Yep.
Have a look at Rory Plant there. What a shame. The Upflow Brewing, great product. And at the moment, just Rory struggling with getting the car off the line and getting motivated. Have a look at this, Jess Bell now. She knows she's got the pace and gets through on Paul Schiff in car number 30. And does it very nicely indeed. It's a tough spot to pass in the wet, and she's acquitted herself brilliantly. Matt Thulis. What was that all about?
Sure.
Sliding sideways.
Why was he even sideways at that point in a straight line?
Well, there's quite a washaway across the track there, isn't it? Obviously, he's caught it. Well, it looked like he caught it.
He did catch it there. He's in the background, so he's done a good job to catch that. Car was at least 45 degrees in the wrong
Another one
direction.
appeared on screen right and disappeared screen left sideways. Here comes the 23 now. This is Graham Bell up the inside.
Of
this
Jeff
is Jeff
Bowles.
Bowles. That's
Yep.
a good move. Welcome back to the front end of the field, Graham.
Absolutely. Be enjoying himself. You should have seen the grin on his face when he got out of the car after race 2. He was like a 14-year-old again.
Once
so
a racer, always a racer.
Absolutely, yeah. He clearly was enjoying himself. We've got Jesse Bryant there in the lead now and trying to head off into the sunset. That will be his hope, that he doesn't attract any more attention of the stewards for this particular race after the previous 2, but he's very motivated
He's really
to get that car moving.
Up, hasn't he just
hasn't
absolutely tripped himself up.
He hasn't had a great weekend as far as the stewards are concerned, but look, he's a hard racer and he will take that on the chin and use it as motivation, clearly, as he's doing right now. So, and it looks like we've got Adam Sleep there has.
I do like the way he winds the window up and then dashes away.
He's pulled okay.
No harm, no foul there. Pulled over, parked right next to the Park Recovery Service vehicle, which I guess leads me into the congratulations to all of our officials around the track. Tough weekend this weekend with incidents all day yesterday, weather that has been nothing but difficult all day today, and they've done a brilliant job from the front gate to the back gate, from flaggies, recovery vehicles, medical people, race control, where all the decisions are made, the race secretary's office where all the decisions have to be applied, and the stewards, of course, right around the track, and the fans that have made their way to the track here as well, and indeed joined us on the live streaming right throughout the weekend. Thank you to everyone for supporting this level of motorsport, state racing, or grassroots as people like to call it, and got some brilliant displays of skill and ability this weekend, and we've also seen some questionable displays of skill and ability this weekend too.
There have been the odd spinner. I think we had 6 spinners in our last race in the changing conditions here at Sandown.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
Raceway.
The BMWs are on track where things got real greasy, actually.
Did, yeah.
So no one really took each other out. There's been some categories where car-to-car contact has been quite violent.
Yeah, no, we certainly we frown very heavily on that in this category, and the guys all know that, and they all did a very good job. We did have one particular incident of car-to-car contact, which ended up in a spin, but it was due to the conditions, and there was certainly no malice or intent.
Simon Schiff in car number 7 trying to get the power down coming out of turn 4 that time. Here we go. We're on board with Simon Schiff displaying the garage stick, liquid moly, and the tyres plus Glenn Waverley, maybe, sticker. I'm not sure what that says.
Quite possibly.
It's down on the bottom of the dashboard. They'll got all the commercial obligations, ticking all the boxes there. I like that.
Tick, tick, tick. We had Ryan Carter there trying to make a move to the outside prior to the S's, but thought better of it, which is probably the better approach in these conditions. So there they all come through Dandenong Road corner. We can see Adam's car on the inside there, parked safely. That was a good job to get it out of the way and not cause a safety car or any further delays. So this is some good footage here from the Blendline in-car camera. We thank Blendline for their coverage of this round, and again, another supporter of grassroots motorsport. We couldn't be able to telecast this to people out on YouTube and whatnot without their help. So thank you to those guys and all the cameramen and women, especially in these sorts of conditions. It can't be fun out there.
Yeah, it's a tough gig standing up on a camera scaffold when the weather's like this, and I guess we should be featuring them right alongside the flaggies because they are out there. They're copping the weather in the face. The cameras are copping the weather. They're trying to protect all that very, very valuable equipment from the weather. So yeah, all the team pointing the cameras at the cars and picking them up as they come around the track. Tricky filming here too, with the sun coming out and the reflection off the track makes it really hard for the cameraman to adjust the actual picture, and that is also part of the brilliance of the director, etc., that run the technical side in the van there. That little short shoot round near Dunlop there, the whole track's bathed in sunshine now.
Yeah,
when you come around there, the glare is just so massive off the track.
We've got a great 4 or 5 car pack sort of developing there in the midfield. They're headed by is that Goose? That's Ashley Rogers, yeah, and Simon Schiff, followed by Ryan Carter. Closely behind is Mark Gorgowski, and that's Jess Bell there in Sean's car. So we've got a good bit of racing starting to develop here, coming over the hill and down into Dandenong Road. So we could see some overtaking taking place here. Ryan just covering there on Mark Gorgowski as he tries to take a little peekaboo in the mirror of Ryan, and that's just slowed him up a little bit, and Jess has started to get a bit of a run there down out of Dandenong Road down into turn 11. No, I think Jess has thought better of that, and we've got a spinner there. That might be Ashley there, who has Ashley Rogers has spun there in between turns 11 and 12.
We know that Ashley's also got a 5-second penalty hanging over his head as well. So
indeed, here we go.
It's gone from bad to worse. Oh, O'Neill.
What's Darryl? Oh, Darryl's locked the rears, or maybe a little compression lock up there into turn 2. But again, a very slippery area of the racetrack, all done by himself there. But
I reckon you might be right. A bit of a compression lock up there. That's probably where you're changing down a cog.
Yep.
And,
I think
going around.
Darryl's getting used to a more powerful car. He's recently put the 6-cylinder engine in that car. He previously ran with the little the 318i engine. So he's got a bit more power and probably a little bit more compression in that car. So he's learning it, but he's doing a good job. He's staying safe and getting better every time he goes out there. And here we've got Alex Jury coming through on Jeff Bowles over the top of the hill, taking the line. A little bit of racing room given there. That was well done by the two of them. Will Alex try to put it up the inside through Dandenong? He has not. So this will resume coming onto the front straight. If not, Alex might be a little bit tentative here into 11 after the spin that he had in race 2, but he will certainly resume battle down the front straight. That's a quick car, and Jeff will be doing his best to make his number 24 BMW E30 as wide as he possibly can down this front straight and into turn 1. So
just watching the gap being managed now at the front, Jesse Bryan has lost a bit of ground to Graham Bell over the last lap and a half. It's now down to 1.7 seconds. So he's actually jagged a second out of him in the last lap and a half. We've got 2.5 laps left in this. So mathematically, Graham can get on the back of Jesse. It's a matter of whether he can get past that car. It's a completely different story. With Alex Jory coming on as well, and Matt Thulis Matt's got a 5-second penalty hanging off the back of him, but certainly with the number 24 there that has now gone down a spot, so Bowles has lost that spot to Alex. This is going to be a closely fought run to the finish line, I would suggest.
It will. It's going to be a complicated calculation for who's actually won this round, because we've had a number of different people up and down the grid for finishing positions. So I don't even know who needs to finish where to be what. So, and Jess Bell here has had a little spin there. She's not alone there. Her father almost did the same thing early in the race. So, very slippery conditions, as we know, between turns 3 and 4 there.
SBM-shop.au, I'm pretty sure that's what it was all about, by Southern BMW.
Southern BM, that's the one.
SouthernBMW-shop.com. .au. And let's just watch this. She was challenging. Yep. Got the power down, thought have a run of it. Good eyes there. She looked exactly where she wanted to go, hauled it up, and always got to look where you want to be, not where you're going to hit.
That's right, otherwise you'll hit it.
Sometimes you can pretend all you like, you're still going to hit it, but if you're looking where you want to go.
Mark Gogolski there trying to put it up the inside of Simon Schiff into Dandenong Road, but he's still got to maintain his pace, and he's going to have a good run down the front straight, I would imagine, and maybe resume that attack into turn 1. So ahead of the two of them, Ryan Carter there, just tipping it into turn 11 and onto the front straight. So here we go, the two red cars with the what did we call it? The urban camouflage. Oh, Jesse Bryan has gone off.
Just trying to pick up where...
With 2 laps to go.
Where that is.
I think
there he is there, gone back a spot.
I think he's gone a bit wide in turn 1, and now he's falling back into the clutches of Alex Jury. This will be interesting. I know that Jesse will be motivated.
He's trying to adjust the mirror there, too. He's got the hand out. A little bit of peak hour traffic, just getting the mirror clipped by a truck on its way through.
And this puts Graham Bell in the lead of our race. So there we go. Graham started the day in 13th position.
He started the day in the overalls with grotty, greasy hands.
That's exactly right. He did. So when he arrived this morning, he was not aware he would be racing a motor car. So
Alex Jory now has got the battle, the 23 versus the 22. And unfortunately for Jesse, he seems to have thrown away potentially three good results here this weekend.
It'll be interesting. Now, does Graham want to give up this win? does Alex want to overtake Graham, who prepares his car, or do we just stay station and finish?
Let's just race.
Let's just race. Absolutely.
There's 2 laps to go. We've had a pretty torrid weekend here. Let's just let them loose. Here we go. This was at turn 1. Yeah, Jesse looked like just overcooked it. And Alex Jory stayed in it and obviously went past. Have a look at Jory alongside Graham Bell. This is a commercial decision. This is not a sporting decision. I want to keep this car in my shed. So,
Graham's not making it easy for him around the outside there. He's going to try and maintain that. No, he's just gone the wrong side.
Oh, do you reckon that's a battle of the devil and the angel on his shoulders right now for Graham Bell?
I can hear Graham's mind working now. Do I want to repair this car? No, I don't want to repair this car.
So the number 23 goes down 1 spot. Alex Jory. What a ripping race. And we're actually seeing, I haven't had it confirmed by race control, but we're actually seeing on the timing screen, on the Garagistic leaderboard there, that Jory has got a time penalty. It hasn't appeared on any of the race control. That's probably, sorry, that's the fastest lap, not a time penalty. Sorry, I've been doing this job for 23 years and I still don't know what that means. There we go, fastest lap to Alex Jory. So no time penalty there. Completely forget the last 30 seconds of your life.
Alex coming up to some lap traffic there, so they will, I'm assuming, pull to the side a little bit. And are we on the last lap, or 1 lap to go after this? So
penultimate lap underway.
Final lap now. So Graham's keeping him honest. Alex doesn't want to have a little bit of a slide out of the last corner, or Graham will be through for the win, but that's not going to happen. And Alex Jory has raced his way back to the lead and to the win of this race.
Terrific drive. What an amazing drive there by Alex Jory, coming out of position number 14 and comes home with the win. In fact, I'm going to say the drive of the round. That is a exceptional drive. And I guess it wasn't even, you can't even call it a hard charger because he wasn't charging hard. He was doing it sensibly. He was doing a conservative run, but I guess ticking the boxes.
Yep, absolutely. You what do they say? First finish, first chance finish. Well, he's done that, hasn't he?
Yep.
He's kept it on the road. He's passed who he needed to pass, and he's come away with a win after having spun and brought out the safety car in race 2 while sitting in the kiddie litter. So that's a great effort there from Alex, and a great effort from Graham to jump in to a car and race from 13th to 2nd. Hard luck there for Jesse after the minor off into turn 1 2 laps ago. So we have Darryl coming through, and we've got a couple of cars who haven't quite finished as well as they might have liked to. I'm sure that Rory will have a story to tell us about what happened off the line there. I can only imagine that it was some kind of a clutch issue or whatnot, because he did creep away rather than his normal launch.
Really cool, though, that he did get a front row start. You don't get that every race meeting. I guess Alex Jory and a couple of those guys do tend to get some more front row starts than others, but really cool to see him stay at the category and grow and learn and get a front row start. You'll remember the day, and luckily we catch it on the live stream as well, so we can watch it all back in the next few days.
I remember my one and only front row start. It was a reverse grid race, but we won't tell anybody that. That's just between you and I, all right?
Yeah. Donovan Mollenhagen and the Liquid Moly Garagistic BMW E30s, thank you so much for all the entertainment here this weekend. It's been fantastic to have the BMWs. We resume the 2022 QPL Victorian Sports Sedan Championship, QP Leagues. We stick with what's important at the next round. The sports sedans have run this round, the Australian Sports Sedan Association in Victoria. It's been a tough old gig here this weekend. I'd like to thank the powers that be, Colin Smith, our clerk of course, Deputy Clerk of course, Matt Balcombe, Damien Johnson and Michael Robinson, Gail Smith, Ann Byers and Karen Balcombe filling up those big offices that have run this event. A fantastic job. We look forward to seeing everybody at the final round of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, the 23rd, 24th and 25th of September at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit. The best weekend of the year to get out of Melbourne when the AFL finals are on. Come to Phillip Island. Come and see some grassroots, state-level motorsport at its absolute finest at one of the best facilities in the Southeast Asia. Thanks very much, everybody, for tuning in. I've got to thank the great team here in the commentary booth and of everyone down at Blendline TV for putting up with such a tricky weekend. Yes, we do have a nice warm room that we can sit in out of the way, but certainly keeping the show rolling has been fantastic. Callum Bradigan on the ground down there. Of course, Dan McCarthy, Steve DeVries, Donovan Mollenhagen, Ken Rowland, Jack Atley, and all of the crew that have been here in the commentary booth right throughout this weekend. A great day. See you all at Phillip Island.
Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? You know I be on a what? No fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate. We ain't selling short, no to work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. 'Cause I be on the way. Yeah.